Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 50th episode of the Sons of Kojima podcast. My name is Fred, and I am being joined not by a panel of people. No, I'm being joined by a very special guest, the much anticipated Sammy Samosa. Mr. Sammy, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing just fine and dandy, Freddie.
Awesome. So, I don't know exactly what your time situation is. You requested us to push this up an hour in advance, so let's get right into it. Being a patron, what do you think about the experience, and how do you think Phil's doing currently?
Well, see, the thing is, I actually don't have time for a 4-hour debate. Okay. So let's just shoot the shit.
Okay.
Fred, do you have a job?
I do.
And are you struggling at work or school?
I'm not.
Why can't you put DSP out of business?
Because that's not my goal.
So then what is your goal? You're doing this for 50 episodes. 50 episodes, Fred, and not one did any damage to DSP.
Well, that's not the goal. It's to damage DSP. How about this? You as a patron, you actually go out of your way. You go the extra step to give money to Phil. Do you feel you're doing a good job at keeping Phil in business and keeping him comfortable?
You know what? I donate to him because I can and because he deserves every penny.
Okay. But we do the podcast because we can and because we enjoy it. It's a good thing. There's a lot of people that enjoy it too. There's actually, I think, 250 plus people here. They enjoy it too.
But all this he said, she said shit isn't working anymore. It's running out of steam. All these DSP tries it videos is running out of steam.
To what effect,
so
though?
What is it going to take, Fred? What is it going to take for you and the bums of Kojima to take DSP out?
We're not trying to take him out. Again, by the sounds of it, you giving him so much money, it sounds like you might be trying to take him out. But no, we're not trying to take him out or put him out of business. I'm not sure where you got that from. Can you clarify on where you got that from?
Can I clarify?
Yes. Can you explain or maybe let people know where you got this idea from that we're trying to take him out?
You know what's funny? Look, I don't have a problem with you hating on Phil.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with you making fun of Phil.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with you. I mean, go ahead. Make fun of his gout. Make fun of his weight right now, Fred.
Okay. So you literally just said you don't have a problem with the majority of the stuff that we do. What is it that you do have a problem with then?
See, the thing is, what I find funny is you actually think you can put DSP out of business.
Again,
look, listen.
Okay.
Your whole community depends on you, Fred, and you're failing them.
Okay. In what way do they depend on me?
You're the leader of this community, right? And leaders have to take responsibility. Leaders have to take action. So you can sit here and say DSP said this, DSP said that. But at the end of the day, he's still on YouTube and he's still doing his thing. And there's not a damn thing you can do about it. There's not a damn thing Mughal can do about it. There's not a damn thing that Jamoke retrospective gaming can do about it.
Okay.
Except one thing. You can do one thing about it.
What's that?
You can watch him. You can watch him over and over again until it makes you sick to your stomach.
Okay. Now, before I continue, there are people in the chat that think that this is not real. Can you please do something, maybe tweet or something, just to prove that you're real? Because people honestly don't believe this is actually you and that this is something. Now, would you do them that favor just so that, that after the fact it doesn't come out like we misrepresented you or that we faked you being here or anything like that?
This is all me. Anti-DSP community. What's up?
Okay.
This is me.
Okay.
All right.
Like I said, can you tweet or something just to prove that it's you, just on your Sammy Samosa account?
I don't need to prove anything. You just need to take your word. You need to believe me, and you need to believe me right now.
Okay. All right. So you were saying that we're trying to take him down again. Like I asked you where you got that from, and you didn't say anything. You just sort of continued on. So I'll ask again. Where did you get this idea that we're quote unquote trying to take him down?
You really think we're stupid, Fred?
Maybe just
look,
you,
listen,
but
you have to understand something.
All
People
right.
like me, people like K. Jillian and Phil, we're all old enough to see through bullshit. We
Okay.
see through your bullshit.
Okay.
So, 1 year, right? It's been 1 year. Congratulations.
Thank you.
But what are you gonna celebrate about? Because DSP is still making money off YouTube. He's still doing his thing.
Well, let me tell you, we're going to celebrate 50 episodes of meeting a bunch of cool people, having a bunch of cool shows. We got to talk to people that we probably never would have before, like Cooking with Jack, Daz Boshit, Slow Beef. A lot of the moderators came on. And again, we've been able to do really cool things through the water charity. We were able to give away a lot of cool stuff to people that watch our stuff. There's so much to celebrate, actually. Making something that people can enjoy, that people can interact with, that people can be a part of. I think it's a great thing, and I'm personally proud of the 50 episodes.
There's not much to celebrate. Come on, let's be real here, Freddie.
Okay.
1 year and DSP is still on YouTube. He's still making this a living. And I mean, sure, you could celebrate your fans or whatever, but listen. And by the way, let me just clear this up. I'm a casual fan.
Okay. So you would consider yourself a casual?
I'm a casual fan. Look, I'm not donating him hundreds and thousands of dollars. Okay? I don't have thousands and thousands of posts on his forum. Okay? I'm not trying to give him my phone number or take his phone number at conventions.
Okay.
Like I said, I'm a casual fan, a regular fan.
Right. But you did give him over $160 on Patreon. Like, you went the extra step. I don't think that you're a casual fan. You're very active on the forums. In fact, if you want, if you have the time, moving on from whatever point you're trying to make here, we can start to reference some points, some posts that you made on the forums, and stuff like that. Like, I would say that, coming on here to a debate that you yourself said would be useless for Phil to do, would show that you're taking the extra step. You're trying to take us on, I guess, would be where I would point at. Like, as a matter of fact, you talk about people trying to take people out and like make sure they go away. I'd say that you're trying for that. You've advocated censorship on the forums. You've literally told people time after time to, quote, go away if they have criticism of Phil on the forums. If anyone's trying to get rid of anyone, I would say that would be you.
Look, I don't give a damn about the forums, okay?
Okay.
I'm just trying to understand your frame of mind. I'm trying to understand the bums of Kojima's frame of mind. Like, what are you trying to do here? What are you trying to exactly pull? Because I could expose you right now.
You have the opportunity now. You're live on the air with hundreds of people. I would love for you to quote unquote expose us.
Let's start with the charity.
Okay.
All right.
Sure.
Okay. So this charity gimmick, it's a gimmick.
Okay.
And the reason it's a gimmick is because Phil launched his Patreon first, and then you followed suit a month later to counteract him.
Okay. I'm glad you brought that up. Hold on. Okay.
So, that's the first thing.
Let's address it one by one then, all right? So
charity, you're trying to counteract his Patreon, and then, if you want to give water to random kids in Africa, look, that's all fine and dandy.
Okay.
But your charity in particular, it doesn't feel genuine.
To you.
to everybody.
You're saying it not to everybody, not to the hundreds of people that donated. Like, okay, so let's get this out in the open. So we actually were planning to do a charity event, and this is not even the first time that the Kojima World Order did the exact same thing under Hollywood Kojima. They did charity water 2 years before we did ours. And I talked with Hollywood Kojima. We wanted to do something charitable. We wanted to do something good. So we decided to look into charities. I talked with Hollywood Kojima about it back in October, before Phil even mentioned starting a Patreon. If you remember correctly, he actually went and formally announced his Patreon in, I believe, December, because he was wearing a Santa hat when he announced it. So we actually had plans to do the charity event, and we started it in January specifically because that would be the end of the holiday season, and people would be in a position where they could donate, and they wouldn't have to feel like, oh, I have to sacrifice gifts for someone so I can donate, or vice versa. That was the timing. But again, this water charity thing happened years before Phil even considered Patreon. As a matter of fact, in the same time frame, he was talking negatively about services like Patreon.
Look, it's a gimmick, because you're trying to make yourself look like the good guys here. Oh, we're the good guys, and Phil is the bad guy because Phil doesn't donate to random kids in Africa. Okay, that's what's going on with that.
Did we ever say that? Can you find anywhere where we ever actually said that? Because we actually went out of our way to not.
All the clues point to that.
What clues?
We're not dumb.
What clues, Steve? What clues can you point to, Steve?
Look, I'm going to discuss this in a future podcast. That's right. I'm going to have my own podcast, but it's only going to be one and only. See, unlike you, Fred, I don't need 50 podcasts to expose someone. Okay. I can only do it in one. So I'm going to go in details on that later on.
Okay.
But since I don't have time right now, I'm going to give you an ultimatum.
Oh, no. Well, hold on. Before the ultimatum, would you be willing to give us permission to do a Let's Endure of your podcast?
A what?
Would you be willing to give us permission to sort of like do a react to your podcast?
A react?
Like, yeah, we call them Let's Endures, but essentially what we do is we watch the source material and then we all comment over it while it's going on.
You could do whatever the hell you want with your time.
Thank you.
If it's that important to you.
Okay. So the ultimatum?
All right. So you listen up. And not only you, but your bums of Kojima. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Retrospective Gaming, at least DSP has a business card, bitch.
A business card? The ones that he gives out as prizes?
So here's the thing. If DSP is not gone, and by gone I mean, fired from YouTube, retired or laid off, whatever. If he's not gone by the end of the year, end of 2015, this entire podcast you got going on is useless, it's pointless, it's meaningless. It doesn't mean a damn thing. It's all fluff.
Okay. Do you understand what the word?
Keep that in mind.
Do you understand what the word ultimatum means? What you literally just said is, if this doesn't happen, then I will hold this opinion or whatever. Like, ultimatum means like, if we don't do X, then you will do Y.
You gotta take them out, Freddie. You gotta take them out. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
Somehow, some way. Yeah, I mean.
So you want us to take him out because again, we've covered this and you haven't given any sort of.
If you want me to believe everything you say, then you have to take him out. Look,
oh man,
you may be laughing right now.
I am. I'm sorry.
But YouTube, why doesn't Machinima do anything about it? If he's such a horrible person, why doesn't YouTube or Machinima take action and they let him go? And they say something like, oh, we don't want to deal with this type of person. We don't want to associate ourselves with this type of person. So
You
if
mean
they
you,
don't do anything, why should I believe you?
you mean the way that Blip TV did?
Well, Blip TV is nothing.
Oh,
Blip TV is a piece of shit. I'm talking about YouTube and Machinima, the big boys.
gotcha. Gotcha. Well, Blip TV was a pretty big service at the time. And they actually kicked him to the curb based on his conduct. So,
Oh, really? So
They
let me
did.
give you another example.
okay. Maybe an ultimatum again?
Johnny Rambo.
Johnny Rambo.
Here's a guy that's been at Phil's house, that's been in the car with him, that's played games with him.
Okay.
They might have even slept in the same hotel bed together. I don't know. But
Yeah, maybe.
so why doesn't he come out and clean his closet, so to speak, and why doesn't he air the dirty laundry and tell everybody that Phil's such a piece of shit?
He did. He did the payment tons, and you actually
No, that
posted
doesn't
on the
count.
forums.
That's a parody.
Oh, okay.
That's a parody. That doesn't.
What we're doing is a parody.
That doesn't count.
But what we're doing is a parody.
Why doesn't he come out and say, Phil harassed me, Phil touched me, Phil did this to me, he did that to me. Come on.
All right.
So why should I believe you, of all people?
I didn't even connect the two. Can you say that again? I honestly, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble following what that was. So if we didn't sleep in the bed with Phil and ride in the same car with him, then why would you believe us?
If Johnny Rambo doesn't say anything, then why should I believe you?
But he did. As a matter of fact, let me actually link you to a...
I don't have time for links.
Oh, okay. You don't have time for evidence. All right. Well, I'll show the people at home what I'm talking about. So not only did you point out that Phil has been ignoring this, you actually then posted in the thread, you pointed out another little jab at DSP. This is August 13th. Hi, friends.
Are you talking about me or Phil?
You. I'm saying what you've pointed out about Rambo and how this is such a toxic thing. Another little jab at DSP.
So you search every one of my posts. I have about 400, 500 posts. You went through every single one to get some dirt on me.
No, you have 384 posts, first of all. And no, actually, the forum has a nice little search function.
Okay, go ahead.
And I can look at some recent posts of yours. Okay. So you say, quote, "Hi, friends. Feel free to post any comments you may have without fear of censorship. Also, this vid, blah, blah, blah." So he is taking jabs at Phil. He's talking about how Phil is begging for money, on how he is basing his creativity on the ability to make money, how he's putting stuff behind a paywall. And in this case, you even go out of your way to point out to Phil that he's commenting on his censorship. So even though Rambo has a little more class than to just, really throw shots at him after the fact, because they were personal friends for a while, he does find fault with Phil, and he finds, much as we do, he finds comedic value.
So basically more he said, she said shit.
No, basically I showed evidence shit. Like he said on record.
And where did that evidence get you, Fred?
It won me
where does that get you?
It proved me right in this exchange right now.
And so, DSP is still on YouTube.
Sammy, do you know what a debate is?
I don't care what about a debate is. I told you in the beginning, we're shooting the shit right now.
Okay, because when you challenged me, you said debate.
Well, so what? Things change. Shit happens.
Okay. Well,
So, what? All right, go ahead.
Yeah. He. We didn't sleep in the same bed with Phil. We didn't ride in the same car with Phil. But I want to point out something to you, Mr. Moonman. Can you leave, please? We're doing the debate. All right, he's gone. We are ex-fans of Phil, right? So we were fans of his for quite a while. And...
Ex-fans. Let me tell you something about ex-fans.
Okay.
I'm an ex-fan of LeBron James.
Yes, you are.
All right, and I'm an ex-fan of LeBron James. I don't like him, but you don't see me watching every single Cavaliers game, do you? Huh?
You might.
So and you don't see me making montages of him breaking shots and getting blocked and getting dunked on, all that shit in a 2-hour montage.
Okay.
So
But
I don't
you know
have
what you
time
did do?
for that shit.
But you know what you did do? Here on the forums here on June 17th, you said, "Aw, Queen James, what happened? Why did you lose? Ah ha 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 ha. That's what you get for siding with The Rock in his feud with Cena." And then says Punk. So actually, you do stuff like that.
Yeah, so what's your point?
What's yours?
I don't like LeBron James. I don't watch. See, if I don't like someone, I don't watch their shit.
Okay. So how do you know about LeBron James?
So if you don't like DSP, you're still gonna watch him, right?
Actually, I don't watch him very much at all. To be completely honest with you,
Yeah, yeah. See, you use your stooges and minions to do the dirty work for you
that's not true.
on Twitter, on YouTube. You use them
I have
for
control
your
over
own
nobody.
gain.
I honestly have no control over anyone in this community. I can give people congratulations when they do awesome stuff, but I can't command people to do anything. As a matter of fact, this is something.
I have proof. I
okay.
have proof you do use them.
Let's see it.
I'm not gonna show you right now. I'm
All
gonna
right.
explain that on my one and only podcast.
Okie doke. Again,
So
we can't wait for
I
that.
know you're gonna be sitting there and tuned in and get prepared for everything. So that should be out soon.
All
In a
right.
couple of weeks.
Please give me the heads up. I'll be happy to retweet it. Let me point out something else. Let me talk about X fans, right? Because you sort of cut me off a little bit with the X fans. Do you know of current fans, Pdaaaawg and TheAireaidLord?
What about them?
They actually did a pretty big video at Phil's expense where they unboxed a PlayStation 4 and called it the Gout Station. And the box in which they unboxed were full of Phil jokes about bugged and lag and nothing I can do.
So what does that have to do with me?
What it has to do with is this notion of fans making parody of Phil. Ex-fans, current fans. Phil is a source of comedic value. And Das said that to us himself. You're a big fan of Das. I know you really supported him when he was talking shit about us and stuff like that.
I don't know who the hell that is.
Really, because actually, if you want, I can reference a post where you directly interacted with him and said he did a good job. Would you like
I
me
have
to?
no idea who the hell you're talking about, and I don't care about those people.
Okay.
So let's just keep it between me and you.
We are. I'm talking about you.
No, you're talking about somebody else. Das. Who the hell's Das?
Okay. Let me grab that. Hold on a second. Where is that? Let's see. All right. Anyways, we'll move on.
Yeah, I don't really care about that. But look, see, here's the thing. You gotta do something, Freddie. You can't just sit on your ass. Look, you want to be like Tony Montana. I see you have a Tony Montana avatar.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be like Tony Montana? That's cool.
Oh, here's
And,
the. Sorry,
but here's the thing. Tony Montana didn't sit on his ass all day and gossip about his enemies. He went out there and made shit happen. He eliminated his enemies. You got to take DSP out.
Okay. Hey, here's the post that I was referencing. If you want, I can link this to you too. After, just so you guys know, the people that are watching on YouTube, there's going to be a Google Doc with all these posts linked and summaries. But anyways, here's you on the forums, August 21st, so about a month ago. And you quote Das's gigantic post to us and then say, "The charity is just a gimmick to make themselves look like the good guys." Great write-up, by the way. You finally realized it was a giant waste of time at the end of the day and not worth it to continue.
And that's true.
That's you interacting with the guy. So you can't say you don't know who he is.
Who the hell is that? Give me his full name.
Das Bullshit.
Das Bo. Okay, so I know him. I don't know him personally, but I know him on the forum. So what's the problem?
When I brought up the fact that he also finds comedic value in Phil to parody him, that it's not something where you want to take him down to make some sort of parody video or make something poke
No,
fun
but
at
I'm
him or
telling
something
you,
like
I'm
that.
telling you right now. I'm telling you that you have to take him out.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I want you to take it, because so I can believe you. I can believe everything you're saying. You know,
Why
if
would
Phil was
that?
this, if Phil was that. I mean, look, 7 straight years in business, 7 straight years. Like, if he's so horrible, he wouldn't have lasted 2 years.
Okay. Oh, by the way, some people wanted me to show the Skype call to prove that this is real, I guess. So let me just do that real quick. People don't believe this is real. Here's the Skype window here. Here is Mr. Guest 67, as he calls himself, with his White Sox logo. Here's Alice. She's muted. And yeah, there you go. So
I don't understand what's the big deal here. I mean, of course it's me. Who else would it be?
people think that you're doing so poorly that they don't believe this is even real.
DSP is still on YouTube.
Okay.
But what are you gonna do about it? Look, 50 podcasts, and he's still in business.
Okay. Again,
so maybe by the 500 podcast, he will be gone.
If we last 500 podcasts, that would make me very happy. That'd be 10 years total, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, that's fantastic. So, anyways, let's circle back to this, because again, we didn't really get anywhere with this. Where did you get this idea that we're trying to take him down?
I'm going to explain that on my own podcast.
But you're here now, and you're using it as fact without supporting it. And it's the crux of your argument.
I'm giving you a little preview, Freddie.
Okay.
This is just a little taste.
Right. But the arguments that you're presenting are based on us wanting to take Phil down. I'm sure that if you're coming into this with this notion that we're here to take Phil down, you didn't think at any point you'd have to support that argument? Or did you just think you could just throw it out there and then we would just accept it as fact?
It's been a long time coming. 1 year. Look, at first, I don't think you were really trying to take him out.
Okay.
But now in the recent years, last 6 months ago, I mean, we see what's going on, Freddie. We see you're failing your in community.
Okay.
Come on.
Maybe we can attack it this way then. All right. You said at first you didn't think we were trying to take him down, and then at some point you then thought we were trying to take him down. What was that changed your opinion?
Oh, there's a ton of things. I mean, it's so obvious.
Say
your
one of them.
viewers can't see it, but
How about one of them?
Me, K. Jillian, Phil, we all see through your bullshit.
K. Jillian?
K. Jillian.
All right. So K. Jillian, ladies and gentlemen. But in all seriousness, can you list one of them? You said a lot. You did say.
I already gave you one of them.
What
I already
is
gave you that charity gimmick. Okay.
The charity gimmick is to take down Phil?
That's one small portion of it. Okay. Of the overall goal.
The charity gimmick was to help people that were without clean water, which is, the building blocks of life, bare essential. It was something
I already covered that.
Okay.
Look, you're using that to make yourselves look like the good guys and Phil the bad guy.
How?
Hello?
Yeah, I said how.
Yeah, because you're feeding these random kids in Africa, which is all fine, but you're shoving it in people's face and promoting it constantly, promoting it. Oh, we did this, we did that. Look, all that water you raised is only gonna last 2 weeks at most, and then what, Fred? What are you gonna do then?
Well, no, actually, I don't know if you know anything about that, but it's not that they just drive a truck of water to them. Actually, 360 people in villages are going to get renewable sources of water. So they're actually going to they're going to drill wells. They're going to give them water purification tools. It's not that they're just driving a truck of water to them like the pool in The Simpsons. You know how they drive that truck full of water in The Simpsons with the pool? It's not like that. It's not like a giant semi-truck with like a giant jug of water on it. They're actually going to like build tools that are going to help them access water for years to come. Have you done any research on this charity?
Listen. So what's the point? Okay. What's the point? I mean, all of a sudden now, oh, you want to feed these random kids in Africa? Oh, all of a sudden, come on, man.
We
You
thought it
see
would be
through
a
that
good thing
bullshit.
to do. I don't see how you've proved any of this, but no, actually, we wanted to help people. We noticed that there are people that view the show. There are people that interact with us on a daily basis. What if we spread attention to this? As a matter of fact, we had the community manager from Charity Water, Nina Narima, fantastic woman, came out and talked to us and said, yeah, we sure fooled her with $10,000. We just fooled her, man. She came on. She said we did a great job. It's easy to Google search us. She didn't.
It makes you look nice for a couple of weeks.
Thank you.
She doesn't know. Come on, you're fooling these other people.
She doesn't have access to Google.
She has what?
She doesn't have access to Google, is what you're saying?
She listens to you and she buys into your shit. Come on.
All right. So she's a detractor too? She's a hater?
What's your problem with Dark Side Phil?
No. We'll get to that. I need to know this.
Are you telling me right now?
I need to know this, Sammy. Sammy, I need to know this. Do you think that Nina Narima is a detractor?
I don't know who the hell that is, and I don't really care.
She came on the podcast and talked with us about our charity campaign.
So why does she need to come on the podcast?
Because she was going to explain what's going to happen next. She was going to explain the different things that they do. She was
and you can't do that in private?
Well, she's the community manager.
You need to publicly gloat your charities?
It's not gloating. It's actually giving information to the people that donated to us so that they know where their money went.
We all know where the money goes.
No, we don't.
I mean, this is obvious.
No, we don't. She actually gave us a heads up that it's going to go to Ethiopia before we even got the report that it is going to actually go there. So she actually was able to give us
there, and then what? Who they drink the water, right?
They do drink the water. They drill wells. They provide water purification tools so that they can constantly get access to water over a period of years, possibly their lifetimes.
Well, good for them. They're going to drink up.
Great for them. But again, this
But you're
idea
trying to
was
make
hatched.
you're trying to make yourself look like the saints, the good guy.
That is not
the good guys.
It was not even a thing for Phil's Patreon before the original Charity Water campaign launched for the Kojima World Order. So they're not related. That would mean that we said, oh, yeah, in a year he might, or actually this was 2 years before, he might do some sort of crowdfunding. So let's get this water charity out there.
What's next now? It's fall season. Phil is it's his prime time. Is the hardcore extreme gaming season. So what are you gonna do now?
What are we gonna do now?
He's gonna be making a shit ton of money this fall.
I don't know. I mean, he's got a Patreon account. Don't you think that he is struggling in some way?
Struggling how?
Well, apparently his bread and butter business isn't exactly cutting it. So he needs to essentially ask people to donate money to him, like you.
He's doing just fine. I mean, isn't that what you said 2 years ago, Fred? Isn't that what you said a couple of years ago where Phil's views are getting down? He wouldn't last. He's not going to last 2 years. And now 2 years later, you're saying the same shit.
I wasn't saying anything 2 years ago as far as the DSP
Well, that's
community.
what your community was saying as an overall, like Phil's reputation.
Okay. I can't speak to everything that they were saying. There's a lot of people. That's the thing. That's exactly my point. There's a lot of people, Sammy.
Yeah, so?
Where do you think these people come from?
Look, you want to talk some real shit to me or no?
I'm talking with you right now.
So why don't you tell me DSP is doing just fine, so what is it going to take to take him out?
We're not trying to take him out.
Yes,
so
you
I can't
are.
Prove to me that we're trying to take him out. You've been repeating this over and over and over again.
But you can't. All you can do is talk about him week in, week out. That's all you're going to do. DSP said this. DSP said that.
We actually
DSP doing this. DSP's doing that. I mean, when does it become redundant, Fred?
I don't know.
When,
Apparently,
at what point does it become redundant?
I don't know. Maybe you should ask the people that are watching. I mean, you apparently watch the show, right? You don't like us, but
I
you watch
watched
the
the
show.
last. All right, I'll admit I watched the last 4 episodes. That's it.
And you apparently didn't like it, and you still watched it anyway. Doesn't that make you, in your words, mentally ill? Would you like me to pull up the post?
What are you talking about now? What garbage are you spewing now?
Well, I'm actually referencing the garbage that you're usually spewing on the forums. Let me grab the mentally ill line, and let's see here.
But you don't see me making 2-hour montages on you guys or LeBron James or people I don't like.
No, but you'll make
I don't
a post
spend
on the
2 hours
forum.
and then invite my friends and oh, let's laugh at this for 2 hours. That's retarded.
Okay. You love to use that language, retarded, mentally ill. That's a little offensive to people, right?
It's an uncensored debate, Fred. That's what your people wanted, so let's just give it to them.
That's what you wanted. You challenged us to this. And then you made it very difficult for us to get
Okay,
you
that's
here.
what I wanted.
Okay, that's what you wanted. All right.
So is there a problem? Are you offended?
No, there's a difference between having censorship and just having, class, just being a civilized person.
Yeah, okay, Freddie.
What?
We're shooting the shit.
Yeah.
So is there anything else you want to talk about?
There's lots of things that I want to talk about. How about this? Let's use this post
And
from you.
I'm talking about important things, not stupid shit like forum posts here and
Well,
there.
these
from
are things
years
that you
ago.
say. These are
I'm not
ideas.
talking about random comments on YouTube.
Okay.
I'm talking about the overall DSP situation.
Okay. But these are things, these are ideas and thoughts that you've expressed that I can reference so that I can try to talk about things that you have said. Like, you're trying to say we're trying to take down Phil, but you haven't expressed how. We're showing your thoughts and opinions, and we're showing you how. Here's one. When will you understand that he's saying mentally ill in self-defense? Phil and his fans are not the aggressors. It's been that way since day one, and by day one, I mean 2008. So
You're taking a post out of reference out of like several months ago that I made. How am I supposed to remember that?
So you don't believe something?
You're just taking random posts and trying to like combine it all together and trying to make me look, like a doofus.
Yeah, I don't need to do anything for you to look like that here, man.
So why are you failing, Fred?
Failing at what?
Putting him out of business.
We're not trying to put him out of business.
But you can't, even if you tried, right?
We're not trying to put him out of business.
But you can't, right?
I don't know. We're not trying to. We can't speak to if
How
we
long
can
is
do
it going to
something.
take?
We can't speak to if we can do something if we're not even trying to do something.
Okay, how about this?
Can you fly?
If DSP is gone, let's put it this way. If DSP comes to us, the fans, and tells us, look, guys, this YouTube thing is not working out. I'm going to have to go do something else. If he were to come to us and say that to us, Fred, you would be a fucking hero. You would be a bigger legend than Solid Snake himself.
Wow.
I would be the first to come on your podcast and tell you, you guys, you bums of Kojima, you were right.
Okay. Somebody timestamp that for me, please. You guys on YouTube, or you guys in the stream, please timestamp for this for me. Thank you.
But if he doesn't, if he's still on YouTube, man, this whole podcast is all fluff.
Okay, this podcast is for people's entertainment, for us to have fun, for us. Yeah,
but half the time you're talking about DSP.
That's true. Half the time. The other half is what?
Is what? You telling me? I don't listen to that garbage.
You listen to 4 episodes.
Just when you talk about DSP, that's all.
Really?
And that one episode with Reverend God, and that one. So a total of 5 episodes I watched.
Reverend God. Okay. What do you think about Reverend God?
I don't know him.
Okay. How about this then? All right, let's talk about the notion of like making fun of people and stuff like that, all right? Here's you on the forums again.
By the way, I'm not watching the stream.
Okay, that's fine. I'm linking
I have
these things
something
to
else
you.
on.
Okay, I'm linking these things to you as well. Here's you, May 7th. You actually linked to This Is How You Don't Play of Low Tier God on the forums, breaking the rules, of course. But you say, I take it some of you have never heard of Low Tier God. That guy takes trash talking to a whole new level. DSP is a pope compared to him. So it seems as though you watch people that you don't like, and you're willing to post to This Is How You Don't Play.
So now you're starting to analyze my post just like how you did with DSP. Now you're trying to analyze DSP fan post.
No,
Come on, Fred.
I'm preparing for a debate that you challenged me to. So
What's there to prepare about? We're just talking.
You said you didn't tell me that this was quote unquote
Yeah,
shooting
but
the
I'm telling
shit
you right
until
now,
literally in the
shit,
call.
and you can't do shit
So
about
throw out.
DSP.
So you want me to throw out all of the evidence and all the research that I did to prepare for this, because you're quote unquote shooting the shit.
Do what you gotta do, but I'm telling you, man, if DSP is not gone by the end of 2015, this podcast is nothing, man.
That doesn't make any sense.
So what are you gonna talk about?
We talk about gaming for half of the podcast, I would assume.
But nobody comes on your podcast to listen about gaming.
Yes,
nobody is on the edge of the seat to know about that. Retrospective gaming is doing a speed run of Spyro the Dragon. Nobody gives two shits about that.
Well, first of all, that's Freddy Fazfuck that does those. But we don't talk about ourselves as much when we talk about the gaming. We talk about news stories, or we talk about...
Nobody comes on your podcast for news story. They go on IGN, they'll go on GameSpot, they go on somewhere else. They don't come on your podcast for that shit. They come on it for the drama.
Yeah, but then we give...
For the gossip.
But then we give our analysis, our interpretations of the news, sort of our...
Yeah, but that's all you're going to do. You're going to analyze and dissect DSP's every word, every tweet, every post, and you're just going to keep going on with that, right?
Well, like I said, we do half Phil, we do half gaming, technology,
so what's
stuff
the
like that.
point in all
Matter
of
of fact,
this?
this episode, we've got a lot of stuff to talk about. Did you know that they found liquid water on Mars?
What's the point?
The
DSP
point,
is still
sorry, I was
on
typing in the
YouTube.
chat. Sorry, I was typing in the chat real quick. That was my fault. So what we're doing is we're having fun, and we're having a podcast that entertains people, right? I think somebody said there's like 370 people here, which is fantastic. I know, they came to see you, right?
Come on, we'll get to your point.
So you're asking what we're doing, and what I said is that we are having fun. We're doing a podcast that we enjoy to do, and we're entertaining people in the process.
Entertainment. That's what you call this?
I would assume so. I mean, there's people that come back. We consistently do hundreds of viewers live, and then thousands on YouTube after the fact. So I would assume people like to watch it.
Well, look, that's fine, man.
Okay.
That's fine. People are going to do what they want to do. I don't really give a damn about what your stooges and minions are up to. That's none of my business.
Okay.
I'm here for you, Freddy. I want you to understand. I want you to understand that no matter what you say and do about DSP, at the end of the day, he's still on YouTube and still getting paid to play games, and there's not a damn thing you can do about it.
Okay. We're not trying to do anything about it.
But you can't.
But we're not trying to.
So what's the point of all this?
To have a fun podcast that people enjoy to watch.
1 year, Fred? 1 year you've been doing this?
Mm-hmm. One fun-filled year of meeting new people and having a good time and giving back to the people that watch it. All that kind of good stuff. And I didn't even bring up the water charity because I'm sure that you would bitch about that. So we'll leave that off the table.
Already covered that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to go in more details about that later on.
Thank you.
So if DSP is not gone by the end of 2015, nobody's going to take you seriously anymore, Fred.
I mean, possibly you won't, but I don't see how that makes a difference with anyone else.
Does it ever get redundant when it comes to DSP?
No, he does something fun and interesting almost every day.
Okay, so what if he were to go on a vacation?
Okay. You
And
mean like a
you were
steak?
to go
You
on
mean
a
like the
6 month, hold
staycation,
on,
right?
6 month vacation on an island somewhere
He would never
with
do that.
with Liana, and they're drinking coconut juice. They're on a yacht.
Okay.
They're listening to music.
Uh-huh.
And meanwhile, over here on your podcast, what would you fill that first 90 minutes with? What would you talk about?
Well, you see, we could talk about the Instagram pictures of the coconut juice. We can talk about the numerous vlogs that would come out. Because do you think that the guy is going to go 6 months without any content on his channel? So we can watch those. We can, laugh about those. And then we can talk about gaming. Like I said, we've had episodes where it's been light on the Phil stuff and we've gotten to the gaming stuff right away. So, yeah, we have a track record of doing that.
Have fun with that, Fred.
We are.
Have fun.
We are. And we have been.
Fred, I want to give you good luck in your YouTube career, in your Twitter career. Good luck, man.
Thank you. But it's not a career.
It's a job.
It is not even a job. It's a hobby. It's something that.
Oh, by the way, do you have a job?
Yes.
I asked you earlier.
Yes.
Well, what do you do?
I sell cellular cell phones.
You sell cell phones.
Yes.
Are you struggling at work?
No, actually, sales are great.
Well, that's great. That's just great.
Thank you.
But remember
Do you
one
have
thing.
a job?
Yes.
What do
I
you
work
do?
at Whole Foods.
You work at Whole Foods. Do you bag
I'm a juicer.
groceries? What's that?
I'm a juicer.
Oh, so
I put the
you
juice in the
juicing.
drinks.
Goddamn right. You can work for me if you're juicing.
You trying to be funny, Fred?
Yeah, I thought you were trying to be funny.
Go ahead and make fun of Phil right now.
We're talking to you.
Okay, make fun of Phil. Isn't this what it's about? Isn't this why I'm here?
No, we dedicated this time to specifically debate you and any sort of claims that you've had. In this time, you've said that we're trying to take down Phil. You didn't prove that. You then said that because Phil's not gone, our podcast is useless or whatever else. I responded that we do
It's
gaming
pointless.
stuff too. Yeah.
That's right.
So that's about it. But we did
In
learn something.
2016, in 2016, if DSP is still on YouTube, come on, man. This podcast. I mean, what is it gonna take to take him out? You know what I mean?
Again, we're not trying to take him out.
It looks like it. It sure as hell looks like it.
In what way? What do we do?
In a lot of ways, Fred.
Okay.
In a lot of ways, which I will reveal shortly.
Why didn't you do that tonight? Why didn't you prepare tonight for this one? This was a debate that you challenged me to, I think 2 weeks ago. You've had 2 weeks to prepare. I actually really didn't prepare until today because I didn't know for sure that you were coming. And yeah, so you had a lot of time to prepare for this, man. And you said it was a long time coming, almost a year. I guess you had almost a year to prepare.
I only found out about your podcast a couple of months ago.
Okay, so you had a couple of months ago to prepare.
So I just thought, let's get this Freddy boy on his stream and just talk.
Okay, but you didn't prepare for it whatsoever, I can tell.
I don't need to prepare. What do I need to prepare about?
Well,
I'm
like
talking
if you
to
wanted
face to face. I'm talking to you directly.
Well, like if let's say like you wanted to prove like, oh, you guys are trying to take down Phil, I would have expected maybe like some sort of screen cap or something to substantiate that.
I don't need to do all that.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I do have proof.
Okay.
I do have proof.
But it's coming on the podcast.
You're gonna have to wait for it.
Okay. Can any of us be? Is it just gonna be you, or can we be there for this podcast?
Look at you, already preparing, huh, Fred?
No, I honestly
Already waiting for this thing. I mean, it's gonna be one and only podcast, not 50. I don't need 50.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, just wait for it. When I have time, you'll find out.
Okay. Can I come on that I would love to come on that podcast with you. I really do enjoy interacting with you. It's a lot of fun.
No, I think I'm gonna expose this without you. It's
Okay.
gonna be more fun.
Okay.
you're gonna try to defend yourself. You're gonna try, oh, we didn't do this. You're gonna pull up some random post. It's not gonna work.
All right. Well, um,
So
again,
that
I wish
Patreon
you.
is that Patreon is going good.
Is it?
I just want to say before I leave, I want to say that Patreon is going pretty good. He's raising enough to cover his mortgage, at
Well,
least most of it.
why does the Patreon exist
Mortgage
at all if he's
payments.
doing so well?
What?
Why does the Patreon exist at all if he's doing so well?
So, because it's a website, people use Patreon
So his Patreon page exists because it's a website.
because it's a service. People are gonna use it, are they not? Is DSP the only one on Patreon?
No, well, I'm asking you, okay, why is Phil using that service if he's doing so well?
Because he wants to.
Oh,
Why
okay.
are other people using it?
Well, it might be because they're struggling in some way and they need that funding to be able to continue what they want to do for a living in the long term, as Phil would say. Thank you for supporting me so that I can continue to do this as a career in the long term.
It's going pretty good.
But if his career is doing so well, would he not need this Patreon service?
Patreon is just a bonus, Freddie. It's just a bonus.
Okay. So
It's
you're here telling me.
He's making money on Patreon and YouTube. And have you noticed, by the way, have you noticed that even if his views are low, he's more calm. He's more relaxed than ever.
Really?
He's a hell of a lot more patience than say 5 years ago.
Did you watch his Soma playthrough?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. You mean that was the one where he was going to rage quit the game several times when he didn't have the stream chat to help him? Did
The
you watch his
stream
Hotline
chat
Miami?
to help him. He uses a stream chat because he can. It's his channel.
Okay. Did you watch his Hotline Miami playthrough where he was very not calm?
So yeah, I watched it.
Do you watch his fighting game playthroughs where he's very not calm?
That was years ago.
No, he did Mortal Kombat X.
That's just one instance here and there.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
I'm talking about on a
the Street
regular
Fighter 5.
basis.
He did the Street Fighter 5 beta.
Yeah, I saw that. He didn't rage quit.
No, I didn't say that he rage quit. I'm saying that he's not calm.
He's more patient. I don't know if you noticed, but you said you don't watch his videos, right? I do. I'm a casual fan. I'm telling you, even though the views are down, his frame of mind is like a much better compared to previous years. You have
Okay.
to understand that.
Okay. Let me
So that tells me he's doing just fine. So if he rage quits here and there, who really gives a shit? Personally, I like it.
Okay, that's fine. And if that's what you like, that's what you like. What I'm just trying to ask you if he's doing so well as you claim and that, this negativity in your mind is designed to take him down or whatever or harm his business. If he's doing so well, why would he then need extra income?
Because he just wants it.
Oh, but he claims that he needs it. He claims that this will allow him to continue to
Okay,
do
he
this long
needs it.
term.
Yeah, so what's your point? He needs it.
Okay. So that signifies to me that his business is not doing as well as you would say.
7+ years, Fred.
Right. But in this 7th year, he's now taking Patreon donations. And as a matter of fact, earlier on, he was taking donations as well through PayPal.
That doesn't mean he's on the street. That doesn't mean he's a bum.
No
Okay.
one said anything about that.
He's still playing games. What are you gonna do about it?
He is. He is playing games. But I'm just trying to get your opinion on, if he's doing well. That's what you told us. You said he's doing so well, there's nothing we can do about it. And what I'm trying to say is that he's actually
I'm
not doing
saying-
well. His views are going down. Machinima renegotiated his contract. You know that, right? They actually renegotiated his contract and gave him less money. The reason why he stays with them is because they offer him a managed partnership so that he can not really have to worry about copyright.
So what's the problem?
The problem is me.
He's doing just fine. Okay, look, he's not making money like he was in 2010. That I admit he's not doing that good, but he's doing just steady. He's doing just fine.
Okay.
And
Um.
quite frankly, I don't really, like I said, I'm a casual fan.
hmm
I'm not really concerned about his finances like you are.
Okay. Yes,
I'm
you
in it for
are.
the videos.
You are
I'm in
concerned
it for
about
the
his.
videos.
You are concerned about his finances because you've given him over $160 on Patreon.
Yeah, but that's it. I mean, that's not a lot.
$160?
That's not a lot. I'm not giving him thousands and thousands of
That's more
dollars,
than most fans give
like
to.
other
That's more
patrons.
than most fans give directly to.
And
Uh,
that's not that much, really.
all right. Let me ask you something about Patreon. You have a forum post where you talked about the fact that you don't like the title "auspicious Patreon." Um, can you go into a little bit of detail about that? Why you don't like that title?
Why does that concern you, Freddie?
Because
Why does
Because I'm talking to
that,
you.
that's I mean, that's just like that's not even a big concern.
Okay.
You know, that's not an issue.
Okay. I'm just asking you as a patron. We're talking about his Patreon now. You said that you don't like the auspicious patron title, that you prefer to be a most respected patron. What is your opinion then on having two distinct titles? Someone that donates more is considered a most respected patron, and someone like you, a long-term fan, someone that cares about him doing well and likes his content, your donations make you an auspicious patron and not a most respected patron.
Uh-huh.
How does that make you feel?
That I'm an auspicious patron
Mm-hmm.
makes me feel nothing. It's a silly forum. Who cares at the end of the day?
Well,
It's just a
you
title. I was just posting that because you know, I do prefer the most respected patron. I do prefer that. But you know, at the end of the day, it is what it is.
But if you're going to post a thread about it, that obviously means you want to express that in a way that could possibly make a difference.
This doesn't really concern me. You know, this is
But
not a
it's a
big
post
deal,
that you
Fred.
made.
But yeah, that was months ago. I don't really care about it. I like the auspicious patron
Okay.
title.
All right.
I like it.
All right. Can I get your
Are you
opinion
happy?
on Can I get your opinion on Project 7?
Project 7, huh?
Yes.
What do you know? What do you want to know about?
I want to get your opinion on Project 7. I saw some people in the chat wanted me to ask you about it. So,
See, the thing about Project 7 is I didn't donate the 75 perk level.
okay.
So I don't really give a damn if Project 7 didn't come out. I donated for the shirts. He gave me the shirts. And
Okay.
that's all that matters.
Okay. I'm asking about Project 7, though, in general. What do you think about the fact that it was indefinitely delayed, that no refunds were given out, that kind of stuff?
You know, I'm not gonna dwell on that, Freddie.
Okay.
It is what it is. I'm a patient guy. I'll wait for it. Um, you know, shit happens.
Do you think that maybe he should have refunded those patrons?
There's no way to refund.
Really?
Yep.
Well, um, I
What?
there are several examples where you can refund. As a matter of fact, I have a forum post from you, April 26th. If for some reason Project 7 doesn't work out, I'm sure he can refund the money back to those two or three people.
Well, Project 7 is on hold. Do you know what that means, Fred? It's
Yes.
on hold. It's
And
not ended. It's on hold. So next year, you know, if things start to look good, he'll do it.
okay.
Are you patient enough? Are you patient for Project 7? I know
No,
you're not.
I'm not. I don't really care
I know you're
about.
going to talk about it until the next 6 months, right?
No, I mean we did our Let's Endure. This is the first time I'm bringing it up, just because I'm actually. Oh, somebody said we just beat DSP on viewers. Oh, so we're doing pretty well. What do you think about that, Sammy?
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you, and thank you for helping make this happen. I appreciate it.
You know, I'd rather be on here to discuss more important issues and, you know, put you in your place
Absolutely.
than
And
watch the stream.
and I and several people watching love to have you here and stuff like that. You should come some other time too. We can continue on this discussion. What do you think?
No, this is the one and only. So, I don't have time for that.
You are
shit.
definitely the one and only. You are a unique person. All right, let's move on then, I guess. Let's grab this. All right, so
And my
yes.
time is running low. I want to go back to watch DSP's Ask the King if he's doing that. So
Oh,
listen,
come on.
can we wrap
This is
this
the
up?
one. This is the one and only. Can you please give us more of your time?
Ready? Let's wrap this up right now.
Let's not wrap it up. Let's continue on. So
I'll give you 5 more minutes.
all right. Let's reference one other idea that you've brought up. You've said that he absolutely needs the 1080p camera for vlogs and Project 7. His current camera is 1080i, which is not as good. Now, you realize that...
Okay, so...
You realize that, 1080i and 1080p don't have that much of a difference, and you can actually use software, specifically in Adobe Premiere, to interlace it so that it will be much like 1080p. But this camera is the elusive goal, right? So when he canceled Project 7, he had an extra $250 that he took, and he claims that he put it back into the goals. But what happened is he lowered... Why is this doing this? This is not like a plate. Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. I'm messing with the gameplay. So what happened was
listening.
He did not take that $250 and put it towards the camera. What he did is he took the $250, he made a discount and said, well, if you buy me this camera, it'll be $250 less. But that money ended up going in his pocket. That extra $250 that he made.
Yeah, it did.
Are you okay with that?
It did. Yeah, I'm okay. That's his money. He can do whatever the fuck he wants to do with his money. And by the way, since I didn't donate to the Patreon, the Project 7 goal, it doesn't affect me, so I don't really care.
Yeah, but don't you think that it was dishonest that he put up his Project 7 perk for $12.50? He said that he was going to work on it. He actually took no time into it. He told you guys in the patrons only thread that he was going to work on it, and the next day he actually canceled it on you guys.
Not on me. It doesn't affect me. I'm in it for the gameplay videos. I'm not in it to analyze and dissect his his goals and math and all that shit like you do.
Okay.
You're an expert at that, right?
Not really.
But you really dig into it. You really dissect it. You really take it out of context.
Not really. I mean, what context is there? The context that you gave me is you don't care. That's his money to spend. If he tells people that he's going to do something and he doesn't come through on it, he can just still keep the money anyway. It doesn't matter. And what I'm saying is that was something that required some analysis, as you would put it. That's something that people were upset about. KG was mad at sorry, my apologies. K Jillian was very mad about it. Do you remember that? He was real mad about it.
So what do you want me to do about it?
What I'm asking you is, what do you think about this situation? How could you possibly think that it's just fine? It's just fine that, well, he took the $250 and he pocketed it. Nothing ended up happening with it. Like, how can you possibly say that that's fine? That to me communicates that you don't care what Phil does in any way, shape, or form, as long as he keeps the content coming. Is that fair to say?
Listen, I'm gonna put it like this. Since I didn't donate to the Project 7 goal, I don't really care.
But you did, though. Your money was part of the sum of money. No.
That wasn't. I didn't donate to the Project 7. I donated to the shirts, and I got my shirts, and that's what matters.
Yeah, but the Project 7 was a milestone. The Project 7 was a milestone goal, and that was the accumulation of all the donations, including yourself. You were part of that.
I didn't donate $75.
No. But you were part of the milestone goal that made him allegedly able to.
What do you want me? Okay, what's the point? What do you want me to do about it?
Well, I'm asking you how you can just possibly write that off and say, well, it's his money. He can do whatever he wants with it.
And I'm telling you, it doesn't really affect me.
Okay.
Now, look, but on the flip side, if, let's say I gave him the money for the Project 7 t-shirts, right?
Okay.
And he didn't give me the shirts. I didn't get the package. Then Fred, I would be upset. Then I would be then I would stop donating to his Patreon.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Right. Do you think it's wrong if other people stopped donating to his Patreon based on Project 7 being canceled and them donating for Project 7?
That doesn't really make sense. People are not donating for Project 7.
The people that donated $75 did.
They're donating just because they want to, for the hell of it.
But Phil is actually putting out different things that he's saying you will get if you donate to him. And Phil himself has gone on record and said that, well, I don't want handouts. I want to earn my living. I want to be, I want to be able to provide something back for this donation. So Phil himself is against that sort of, mindset that you're presenting.
Okay, Freddie, I think I know where you're getting at. Are you a little jealous of this whole Patreon thing that Phil's doing?
No, not at all. In fact,
you keep talking about it.
Right. Well, it's a hot button.
Are you a little envy? Are your bums of Kojima a little jealous that
No.
Phil's, is working out?
No, it's not that. No, he's definitely not working out. What it is that this is something that you
the
specifically...
Project 7, the Patreon is working out for him.
Okay.
Since he started, is it not?
Not really.
What? You're gonna go back to the Project 7 thing?
No, I'm gonna reference the fact that in 10 months he made $10,000, and the only really thing he has to show for it is a microphone and some soundproofing foam behind him.
And hell of a lot of videos and creations. Are you missing that out? Are you missing on that? The videos he puts out?
Yeah, but he would have done those anyway. A lot of these different things, with these montages and stuff like that, he was going to do those anyway. And in fact, here's something that I'd love to get your opinion on. He will actually take less focus off of a Patreon goal if it's not producing views. He did that with Yakuza. He started to give that a back seat. He's now doing that with Alan Wake, where he only put out one part of the Alan Wake montage that he took $750 in for, and now next month you have to pay him another $750 for him to continue on with that montage series. And he said, if you remember, in the patrons only section, that he will take views into account, even though when he does these patrons playthroughs, he says in the pre-stream that I'm not going to worry about the views. The views don't matter because this is patron funded. He said that repeatedly, that the funding completely makes views a non-issue, right? But he will actually
okay.
He will actually cut content if it doesn't get the views, and he'll go back to focusing on things that he feel will get him the views.
Right. So,
do you think that that's okay?
Yeah. Okay. Why not? It doesn't look. It doesn't affect me. So why should I care?
All right. How about this then? Let's move on to this. Is there anything that he does that you don't like? What does affect you? What can you say? Or is he just sort of perfect?
What I don't like about him?
Yes.
I didn't like that he didn't finish the GTA heist.
I did actually get a forum post to back that up. So what is it about the heist that you didn't like?
What else is there to say? I didn't like that he didn't finish.
Should he have?
I didn't like. It's no big deal now, but I would have liked him to finish it.
Do you think that he did not finish the heist because of views?
I don't know. I don't know what the reason is, but because I don't look too deeply into it like you do.
Okay.
I just found out that he stopped doing it, and I was a little disappointed, and I said, okay, let's just move on to the next, whatever, next thing. And that's it.
Okay. how about you started a thread? You started a post where you talked about you're waiting for him to release the entire stream of 1886. What is it about the full chunk of gameplay instead of these chopped up bits that make it more enjoyable for you? Why would you wait for that?
That was a long time ago.
I'm asking you why
Does
you
it
felt
even
that way.
matter now, Fred? You're digging up the past. Let's focus on the now. Let's focus right now and the future.
I'm trying to get to things that might be a problem for you, and that you
So
expressed.
what if I didn't post a damn thing on the forum? What would you talk? What would you say then? I mean, what would you look up then if I didn't post anything on YouTube or his forum?
Well, let me just respond to that. The SoK water charity was in the past too, right?
And yeah,
Okay, that was a big thing that you talked about.
yeah, but that's a bigger issue than 1886.
Well, the big issue is that I'm here talking with you now, and I'm bringing up things that you said. That seems like a pretty pertinent issue.
Yeah, but that's a really minor thing, and
So anything that I say is just a
wasting
minor.
my time.
Right. So anything I say is just a minor issue. It just doesn't matter. But anything that you say should be taken with all sincerity and should require no proof other than just you saying that it is the way it is.
I'm looking at the bigger picture, Fred.
Okay.
Help
me with the
I'm
bigger
looking
picture.
at your podcast right now and the future, and I'm trying to figure out your frame of mind, where you're headed now. What's your goal with this podcast?
My goal of the podcast is to continue to provide a podcast that makes people happy and entertains them and gives us a way to give back to all the people that are supportive of us and we interact with all the time. And we get to meet cool new people. There's a lot of people that called into the podcast that we talk to on a regular basis now. And I don't know if we could have done that without the podcast.
Yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit.
How?
You're talking about DSP and you want him off YouTube. I've seen your posts. I've seen your Twitter and all that other shit you do. You always talk about how he's, on YouTube making money, sitting on his ass. Now it doesn't get a real job.
Okay.
Yeah, you're bitter. Let's just face it, you're bitter.
No, not at all. We have a lot of fun doing this. I don't think that bitter people would have a fun time. I think that people come here. They are, positive. There's a great vibe in the chat all the time. Alice actually talks with people before the stream even goes live. There's a really great community here. I don't see any bitterness at all.
I'm just saying.
I actually think that you're
person,
bitter. I think that you're bitter about what we're doing.
I'm just saying the outside person, it just looks like you're bitter and you're always talking about DSP doing this, he's doing that, but really, he's not doing nothing wrong. He's doing nothing wrong, Fred. He's still on YouTube 7+ years.
Okay. So because he's been on YouTube 7+ years, he's never done anything wrong.
The Minecraft thing, I'll give you that. The Minecraft thing, he kind of, fucked up.
Okay. How about in Mortal Kombat X when he told his followers to go spam and harass Evil Table?
Well, he deserved it.
Oh.
Yeah, he deserved it.
Because?
Because why do you think? The guy is a fucking asshole.
Okay. So Phil should be able to leverage thousands of people to go harass somebody just because that person made him upset?
It is what it is. I don't think the people actually went out and did something. Phil just reacted.
Okay. How about Phil trying to hinder free speech and freedom of expression to try to take down our This How You Don't Play parody videos?
Look, Phil is just a regular person. He's a middle class person. He's not some fucking like those. He's not MLK. He's not, Hitler. He's not Donald Trump or these other cocky assholes.
That's an incredible.
He's a regular person.
That is just an incredible way to move those goalposts. So because he's not Martin Luther King or because he's not Hitler, that just puts him in a completely separate category of just regular people.
He's a regular person. Look, just admit it,
We're
Fred.
regular people too then, right?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is you found a scapegoat. You're using DSP as a scapegoat for your everyday frustrations.
Not really.
Yes, really. You and your bums of Kojima. That's what it looks like.
Okay.
And that's what it is.
That's what it looks like, and therefore that is what it is factually.
Yeah.
Do you have any proof for that?
I don't need proof. You can tell.
That is the catchphrase of the night here, ladies and gentlemen. Quote, I don't need proof.
We can just tell. I have a gut feeling, Freddie. You're using him as a scapegoat. Just admit it.
No, we don't use him as a scapegoat.
That's complete bullshit.
Okay, I mean, just because you say it doesn't make it true. You're telling us what our intention is. I'm telling you what my intention is, and you're telling me that it's bullshit. I mean, I don't know how we can move forward.
Why don't we move forward right now and tell me what you're going to do if DSP is not gone by the end of 2015?
If DSP is not gone by the end of 2015, I'm not going to do anything different.
You're going to continue.
Yeah, we're going to do the podcast.
But it's redundant.
To you.
To everybody.
There's more people here.
If it's not working, if you can't take them out, what is there to celebrate about? What is there to, gloat about? What is there to be happy about?
We're happy about the community. We're happy about all the friends that we're making. We're happy about doing a podcast that people enjoy. We're happy about joking around with each other.
Okay, and DSP is happy and his fans are happy too.
He doesn't seem all that happy. As a matter of fact, oh my God, I'm so glad that you actually segued me to this. You actually made a post very, very recently.
Here we go again. You're gonna dig up something.
No.
I said out of context.
No,
and
it's so good.
Come on, do your thing, Fred. Do your thing.
You referenced that. Do you remember that fan video where he's like dancing with the pitchers?
You're damn right. I remember that.
Okay. Now you reference here's the post. April 29th. He looks so free and happy for once. Okay?
Yeah. So
does that
what?
sound okay for you to say that him dancing with those pitchers makes him seem so free and happy for once? Do you really think that you can consider him to be a happy guy?
I've actually not seen his reaction quite like that in the past 8 years I've been watching him, Freddie.
Yeah.
So he looked happy, even if it was acting.
Okay. But if he's acting...
Why can't you give him some credit there?
Wait a minute. You made a claim that he's so happy and that he's such a happy guy. And here you say that for one single solitary moment, you finally saw him happy. Why would you point that out if he normally doesn't look happy?
Well, he didn't look happy in the past few years. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty significant, don't you think?
So what do you got now? What do you got?
I'm asking you, how then can you say that he's happy?
No, why did you say oh?
Because you're saying that, well, he hasn't been happy for the past few years. That's a considerable amount of time to not be happy if he is happy.
Here you go again with the twisting my shit. He looked happy in that video. Is that such a bad thing?
No. I'm asking you. You said that he's generally happy. You said that he's a happy guy and stuff. You used it to sort of make fun of us. Like, oh, he's fucking happy. Man, you guys didn't do shit to him. He's so happy.
And he's gonna continue to be happy. And there's not a damn thing you can do.
You just said he hasn't been happy for the past couple of years. How is he continuing to be happy?
He just is.
Okay.
I'm watching his gameplay. He's having fun. He's having fun.
Then you're happy. That makes you happy, not him.
Look, he is having fun.
Yeah.
Playing games. He's doing his thing.
I'm having fun too.
That feeds off. That feeds off to the fans.
Okay. But he's happy.
I don't really care if he is or not, as long as he's putting out gameplay videos, as long as he's entertaining me That's all that matters.
Okay.
And me as in, as the fans.
Okay. Sammy, do you think that there is room to be in the middle? Do you think that it's just
No.
Phil versus his haters, or do you think that there's a middle ground?
Look, you can, like I said, you can hate him if you want. You can make fun of him,
Uh-huh.
but you can't put him out of business. You
Again,
can't.
it's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you if you think that
That's your whole plan, Freddie. That's your whole plan.
My whole plan is to ask you this question and then to get you to answer it.
Spit it out.
Do you think that there are people in the middle? Do you think that it's just Phil and his fanboys versus the SoK and the detractors? Or do you think that there are people in the middle, casual fans, like you call yourself, that kind of stuff?
You're not in the middle.
Do you think that there is a middle?
There can be a middle.
There can be. Okay.
There could be, yeah.
Good.
So
perfect. Good. Because you actually say on April 29th, you are either with him or against him. There is no gray area. Make up your minds.
Well, that was back then.
Oh, a couple months ago.
That was back then. People. So whose side are you, in the middle or what? What's going on?
I'm just asking you if you think that there's a middle. You seem to think that there are two distinct groups. There's either people that are with him or people that are against him, and I don't think
You're
that's
against
true.
him.
I mean,
you're against him.
We're critical of him.
You're trying to take him down, but it's not working.
You haven't
You're
proven
failing
that.
your community.
Sammy, you haven't proven that. You keep saying that you're going to prove that on your podcast, but you're here now. And you knew that you were going to be here now for almost 2 weeks now, maybe more.
You know what? I'm going to prove it on my podcast.
Man, you take after Phil. You're plugging your podcast here and saying that all this shit that I've been saying, I will actually prove all that stuff at a later date on my podcast. What kind of shit is that?
What are you proving about me, Fred?
I'm proving that you're very inconsistent, that you apparently have terrible memory loss, and that you will excuse anything that Phil does, provided that he continues to make videos that you enjoy.
I'm just a casual fan.
You are a casual.
I'm not a hardcore fan.
Okay. But do you
maybe
think
if I was a hardcore fan, I would have these deep memories about Phil, but I'm a casual fan.
I'm not asking you to have deep memories about Phil. I'm having you to have just any sort of recollection on stuff that you've said within the past 6 months.
Okay, so what did I say?
You said that Phil isn't happy, then you said that he was happy, and then here you're saying that there is no such thing as a middle ground, and you're saying here on the air tonight that there is a middle ground.
It depends. I mean, it depends on how you look at it. If you don't like them, that's fine. If you like them, that's fine.
Okay. So, being a casual fan, you watch his videos, you participate a lot on his forums, and you give him a lot of money on Patreon every month.
Right.
How does that make you a casual fan? In fact, I would think that would make you a hardcore fan. In fact, if you're willing to come on a pod, you're the only person that is pro-Phil, other than, we thought that TheAireaidLord was going to be pro-Phil. Lemon and Sly Spy were sort of anti-us, but not really exactly pro-Phil. You're the first person that's, like, outright pro-Phil, other than Revan, and you're coming here in, like, a confrontational way where you want to, like, take us on or shoot the shit or whatever you want to call it. You're coming to get me and all that stuff you said earlier.
Yeah.
Don't you think that puts you a little bit ahead? I mean, you've got all the different traits of a hardcore fan.
I'm pro-Phil, but I'm a casual fan. Are you not understanding this?
I'm not understanding it based on things that I see in terms of actions. Like, I hear you saying that you're just
a casual fan. It may look
like
that. It may look like that, but I'm a casual fan. I don't watch every single playthrough. I'm not giving him thousands of dollars.
Okay. So you're a casual fan that gives him hundreds
and I don't have thousands of posts on his forum.
No,
so
but
I'm a casual fan.
You have a lot of posts on his forums.
No, especially compared to the tweets. Your whole community. all those thousands and thousands of tweets. 380 is nothing.
It's hard
It's nothing.
it's hard to get a lot of posts on that forums unless you're being very, very positive towards Phil. Like the second that you say anything that's not pro Phil, you get banned. So it is very hard to last that long.
I'm just a fan.
Okay. Let me ask you this: how do you feel that he treats his fans, his casual fans, any of his fans? How do you feel that he treats them?
He treats them just fine, from what I've seen.
Do you remember friend request Witterkill?
Oh yeah, that was a good one. That's one of my favorites.
Do you remember? Were you in the chat by any chance a couple days ago when a fellow by the name of Tomas tried to tell him in his chat that people were defacing his Patreon page, and he actually told that person off?
Fred, I don't go to his chats.
Okay.
I actually think the chat is stupid, and I don't use it. I never use the chat once. I think the chat is stupid. I watch his playthroughs on demand. I don't watch live streaming. So no, I no.
Does that make you at all surprised or disappointed that he would tell off one of his fans for trying to help him?
Are you talking about the fan ridicule thing?
No, I'm talking about Tomas, a gentleman that actually
Who the fuck is Tomas?
Tomas is a longtime fan. It was the guy that actually told Phil about the copyright strikes when they were happening, so potentially really saved him from a lot of damage. And
Right.
when this guy then goes a couple days ago to let him know that people are defacing his Patreon page with pornographic images, he actually told that person off.
Phil told. Okay, so what does this have to do with me? I wasn't even in there. So
I'm asking how you
I
feel
don't
he
give a
treats
damn.
I'm asking.
I don't give a damn what he treats. As long as he's not shitting on. As long as Phil is not shitting on me and banning me on his forums, I really don't give a damn what he does to his other fans.
Okay, so you don't care how he treats his other fans?
Not really.
Gotcha. Looks like we covered Patreon. We covered how he treats his
Anything else
fans.
before we wrap this up? We've gone way too long, and I got shit to do.
But it was fun, Sammy. I think we should do this again sometime. People very much enjoyed this. Let's see. Let's see some thoughts from Sammy. What did I need Sammy's insight on?
Come on, Freddy.
I'm running out of ideas. There's just so much. How about? Oh, I got a good one. Do you remember when he attributed quotes to a journalist to call us mentally ill and stuff like that when he actually didn't?
Do you actually think you are do you think he's right?
No, I think I'm pretty mentally healthy. I think that I have a nice balance in life. I think that I'm pretty much at peace and at ease with myself and my personal relationships.
So it shouldn't bother you then? It shouldn't bother you?
No, I'm asking you about his particular conduct. What do you think about the time where he said that a journalist called us mentally ill when he actually didn't? And it wasn't only until that journalist called him out that he had to admit that he was wrong and that he made it up. The journalist's name was Patrick Klepek.
Okay, so what's your question?
How do you feel about that? What do you think about Phil's credibility?
I don't feel nothing about that. How does that affect me?
Well,
how does that, if he wants to call you guys mentally ill, I agree with him. I wholeheartedly agree with him. The bums of Kojima, look, they are. They're bitter. They're sad.
Okay.
And they're just gonna use DSP as a scapegoat for the rest of their lives.
So even after he's gone for the rest of our lives, we're gonna do that?
But as long as it's on YouTube, no shit.
All right. I want to circle back to one thing you sort of sidestepped. You called him a regular person when I asked you this question. What is your opinion on Phil censoring free speech and freedom of expression to take down "This is how you don't play" parody videos that are protected under fair use?
This is how you don't. Oh, those. Let me tell you something. Evil AJ 2010. He's doing all this work. He's original, right? He's the original creator.
Absolutely.
You're not even paying him, Freddie. You're not even paying him for his work. Come on, man. At least pay the guy. He's doing all this fucking work.
You want me to pay the guy?
It, it's it's a job. He's doing a job. You're the leader of this community.
Okay.
You're using him to make your "This Is How You Don't" plays.
So I should be
You're
signing
using
checks.
Evil AJ 2010.
I'm using him. He's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, but you're using him.
In
You've
what
been
way?
using him for the last 3 years.
Okay. In what way?
And he likes to work for free, by the way.
Yeah, he does.
He likes
We
to
all
work
do.
for free.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah, well, you're a sucker. That's why.
There's some people in the
You're a
community that
sucker.
don't. There's some people in the
who work
community
for
that
free. People who work for free are suckers.
Okay. But that's a hobby, right? So, like, if you go shoot hoops in your driveway, you don't expect to get paid for it, do you?
Not unless you make it professional.
Mm.
But yeah, so see,
We're not
you put all
professionals,
this time
though.
and
Again,
energy.
it's just
You-
a hobby.
It's not a hobby. It's work. Look, would you do graphic designing for free?
No. Not if I
So
was trying
why
to
are you
pursue
doing
that
this
as a
how you
job.
don't play? This is work.
No, it's not. It really isn't. It's a lot of fun. Have you ever? You've edited a video before. As a matter of fact, I remember the first video that you posted on the forums. People accused you of being me.
Yeah. Well, what video is that?
What a
Fred?
supportive community that you actually put
Which
a couple
video?
videos together. The I am the whatever you say I am with the Eminem song and stuff like that. You post that video.
That took me 5 minutes. That
Yeah.
literally took me 5 minutes.
Well, so did some of these
That's-
DSP trizits.
No, they take hours and hours and half a day. Come on, man.
Half a day. So you know this. You know how long it takes us to do stuff. I'm telling you, as a person that makes videos, exactly how long it takes me.
And I'm telling you, when I watched that Metal Gear Solid 3, this is how you. I didn't watch the whole thing, but that shit is like 3 hours.
Okay.
So that shit took a lot of time.
Maybe he did a little bit every day, here and there. AJ's a busy guy. He's got a job. He's got a lot of
busy
responsibilities.
doing this is how you don't play.
AJ's
He
an
should at least
adult
get a
with a
pay
lot.
for it.
He's an adult with a lot of responsibilities, so he did a little bit, and it was something that was fun for him.
Yeah, but he should get paid for it.
Well, I mean, if you think so, then that's fantastic. He doesn't think that he should get paid for it. That was his opinion, and that's, his stance.
Look,
on it.
I think that if you're doing work, if you're editing a shit ton of videos and you're putting effects and all this, I think that's work. That's you should, get compensation for that.
AJ in the chat literally right now just says that he would not like to get paid for that. And many of us don't want to get paid for it either out of principle.
Some people are suckers, I guess. All right, let's move on to one last thing. Is there anything you want to close on?
Yeah, a couple things. So, we then move on to your videos. You made a few videos, right? You made one with 50 Cent where Phil gets a double perfect in
Did
Mortal
that bother
Kombat.
you, or did that make you upset? It's just a little video.
No. It didn't bother me at all. But actually, this community that you went to, Phil's community, they actually shit on it. You remember that?
Which video?
Both of them.
They shit. I don't really give a damn.
But don't you think that is not really a good community if you put something together that
just
is supposed
something
to...
I made up in like 5 minutes and I posted it for fun.
That's not my question. My question is that you made a video, right? You made a video that was supportive of Phil, that you thought you would share with that community, and they're going to get a laugh out of it. And they, in turn, shit on it. They said that it was terrible. They said the music choice was terrible, that you broke copyright for it. You're no better than this, how you don't play makers.
That's their opinion.
That's their opinion, but that's the community that you're trying to sort of offer this video to, right? You wouldn't post that.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, I'm not really deeply invested in this community. Like, it's just a forum I go to. I don't really, I interact here and there, but this is not the only, this is not like my main community. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Do you have friends in this community? Do you feel like you connect with anybody in this community?
I don't really. It's a fucking forum, Fred.
No. The fan base and stuff. That's really a community, is what it is.
Yeah, there's some people I see every now and then. Some familiar faces like KG.
Yeah.
couple of other guys that I don't remember the name, but yeah, I see them every now and then.
Do you feel like you're friends with them? Do you feel like you're part of a community?
Yeah, kind of.
Kind of.
Does that bother you?
No. I'm just sort of comparing the communities. You call us all sorts of things and stuff like that, and I'm just trying to point out that we actually have a community, friendships, meaningful interactions with each other. We have fun and we talk with each other with our personal time, not just specifically like, oh, we're here watching a Phil video. Let's talk with each other a little bit out of convenience. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, I'm part of the community, I guess you could say. So
Can you name any of your like friends in the community, like people that you talk to a lot?
I don't talk to them. I talk to my friends like at work and at school.
Hmm. All right.
There's just they're random people on the community. So what?
But in our community, people aren't generally random. They all have their own identities. We know them pretty well.
Yeah,
And
because you all come together as this anti-DSP community, and you're trying to start things, you're trying to start drama.
mm-mm.
That's what you do. That's what That's what, if you want to do that, good for you. Good luck.
We don't start drama. We just report on things that Phil is doing, and if people feel as though
You report.
yeah,
You report on them.
hmm we're like
And
journalists.
so how's that working out for you?
That's a pretty great hobby. Made a lot of friends, had a lot of fun. 1 year's worth of fun, actually.
And you're gonna ride that scapegoat until the fucking horns fall off, right?
No.
Bullshit.
Okay. All right.
This is what you do. This is your life now, Fred. You have to accept it.
This is my life.
Yes.
I have a lot of facets to my life other than this. Again, this is just sort of something.
I don't think that's true. I mean, you know, you DSP is all you got.
Okay. I disagree with that. I feel like I have a lot of meaningful relationships and obligations and stuff like that outside of this, and that I enjoy doing this on the side as someone who was a fan of Phil for a while, and now sort of sees the humor in what Phil does and stuff like that. So.
Is it possible to just ignore Phil? Is it possible to just ignore everything he does and says?
It definitely is. Absolutely. That doesn't
So
mean I
why,
want to do it, though.
so why don't you just move on with your life?
No, because I don't want to. You see, like, it's possible to eat a knife.
Because this is all you have, right?
No, not at all.
This community, this little, circle jerking community is all you have.
No, not at all. And as a matter of fact, though, I would tell you, if it was all I had, I would be pretty happy with that. I'd be pretty content with, hundreds, if not thousands of friends and supporters and well-wishers. And, if that was, then I would be happy with that. But it isn't. I have a lot of other things going on.
Yeah, relating to DSP. That's true.
No, we do gaming. We do SoK plays. We do a lot of other stuff just besides the Phil stuff.
Oh, gaming.
Yeah.
These fucking old games. I mean, you show all these old games. People want to play the new shit. People want to see and play the new hot shit.
That's why we have video game footage of us doing that. I put footage of me playing Metal Gear Solid 5 up not too long ago. We did Borderlands 2 not that long ago, which is pretty recent. We do put up footage of new games.
I'm talking specifically to retrospective gaming. See,
okay.
I mean, nobody gives retro. Nobody gives a fuck about old game from 20, 15 years ago. People want to play the new shit, man.
Okay, but that's his channel though, retrospective gaming. That's his deal. That's what he likes to do. He's passionate about it. He did this before DSP. He continues to do it. His channel doesn't really have any DSP content on it. He does that. That's what he likes to do.
Yeah, because he's a bum.
Oh. What do you enjoy to do? What do you like to do?
Why do you care?
Because we're talking about it. Why do you care what Che likes to do?
I just see what he does, and I just think he's a bitter bum, and so are you.
Well, I see what you do, and I want to know about you. What do you do for fun? You seem like a bitter bum, actually. You seem like a bitter bum about what people do about someone that you watch on YouTube. Your connection with Phil is, you say that your connection to Phil is just that you watch his content, you like it, and you don't give a motherfuck what he thinks or what he does about anything, yet you have a problem with us.
See, the only problem I have with you is you actually think you can take out DSP, but you can't.
We've gone over this several times, that we're not trying to, and we're not...
You can keep trying. What's your next trick? What's your next booby trap?
Booby trap. Let's see. How about we... Oh, I got one. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to let you in on this, all right? Next week, Thursday, 7 p.m. here on Hitbox, we're going to do the 51st...
I'm not going to watch it. This is the last, podcast of yours, the number 50. This is the last one. I'm not going to watch anything more.
You plugged your podcast here. Let me do this, all right?
Go ahead.
Have some respect. This Thursday.
Yeah, go ahead.
Next week, Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you can tune into the 51st episode of the Sons of Kojima podcast, where we celebrate 1 year, Sammy, of being on the air. You see, this might be the 50th, and this is somewhat of a celebration, but this isn't exactly the 1 year anniversary. You see, sadly, we had to take 1 day off, 1 week off, and so that means that 51 episodes makes 1 year, 1 calendar year. That's our secret plan.
That's your secret plan?
Secret plan. It's out in the open now.
And what are you going to celebrate about?
We're going to celebrate all the fun that we've had. We're going to celebrate all the friends that we've made. We're going to celebrate all the good stuff that we've done. I'm getting informed that
while at the same time, DSP is still making that fucking money in the fall season.
Well,
business is good for DSP and the fans, Fred.
Is it? Is that why the Patreon exists?
It is getting better.
It's getting better.
The fall season has started.
And again, that's why the Patreon...
The games are coming, Fred. All these fucking AAA Fallout, they're coming, and you're going to watch him play.
Again, though, are you saying then that's why his Patreon is up and running, is because he's doing so well?
If he's doing well, he can add Patreon. Why not? Fuck it, add Patreon.
But he said that he needs it because he needs to be able to, do better.
He needs it. He wants it. I mean, the fact of the matter is, he has it. What do you have?
I've got a career. I've got lots of good friends, relatives, family members.
Good luck in your Twitter career. Yeah, good luck.
No, an actual career. No, an actual career outside of the internet.
What about your podcast career? Where do you see yourself in like 2 years?
I don't see the podcast as a career. I see the podcast as a hobby.
It's a hobby.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about your career at Whole Foods as a juicer?
I love it.
You're going to juice the hell out of those vegetables for the rest of your life,
I love the people there. I love the people there making money. What's there to be ashamed about working at Whole Foods, huh? It's the world's the healthiest grocery store. Does that make you mad?
No, I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all.
You're laughing.
No, yes, I am.
Upsets you.
I'm sorry. I am.
Is it not the world's healthiest grocery store?
I think that it is.
And so what's wrong with that?
So, okay, how about this then? Do you feel as though that it makes you look like the good guy that you're providing fruits and vegetables to people?
Look, we're not going to talk about that. Cut that shit out.
Hold on. You're providing fresh fruits and vegetables for people to live a healthy lifestyle. Do you feel like that's like just a ruse to make you look like a nice guy, like a good guy?
Why can't you take out DSP?
Hold on a second. We're talking here. I asked you a question. You are at a job, right? The healthiest grocery store in America, where you help provide people with the healthy lifestyle, right? Fruits and vegetables, kale, all that good stuff, right?
Why does that concern you?
Do you feel as though that is some sort of ruse to make you look like a good person?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
So you work at Whole Foods so that you can
It's a positive effect.
It's
a positive thing.
So when somebody's just dying of thirst and they're watching you grind down those vegetables and pouring that
Yeah,
nice
yeah, but
frothy
your
glass.
timing was bad, Fred. Your timing was bad. It's just not genuine. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not genuine.
Okay. What I'm saying though is that, we understand what it's like to be thirsty, and I think you do too. I think that you understand what it's like. You experience thirsty people on a daily basis, right? Making that juice. So you of all people should understand.
Where are you going with this?
Being that this is your career.
Where the fuck are you going with this?
Let me finish. Being that this is your career, this is what you wake up in the morning to do. You say to yourself, you're on the way to work, man, I'm gonna make the best fucking juice I can today. You understand what it's like for people to be thirsty, right?
Yeah, vegetable juice. Yeah.
Right. How then can you say that when we try to quench people's thirst in a way that's going to possibly keep them alive, that we're just doing it to look like good people? We have the same passion that you do. All right. Now, we might not be able to provide them with juice, but maybe with that water, they can make their own juice. They can grow their own vegetables. Maybe they can be as fortunate as you are, where they can create their own juice.
I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's not genuine. Your timing and the fact you're trying to pin this on DSP. Come on, dude.
Well, that's just my opinion, okay? That's my opinion that, we're so fortunate, right? We're so fortunate that we can just head down to Whole Foods and pick up some fresh vegetables, some delicious juice, just made to order the way that we want it. Other people in other countries can't do that. And we want to make that happen.
Let me tell you something about Whole Foods.
Yep.
Let me tell you something about Whole Foods.
Okay.
It's a fucking great place. And it's a little expensive, but it's fucking worth it, man. Try it out, Fred. Try it out.
I have. I've been there. As a matter of fact, maybe if I live in Illinois. I don't know if you know that. I live in Champaign. Just like you. Well, you live in Skokie.
Okay.
You live in Skokie, Illinois, but
I think you're lying.
Okay.
I think you're. I don't.
You say that
all you do is lie.
No, your profile says you live in Skokie.
I live in Chicago.
Okay, you're
which is close to Skokie. So what's your point? Why do you care where I live?
Because maybe I can head down to my local Whole Foods in Skokie, and I can get myself some delicious juice.
Oh, you want to come see me now?
I'm not saying it that way at all. Then maybe I can understand exactly where you're coming from when it comes to the delicious juice. And you said it yourself. You said you want me to come down and try Whole Foods, and I agree. I would love to.
Don't come in my fucking store.
Well, you're depriving me of delicious juice, though, man.
Well, actually, yeah. Come in my store. I'm
Okay.
in the. Well, I'll tell you the details later. If you really are in Illinois, I'll be working there, and you could come see me.
That sounds
and
just
we
like...
could have a face-to-face discussion.
That sounds perfect. We can talk
Because
over a
you
nice
say-
glass of juice.
Because you say you're in Illinois,
Mhm.
and I'm in Illinois.
Mhm.
It shouldn't be too far. So if you want to come down, grab something, and maybe, have a little chit chat, and see really what the fuck you look like, and what your your whole agenda is. So come on down.
We can sit down, have a nice, glass of juice together, and we can really get to the bottom of this. Because, like, I feel like that we could be friends, and I feel like you're an entertaining guy. I think you're pretty funny. You say some funny things. These people here, I believe 450 of them, were very entertained by this. They were very entertained by this, and you've really made us laugh. Don't make us laugh, Sammy. People are dying in the chat right now.
Yeah, something about your community, Fred?
Yes. Tell me about it.
I don't. I don't hate your community. I don't dislike your community. But you think you have some kind of fucking power, but you're a bitch boy.
Oh.
You have no power. You're a bitch boy.
Well, the thing is, very, very early on in this discussion, I talked about the fact that I can't control anybody to do anything. You know, you keep calling people stooges and stuff like that, and everybody here has their own free will. I have never told anybody to do anything. I've never went to anyone and said, you need to do this because I want you to, or something like that. It's always been people do what they want. In the group, we actually vote on stuff that we do. I don't just say, oh, we're going to do this with the podcast. We're going to do this, that. People vote on stuff. You know, as a matter of fact, the only person that I would see that, quote unquote, has power and does stuff like that, orders people around, is Phil. Phil is the one that takes away people's ability to talk, you know. He asks people to give him free fan art. He asks people to give him timestamps for montages. He's the one that controls people and asks people to do stuff. And we actually just have a community where people can do whatever they want. Are you still there? Okay. So Sammy has left the building. So I guess that's about it. Alice, you were here the whole time. Obviously, you didn't talk at all. But while we connect with the rest of the gang and sort of try to take this back, what do you think?
Well, I'm very glad that he services people, selling them very nice ripe vegetables, and is good at his job of juicing. I'm very glad to hear that. He's really a service to the people and to the community, you know. But this was very interesting. He's an interesting guy. Said some very he made me laugh more than a few times. So.
Fuck that faggot.
Oh God.
Dude, what the hell is this Captain Planet bullshit, saving the world one juice box at a time?
Hey man.
Are you serious, brother?
Hey,
No,
man.
Che.
Oh my god.
Che, he's very good at his job. He sells people vegetables like cucumbers and carrots and all kinds of very, very healthy vegetables and all kinds of very healthy juices.
Are you serious? That sounds like something Tommy Pickles would say. Wait a minute. You're happy that you work at wholesale, so you're happy making minimum wage? Or do you really think you're Captain Planet or something?
Yeah.
I mean, what the hell?
Yeah.
Man, that
Hey, you know, but one thing I have to say is, look, that's not my cousin. That doesn't sound like me. Ain't nobody in my family a fucking wannabe cholo with that shit. Get the hell out of here. For Halloween, I'm gonna get you a flannel shirt and some sunglasses. I don't think you can afford a low rider, but maybe in 20 years when you're working at fucking Whole Foods.
He thought Che was the Spyro speedrunner. That made my day.
well, that was one hell of a shooting the shit. I guess you can't really call it a debate now. That's
Yeah,
what you
he
call.
shot it and missed.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. That was the debate. I told you guys that I was going to take his head clean off, and that's up to you guys to decide. I couldn't possibly give my opinion on how this went, but I'd say still undefeated.
I don't get it.
Wait,
Hey, dog, he couldn't even say two right. It sounded like chew. What do you mean, choo-choo train? Like, I don't know what the hell. So he's either illiterate or like retarded or something like that. But I just have to say something. I think it's ridiculous with this whole demand shit. I can't believe we accomplished that. Listen, you got to get something straight. Whoever wants to come on to debate. There's no stooges here. There's no backup dancers. It's the Sons of Kojima. It's a group. If you don't feel comfortable debating, if you don't feel comfortable insulting a group or whatever, or debating whatever, then don't call us all out, okay? Stick to one person if you want to debate them. Stop with that stooge shit.
Mm-hmm.
You fucking idiots. You're retards.
I specifically liked the part where he said that Martin Luther King was a jackass.
Oh, he also he put Martin Luther King in the same sentence as Hitler and other stuff, and I was just like, oh my god, he is you can quote me this on here, but if you put Martin Luther King in the same sentence as Hitler and say that he's a jackass or whatever, you are a terrible person. You really are.
Yeah.
I like how
It was
every
just a bad
time
attempt at trolling.
I like how every time Fred asked him a question, he's like, "I don't care."
So wait, Fred, I've got a question. When exactly did that debate start? Because it just looked like you just fucking demolished him.
Pretty much.
I don't know. I didn't. I wasn't checking Twitter. My Twitter blew the fuck up, so I have to like go back through these and check these out. But it looks like a lot of people. I literally went over. It said 99 plus for Twitter, and I've never seen that before. So I have to try to get through
Just
these.
trolling.
Huh?
It's just trolling, and I just can't fucking stand this. Listen, I don't support this laying out the red carpet for anybody. Hey, you got to come with some respect. Fuck this. It's never happening again. I'm not voting for this shit. Ain't no fucking stooges here. It's the Sons of Kojima. Ain't no backup dancers. Get that right, fucking Sammy.
And it's the bombs of Kojima. Didn't you hear?
Bombs or Kojima.
The bombs of Kojima.
Jackass.
How do you pronounce K? How do you pronounce K Gallion?
KJ.
I want KG to respond to that. I'm sure he's got quite a few words to say to Sammy. Please,
Okay.
KG, if you're watching, okay, let's just start with hi KG, and second of all, get on that shit.
You can't call me no bum when you would grab your ankles for Phil. Get the fuck out of here,
Damn.
faggot.
It was like 2 hours of headache-inducing. He was talking in circles, and he just avoided every question. Oh my god, I have a terrible headache because of him right now.
Hey, Fred, when you gonna take out Phil? Fred the boy.
Man.
Oh man, that was
He also-
something else.
They sell knee pads at fucking Whole Foods because he needs a lot of them.
Oh man.
Ooh. He also kept calling you Freddy, but I'm the
Yeah.
one that's Freddy around here. Get your facts right, Sammy.
Oh man, that was like 2 hours of fucking gold.
Oh.
Oh man.
So thank you to everyone who's been tweeting me and all that kind of stuff. I'm trying to keep up with it. Obviously, we're still live, so I'll try to catch up with it later. But oh my goodness, thank you guys all so much for all of the support and all that good stuff. I really appreciate it. To be honest with you, I'll be completely honest with you. I was expecting more. I shouldn't have, but there's no reason for me to be underprepared and then get embarrassed right here in front of everybody on our home turf. So I prepared for this. I actually have a Google Doc with like 100 different posts of his, so that I'll be releasing with the YouTube video. But anytime somebody tries to come on here and call us out and embarrass us, I'm gonna be ready for it, and I'll never run from any sort of challenge from people, and I'll treat them with respect, even though I tried for the first maybe, 20 minutes or so. I have to listen to it back and see how long I was able to keep it together. But I tried to give him respect for as long as I could. And I don't know. Just after a while, I couldn't take it seriously anymore. So
I don't know, man. That whole thing, I couldn't stop laughing. I was in tears watching that whole thing.
Yeah, it seemed like every couple of minutes he'd say something that would just make me facepalm. Like, what the fuck are you saying, dude? It was great, though. I liked it. You did good, Fred. You did good.
thank you.
What are you gonna do to take down DSP?
Oh, yeah, you couldn't do it anyway.
When are you gonna take down DSP, Fred? Answer us.
Probably tomorrow.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
All right.
I really like the quote that I took from Fred earlier here. It's really hard to last that long.
Somebody
I bet you would.
Oh yeah, that's an
do that a
interesting
lot.
quote. There was a lot of interesting quotes from this
Yeah.
quote unquote debate. It was
Thirsty.
Dragon Killer was all over that. People
Yeah.
on his
Oh, yeah.
Twitter. Yeah, shout out to Dragon Killer. He's
Yeah,
been
Dragon-
documenting the whole thing.
Mr. Evil AJ, what do you think about all this?
Dude, that guy was full of non sequiturs. Oh my god. His logic was all over the fucking place. Hey, by the way, where's my money?
That check is in the mail. The mail is very slow, so
Oh my god, dude. That was insane.
So, boy, that was something. That was
a real awkward ending too. It's just like sudden silence. I'm like, what happened?
Did he break?
Like, yeah, did he leave? Oh
Yep.
man.
He broke. He's gone. He couldn't take it. I mean, Fred just completely demolished him. It was great. Best 2 hours of, or an hour and a half of my life.
It's the worst at fucking 2 hours of my life.
I don't know
This
about you guys,
jackass.
but I had a good time listening to him talk.
So, you know, man.
It's just genuinely hilarious to listen to.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'll go to South Central if I want to hear cholos. I don't want to hear it when I fucking turn on this podcast. Shit's getting on my fucking nerves. And since when the fuck was Captain Planet a goddamn cholo? I hate this world sometimes with these jackasses. A wholesale juicer wannabe cholo. This makes no fucking sense. I hate life sometimes. A wannabe cholo. I ain't nothing against the cholos, but this guy is pretending. Please tell me, please, if he's wearing a flannel shirt, I'll shoot myself in the head because this is ridiculous. Hey, what's going on, Fred? Hey, what's going on, Choo-choo? Hey, Bill, you know who Bill is? What are you, an Italian or you're a fucking Spaniard?
Wow.
I've never seen someone try to mix 4 accents into one thing.
You're fucking killing me. Stop.
Fred, what's up? What's up, Cholo? Bill, I know Bill good. I know Bill.
Yeah,
I donate to Bill.
people thought that was a fake accent that he was doing, so I don't know. So I just want to take a few seconds just to welcome everyone. This is the 50th episode now, I guess, officially. And thank you for your patience with the debate. We've got a ton of stuff to get to. We've got a ton of different people that want to call in. As a matter of fact, we just had a surprise. 2 people that want to call in are 2 people that we actually referenced in the podcast today, just a little bit ago. Let me just hold on one second. We're going to be connected with Pdaaaawg and TheAireaidLord in just a second here.
Oh boy.
So let me grab them real quick. They are actually hanging out together as we speak. So let me go ahead and grab them. Alice, if you would please hit the call button on these people.
Oh boy. This will be interesting. They have a picture of each other too.
Yeah, they took that picture and sent it, I guess, as proof that they're hanging out. So they were watching the podcast, which is awesome.
Oh man.
Alice, were you able to get them in?
Someone
They're in
already
the
tried.
chat.
Someone already tried to add them in.
Oh,
There they are.
That seems really weird. Oh wait, are we live?
Yes, you are live,
Yeah.
ladies and gentlemen.
Wow,
This is not the TheAireaidLord talking. This is the flip-flop Lord. You may only call me. by
Yeah,
my name.
we're looking over your stream chat, and I'm telling you, we're getting like, I'm loving all the flipping variations of the nicknames and all that. Flipping heck.
Oh shit! So this is
I know.
actually
Yeah,
this is our first time talking with
I
Pdaaaawg.
think we'll be the first ones to say, well, not probably the first ones, but happy 50 episodes of this. Can you believe almost a year of flipping SoK podcast? That's insane. I didn't think it was so many until, like, you know, you announced it on Twitter, and I was like, flipping heck, 50?
Pretty crazy.
Holy crap.
But thank you, man. I appreciate that. It's actually cool to talk with you guys. Obviously, TheAireaidLord, we've had you on before. It was a great time, and we've got Mr. Pdaaaawg here for the first time, so it's great to meet you.
Oh, losing my SoK virginity, can you believe it?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful thing. You are becoming a mentally ill detractor as we speak.
Oh,
We're
boy.
bugged. We're gonna have gout by the end of this. It's gonna be terrible. It's gonna be absolutely terrible.
TheAireaidLord, I still have one question. Why did you give him your copy of the Jack and Daxter collection? That was one of the worst
was back
things
in
I've ever
2012.
seen. I
was
don't
back-
care. It is still one of the
He
worst
was a
things I've
changed
seen
man.
today.
He was a different person
I was
back
a different
then.
person back then. Well, all right. Listen, that's my favorite game series. Okay, and I myself am a former pro DSP fan. Now, back then, I wanted to have Phil play my favorite game series. The thing is, Jack 1, like, I don't know how he did that bad as he did. Jack 2, I knew. Like, that, I pestered him endlessly after Jack 1. After he did Jack 1, I pestered him all the fucking time to do Jack 2. And he always just texted me, I don't know, man. And then I always have to wait on Twitter when he was going to announce it, and then he played it, and knowing how hard the game was, it was a travesty.
To be fair, though, that did give birth to one of the greatest, awful DSP playthroughs in history.
It also gave birth to okay, so a viewer and fan gave me this. I'm like, okay, Phil, that's okay, that's really nice, Phil. Okay, that
was a great playthrough, though, especially to watch live. That was outstanding.
Fan.
Man.
The Chenky Lord. That's a good one. That's a good one. Look at that.
Oh man.
Big burn.
It was so terrible. And as someone who knew how hard Jak 2 was, oh god, to see that he actually played it. Oh man. It's on par with MGS3 and shit. And
oh yeah, well, that was a two-parter for This Is How You Don't Play. The guy that did the This Is How You Don't Play made 2 parts of it. I don't think I've ever seen that before, like a 2-parter.
And it's funny because Phil thinks Jak 3 is easy. People have told me that Jak 3 is a way easier game. It's like, yeah, it's easier than Jak 2, but not by much.
I don't know. He might make it somehow incredibly difficult. I don't know.
He will. I know he will. There are certain segments that he will, like the precursor. But I won't spoil it for people. But yeah, there's different stuff that he'll probably have issues with, he always does. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So what's been the latest thing with him this week? It was the latest thing that happened with me, where I went on his Rainbow Six Siege multiplayer footage, and I commented. I was like, Phil, are you going to do Rainbow Six 1 and 2 for a Patreon's Choice playthrough? He banned me, and he said, Chris is in Britain, you dingus. Thinking that because I'm in another country, your phone's going crazy.
Yeah, I think that's probably the Twitter stuff.
No, but yeah, he got rid of me from his chat because he thought that I was a mentally ill detractor. And then on Twitter, I was like, dude, why'd you ban me? And he's like, well, I didn't know. And so I was like, oh, okay.
Ban first, ask questions later, man.
That's literally the DSP mentality when it comes to it. But it's a shame, because I don't think that was always what he was like. It seems like now, I think at this point he thinks that he gets so much hate at this rate. He's like the most hated man on the internet that the minute somebody says one thing that's even partially negative, it's like, ban! And I think, Fred kind of hit the nail on the head there, where it was literally I'm going to ban you first, and if I wrongfully ban you, you're going to have to, go bend over backwards to try and, justify how you, weren't banned.
I just don't understand why there's so much selfless promotion. His Twitter used to be so simple back in 2011. It was like, all right, I'm uploading videos, here's the videos. This is that simple. Nowadays, in the past couple of minutes, he's like, oh, you should really check out my Ask the King. Quotations SSOHPKC. It's just.
Did he tweet that?
Yeah, he did a couple of minutes ago.
Oh my gosh, breaking news.
He just tweeted that because he's like, guys, guess what? I did this great footage, and guess what's in the great footage? Here, let me just plug it right here. And it's just almost before people see the just. Because he does it so consistently, and he thinks people are stupid. People obviously catch on to the fact that he's doing all of this shameless promotion and view, because if he does really good in a playthrough, he's like, this was my best playthrough ever, especially with the Metal Gear Solid 5 stuff. He's like, guys, I'm doing really good and stuff, and everyone thought I was failing, and you know what, I'm actually doing good, so you know what, for that reason you should watch me.
But here's what I think, though. I think that, sorry, I just realized the SOK just became me and Chris have been talking about DSP. I really apologize. If anyone wants to jump in, by all means, go ahead.
No, it's cool. You guys are the guests right now. You guys can go ahead and speak your minds.
I'm flattered. Oh, thank you so much. Anyway, sorry. I think what he needs to do, though, is he needs to... Okay, I don't mind him caring about views, popularity, whatever. I mean, who wouldn't? If YouTube's your full-time career, of course you're going to think about that. But he shouldn't make it such a public thing. It shouldn't have to be something that, he constantly has to plug, because that drowns people out. Eventually, people are going to be like, oh my gosh, here we go, it's another... Like Chris was just saying there now, it's just another huge flipping plug fest, whatever. If he just tones it back and just do what you said back in 2011 or whatever, just be like, I'm uploading this. Watch it if you want. Don't watch it if you want. I don't care. It's fine. But even then, back then he cared about views. But it seems like now he still cares about it, but to the extent that one tweet wouldn't go by when he's not funniest gaming moment of all time in the next moment, which is hilarious because years ago he used to criticize the big wigs within YouTube, the big gaming people. Because that was all they did.
I mean, things are different now. He's got a full-time gamer and he has a pay me tons, all right? Things are very different now, all right?
Whatever happened, by the way, did we ever find that out? Sorry if I'm a bit, out of the loop here, but whatever happened to those, fake, alleged Patreon donations? Did we ever find out how much you got?
Look at Nomad's comment. Pdaaaawg was on the original King Hate Forums.
Yeah, sorry. By the way, to answer the questions and some of the people in the chat, my accent is Irish, but I'm in Scotland at the moment studying, so that's why you might hear Irish, but, a bit of Scottish in it because I've been around flipping, Scottish people all this time.
I
So
gotcha.
there's the crisis averted right there. But yeah, no, anyway, so yeah, what was the whole fake Patreon donation thing about? Like, I remember it got up to almost $2,000, but yeah, like, what total did it end up being at? Did any of you know?
Well, if I look at it now, it's loading up. It's taking a second for some reason. Maybe because I'm streaming.
That Project 7 thing was bullshit, by the way, because before we did our segment on Phil's King of, like, his podcast, like, when we went on to say that we would be meeting now, when we were talking to Phil, like, I asked before we started recording, I said, what are you doing with Project 7? And he was like, I might get to it today. Like, he was talking about actually filming it when we were, I don't know if you guys know this, he was actually going to film it that day. But he just never got around to it, and like he had plans and ideas for it. But I will never to this day understand why he let something like that fall through.
I don't know why in the span of like a week, it was literally like the span of a week when he went from like, I'm going to start working on Project 7 to Project 7 discontinued until further notice. In the meantime, let me just spoil every potential idea I could have had. I don't know what the change of heart came from, but I don't know. That was always a pretty weird thing. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, did we get the Patreon total?
Yeah, total right now is sitting at $15.79.
So did he hit all of his Patreon goals?
Well, yeah, except for the camera, obviously, which is the elusive camera.
Not the big lens. Dude, anything but the big lens.
My roommate is really into doing photography and camera stuff, and he says to me, he's like, this guy, Phil, is probably the only guy who buy a 4K camera. Like, most people who buy like a 4K camera will go out, perspective shots, sunsets, outside.
Oh my gosh, outside?
Outside the gated community. No, he's getting a 4K camera so he could film indoors, either his TV or a green screen.
Yeah, or himself making flipping movie reviews, which I still don't get. I still don't get why he needs a flipping 4K camera to record himself doing movie reviews. Because a movie review shouldn't take any more than 20 minutes, and that's how long his normal camera runs still. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe that's just maybe he has like flipping grand plans or whatever, and we're all going to be blown away. But I don't know. That's always something that's kind of.
We're all going to be watching captivated, freaking chugging our fucking Fanta and eating our Doritos. So it's going to be great. I'm looking forward to that.
They got to be barbecue flavored.
Oh.
Yes,
of course. Only the best.
You guys brought up the Project 7 cancellation and stuff like that. Like, I guess we'll get into that a little bit deeper since we haven't heard from you guys about that. So he was expressing to you guys that he was actually thinking about working on it and putting effort towards it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, because before we... Oh my gosh, sorry, something just keep popped up. Can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
All right, sorry. Okay, something just came out of my mouth and muted my mic, but it's all right now. The day that we were going to record the the Heat Live segment, I think that was one of the days he said he was going to take off. Look, do you remember back in, I think it might have been July or August, he said something about, the Patreons paid me to take like 4 days off or something, like 1 day a week to work on Project 7. Well, I remember one of those days was actually, I think he said, I'm working on my, my end of the month montage or whatever, and I was also going to record the Heat Live segment with us. I remember he said after that, like, I don't think he was editing the montage at the time, but he said, after this, I'm going to start working on Project 7. And then we were like, okay, great. And then he didn't give us too much information as to what he was going to actually do. But we were like saying to him, when we were giving him some support, we were like, hey, Phil, Project 7, we were there back in 2010 when it first came out, and we loved those. I mean, I know that a lot of people, look back on it and think it's annoying, but as like a flipping fan of DSP back in 2010, I thought those were hilarious. And I mean, we still watch it now and like get some appeal out of it because, it was like 2010 DSP, so it was always a really weird.
I drive you nuts with the clip of OJ.
Oh no, that was a 2012 one. The 2012 one was still pretty decent. Yeah. But no, but we were just saying to him, we were such big fans of the original Project 7. I can't wait to see what you're going to do now that you're kind of downscaling everything back to what it's going to be like. Maybe there's something more interesting going on. And he was just kind of like, yeah, I am. It's going to be pretty good. I've got a few ideas. And then, like, that was pretty much...
Why did he spoil the game?
I don't know why.
Why did he say it was Final Fantasy VII? That was, like, the biggest thing. Like, he never said it, and then he spoiled it. And I'm like, why?
I think Project 7 is officially dead. I don't think there's a surprise, some sort of revelation for there to be. I think that's the closure to the series in general. I don't think he's ever going to return back to it.
Oh, so you think the reason That's it's a good point. He revealed the game. He's like, guys, I'm never.
Yeah, it's a good
this.
cop-out excuse to like escape it. Because like, did he not say he was going to pick it up back in like I don't know, January or something?
Yeah, that was the foundation of his Patreon. His Patreon, the shirts. Oh well, these shirts are going to be relevant. The Death Face shirts, they're going to be more relevant as soon as I make Project 7. The green screen, he asked for, I think it was $750 for him to take the time to set up his green screen so that he could do Project 7. The camera, obviously.
Did he say Death's Face was relevant?
He said, he said Death Face will be more relevant once he puts out Project 7.
Because
I think Sammy's favorite juice is fucking more relevant than that. Oh, my bad. Sammy's famous juice.
Famous juice, yep.
Yeah, we only caught the tail end of that debate, by the way. And did he legitimately just leave the conversation?
Yes, we swear on everything. He literally just dipped out.
Oh, yeah, he just.
But you know what? Twitter is not going to say that. It's going to be like, "Oh my gosh, guys, my internet crapped out. Can you believe it?" And, I mean,
Sammy Sosa's like my biggest fan. I said this to Pete. He probably comments on like all my videos. I'm like, I didn't know this guy was got involved with this stuff. So
he's like he's diehard King of Heat for him.
Well, because he just he watches my stuff that has nothing to do with Phil, and he's just like, oh, good stuff. And I didn't know about this at all.
Yeah,
like, really.
I mean, he's still in the group. He didn't leave the Skype group, I don't think. So he could come back in if it was like his internet or his Skype crash or something. He can come back in at any time.
Oh yeah.
He
just literally just left the Skype call. So.
That's such a weird way to end a debate. Imagine that, like, if you were doing like a real life debate, and then you're sitting there making some great points, and your opposition just stands up and walks out of the room.
Yeah.
It just couldn't have been a mere coincidence that he just randomly left after Fred asked him a really good question.
Yeah, Do you know what he asked him? Like, what was the killing blow?
I asked him. Oh man, what was it? It was something about Phil. Something about his community. Something about how the community isn't supportive. I think. If anybody remembers in the chat, it was kind of like a blur after a while. But
weren't you talking about something like the videos that he made? They thought that they were anti-DSP and not very good.
The videos that he made?
Yeah, the ones that he made.
Oh yeah, you were talking about his videos that he made.
I was trying to illustrate the point that like he made these pro Phil videos and he, made them to sort of combat us and stuff like that. And when he posted on the forums, everybody was like, "Oh, these fucking suck" and shit like that. And I'm like, that's not really like a supportive community. Like you would expect if you're gonna like, and he expected to post it on the forums and get people like, "Yeah, fuck yeah," And people literally just shit on him for his music choice and how simple they were edited and stuff like that. And I was just trying to illustrate like that community isn't very supportive. And I was trying to illustrate that, we talk to each other. We're legitimately friends with each other. We talk to each other all the time. Whereas in the DSP community, it is rare. And it's actually cool that we have you guys on because you guys are one of the few examples I can even think of people that have met and have made meaningful relationships based on being Phil fans. But other than that, it is very rare. There's sort of like this, not isolation, but there's sort of this sense of just like, we just hang out to watch Phil videos, but we don't really care about each other other than that,
That actually reminds me because whenever we first met, the DSP community, and I will always stand by this, and I think I mentioned this in a little video I made 2 years ago called Top 10 Reasons Why 2010 was DSP's Golden Year. That even flipping hashtag name drop. That's sorry. I didn't expect it to be such a flipping name drop. I'm sorry. But no, during that video, I remember I said, back then, there was a DSP community. I remember whenever the King of Heat forums first booted up, and I remember someone in the stream chat just told me to slow down, so I'll try and slow down then. In the DSP community back then, people used to be like really like there used to be an actual community. I first learned how to play Street Fighter because there was an entire fighting game section of the King of Heat forums, and people were playing fighting games there, and there was like a regular flipping weekly tournaments back there. That was just something that I remember seeing deteriorating. I think if you remember, whenever Chris Furtado left the website, I remember it was around that time that the DSP community started to see a decline. I remember he left, I left shortly after that. I didn't leave the community, I left the website. Yeah. But a few other people left, I remember. And after a while, I just kind of noticed that, and obviously, the website went down the drain after that. Because,
it ironically happened around the same time that the video I feel was the video that signaled the end for Phil. The one It's on YouTube. He deleted it, but it's on YouTube. It's the video that revealed too much about DSP, the one where he's pissed off that people aren't subscribing to the King A vlogs. And he's like, he's like, these views aren't enough to get me. He's like, I'm sorry. Like that video, the one where he tells people that he did a new Hateful Truth. I forgot, what was it?
Devil May Cry, the
Devil May Cry, yeah. He did that review, and he was upset that he wasn't getting views on it, and he basically was like, if you want to see this quality of videos, I need to get views. And like that, and I remember seeing that, and because not only that, he put on DSP Gaming, because he was tired of people not seeing it on the King 8 vlogs, and he was just like, everyone's going to watch it on DSP Gaming, I'll just throw it up there.
But I remember, that might have signified a difference in DSP's attitude, but I remember when the DSP community started to kind of bite back, I think it was around 2012, because back in 2012, I think, I don't think there's any big shock to anyone here that somebody, Evil AJ, just put it in the stream chat.
There you go.
What happened was, DSP, whenever he started like remaking Project 7 and all that, I think his ego got pretty big because he was getting, I don't blame him because he went to E3, he did Project 7.
That was the year I went to conventions with him. Like, I went to too many games with
everything was going well for him. So he was meeting fans at conventions. And I think that as a result, the DSP community, anytime they'd give him like, criticism or whatever, he'd think, I think that was whenever he first developed his ego, I suppose. Like, no, and I don't mean, ego was in, friend request, ridicule, ego or whatever. I mean like an ego, like a flipping, like a toxic one where someone was just giving like some fair criticism, and you'd see on his website, you'd be like, no, that's wrong, and basically what you see Phil doing now. And I remember seeing that being a drastic change because I remember whenever episode 4 of Project 7 came out, a lot of people had some harsh criticisms for it. Because like a lot of people didn't really like where it was going, especially because episode 3 was so good, and people went to the forums and were complaining, like legitimate complaints saying, I think some stuff didn't really work, doing all that kind of crap. And then eventually he would bite back at those forum members. We're talking like longtime forum members, and they'd be like, you don't know what you're talking about. This is my series. I know what's best for it. And then you saw videos like he would say, I wrote John Rambo's best jokes for him. It's all under me. And I remember seeing that and just being like, and as a DSP fan, it hurt me because I was like, this guy who I looked up to for the past, this is maybe 3 years ago now, he's acting in such a vile way. But after that, I kind of stayed a bit more silent. I didn't interact as much with the DSP community because I realized that it wasn't as you didn't really achieve much if you tried to interact with him that much because you just get he just bite your head off in that
New
case.
York Ripper. Phil was not paid to go to those conventions in 2012. That was the great part about it. Because back then, he did stuff like that for free. There was no, the Patreons have to pay me to take a weekend off to go to MagFest or something. Like, no, like, that was just literally them piling in the car, going and chilling. Like, those were some of the greatest memories I have because, like, I hung out with him IRL. We went to, restaurants, sold stuff, but he wasn't bogged down by thinking everything was for money and everything was, it's Patreon.
To be fair, though, he had more money back in 2012. His videos were getting a lot more views in 2012, I think. Like, episode 1 of Project 7 got like 100,000 views in like a month.
And it was
impressive.
He hadn't moved to Seattle. He didn't have his full-time girlfriend and all that other stupid stuff.
Yeah, and I think, sorry?
Full-time girlfriend. I love that. Like,
that's one of my favorite DSP quotes.
It's like she's
part-time gamer, full-time girlfriend.
It's like she's a burden or something, or like she's an employee. She's full-time.
You see, she's got to make that money somehow.
Serious Adult House also gets an honorable mention.
Bachelor. I'm a bachelor who sold off my condo. Yeah.
He hypes up anything he does. I bought a house. It's a serious adult house. I have a girlfriend. She's a full-time girlfriend. Quality content.
Yeah, nothing can just be like plain for him. It has to be like he has to throw about 3 adjectives in. But before,
I don't know.
By the way, Shadow Rapture asked us why we went on the King of Hate on the Hate Live earlier. So, did you want to tell? Because I think it was you basically. I don't know. I don't remember
which Hate Live is he referring to?
I'm saying the most recent one, probably.
Yeah, the most recent one
where you and I were on.
Yeah.
What about it?
He wanted to know why we did it?
It was more because of me being personal friends with Phil. Aside from all of this YouTube stuff, I wanted to tell Phil. And I wanted to give him, because Phil didn't know a lot of the history between the friendship that I had with Pete here. And since I was meeting him for the first time, after knowing him for 3.5 years, and since I met him through Phil's community, I wanted to basically tell him how significant that friend, because the friendship was more important than anything else in the fucking community. Like I could give a shit, whose side was on what if Phil's house was going up in flames. Like, I didn't like I got something really good out of it, and all I wanted to do was tell him like, look, dude, I got something pretty good out of your community, despite everything that's going on, and I'm meeting this person. That was really it. That was all I wanted to do. I came to him with the idea, and I said that, and I don't know if it was Phil was trying to curtail it into it wasn't an ego ride. Like, I didn't go on there trying to freaking boost Phil's ego. That was not the intention at all. It might have seemed like that because we were talking about, the good old days back when he wasn't,
Jack Davis in the stream chat says, why do you guys suck up so much during it? Well, it's kind of difficult not to suck up as well whenever the first question you asked is, how did you guys discover my content? You just kind of have to be like, well, you can't exactly say, you kind of have to, and I mean, you kind of have to like
Phil
answer
was
the
the
question at
master.
face value.
We did not have that structure. Phil came to us with questions that were on the spot. Phil told me he wanted to talk about our history, like stuff that the three of us.
Yeah, credit where it's due. He did want to talk about like we're he didn't just bring us on just to be like, okay guys, talk about me for the entire thing. Legitimately, whenever he was talking about our situation, that was like from him. That wasn't, it's not as if we had to like say to him, by the way, Phil, can we get a plug? That was his idea. So I mean, credit where it's due. That is what he said.
Okay. Yeah, but like I feel like a lot of people feel like that was the podcast was an opportunity for Phil to boost his ego because he's like, see guys, people really do like me, and it's like no. I only went on there just to say, look, I met a pretty good friend, Phil, the thing is, Phil's response surprised me because I was like, Phil, thank you because you were the medium that allowed this to happen. And Phil was like, I'm going to take zero credit here. It was all you guys. I was like, I was all right. I thought you were going to take credit for that. I'm surprised you didn't. So
I mean, like with all this, alleged crap talking or whatever you want to say, like deep down, and I know this is kind of ironic, saying this in a sort of an anti-DSP podcast or whatever people want to call it. Like, there was a time when legitimately, like, the 2009, 2010, 2011, when legitimately DSP was, like, a positive, like, influence on our well-being. Because, like, I would say in 2011 for me, probably 2012 for you, like our lives weren't exactly the best, I would say. Yeah. And like his footage, legitimately, obviously people might laugh and be, oh, you actually looked up to that idiot. Well, I mean, back then, it's hard to explain now, obviously, after seeing his decline. But like back then, he was legitimately, he did bring joy to us. And something I can't deny.
Yeah, he was outspoken. I think for me, I was in a situation where I wasn't liking what I was doing, and he seemed to, like, from my point of view, was living the life like, I'm able to game and make money and interact with fans. Like, it seemed like he was living this life that, in some crazy way was something to look up to. Also, he was very outspoken. He wasn't a fake person. He was someone who was very real and someone very genuine. And so, at that time, and, I know because of certain circumstances, a lot of that has changed a lot, but back then, that was what I kind of got out of it. And I think what I was trying to say on the podcast was that he attracted those kind of people. And so that's what I was trying to say, because, I met Pete because he and I were similar people who found the content for similar reasons, who are very much alike because of Phil as the medium being who he was back then.
Right.
Because a lot of people are just seeing Phil for who he is now. And I think that's kind of difficult just because, Phil now and Phil back then, it's like night and day, black and white. It's
one of the things that I was noticing on Twitter when it came to like any sort of criticism towards you guys, the first thing was there was a lot of like pioneer talk about like building Phil's ego to say like, oh yeah, you were number one and you were the first guy to, you were such a pioneer and, stuff like that. I saw a lot of that on Twitter. But the other thing that a lot of people, it sort of raised red flags for them was your guys' appearance on the podcast came right off of John Rambo doing the Pay Me Tons and stuff like that, where it seemed as though Phil was losing actual friends because of whatever, his shut-in lifestyle, his move across the country, whatever you want to say it. So it seemed to people that this was Phil sort of sort of like self-preservation, right? To get on. See, I do have friends. There they are, right here. Like it seemed as though it was like a showcase.
Yeah, I swear to the lives of both of us, that was coincidence.
That was coincidence, yeah.
Because we planned a month in advance, and then you said that video when it came out.
The emails, I don't have my computer. I'm on his computer, but I have email proof because I emailed Phil the idea a month. So by the time the Pay Me Tons thing happened, we had already had plans to meet for that podcast. Like it was already structured.
Yeah. Okay.
So
if you do want proof, I'm sure Chris wouldn't mind emailing it to you whenever you get back on Monday. Like it's just if you really want to be sure that we're not lying here.
No,
but
I just wanted to present that to you guys since it's something that you guys are here. You guys can answer to it, and that's sort of like the criticism that I saw.
We're in like the podcast where like the evidence is like you need a lot of evidence if you were going in like an SOK podcast.
Yeah, I know, and I know a lot of.
I mean, especially for a debate. Well, the thing is that like that kind of standard is on us, right? So if we're gonna say something about Phil, the standard is that we need to have evidence, and despite that, we would want to have it anyway, just because we want to, be sure, and we want to actually show people the full story of it. That's the standard that we have to have, is that if we're going to say something against Phil, his fan base required, show me the evidence, show me the proof. So we're just used to that. That's just, sort of ingrained in us to try to show proof for everything we do. And that's why a lot of the videos are a lot of source material and stuff like that, pointing out things, just illustrating it through his actual footage and stuff like that. They're not really, overboard with editing and stuff like that. They're edited enough so that they're, protected under fair use in so many different cases. But in general, they're more evidence-based,
Yeah, something that you respect, the SOK at the very least, is that like whenever they like make a point, you pretty much know there's a lot of like factual evidence behind it. Like you can look at this is how you don't play or whatever, and like you'll see Phil maybe makes a hypocritical statement. You know that immediately after he makes that statement, there's going to be a callback to a video when you completely shows off that hypocrisy. That's something I do always respect from you guys. As people, I'm not saying as your agenda or whatever, but as like genuine like. Oh, we can detect BS when we see it,
Also, the ironic part nowadays is that we became friends, and a lot of our conversations started because of Phil. Like, oh, what's Phil doing in his community? Our basis of what we joke around in terms of online stuff, a lot of it comes from your content. Like the jokes we make towards each other will be like stuff that people from the SOK have made, like SOK videos. Like we'll do. Like, who made the Macho Man thing? Like
that was me. Being a Man Part 2.
Can we give a round of applause?
Yeah, seriously. Like for example, like here's an example. Like Pete and I were talking about someone he knew IRL, and he had like a pretty good conversation with the person. So he came on Skype and was doing like a Macho Man like impression thing. Like we would do that with Phil's content back in the day, but now we're doing it's like the reverse. Now we're doing it with your stuff. So I just thought that was funny to throw out there because like when we talk about Phil, that's the avenue we go down. Mm-hmm. And it was pretty ironic because Phil didn't know any of that when we did the podcast, which was quite, yeah.
Actually, that's a pretty good segue into, I remember very recently, funnily enough, who was it? I think it was TXT. I think that he tweeted out the unboxing that we did last weekend. Funny enough.
We actually brought it up. We brought it up on the debate too. As a matter of fact, a lot of us saw that.
I wish we were there to
The thing is, I never thought to ask you to change that title because I saw you just uploading the video and you put Gout Station. I didn't even think that people would see it. I know, because I made that was our joke. That's the thing. You can see that's the IRL proof because. The gift to him, the PS4, I put all sorts of DSP-ism crap. Why does XSplit keep opening?
Sorry. Hello, can you still hear us?
Yes, we can.
This flipping, I'm telling you, this thing that we keep
he accidentally opened XSplit.
XSplit always messes up.
But anyway, I know it should be fine.
It should be fine now.
But anyway, so I got the PS4 as a gift, and it had all the jokes that you guys saw in the video, like freaking like go die in a fucking fire near like there will be blood, like all the jokes that I had that's in the video. You guys can link it if you want, but. All those jokes were like negative DSP jokes, whereas in the past it probably would have been, I don't know, references to Project 7.
Like legitimate, unironic references to. But I think now is a good time for us to point out, and I know that a lot of people are probably going to be like, oh my gosh, these hypocrites, I can't believe it. You went on, DSP's podcast, talked big about him just for you to make anti-DSP jokes about him. Here's the key thing, I think.
Flip-flop Lord and the flip-flop dog.
I don't get the mentality that you have to be on, you either pro-DSP or you're anti-DSP. There's no middle ground. I don't believe in that. And I'd love to get the perspective of you guys if you can, but after I'm done. But like I never really got this whole idea that like you have like if you make like an anti-DSP joke, that automatically means you're making it with not the soul obviously, but with the main intention that you don't like Phil and that you want him to be destroyed. The funny thing is we make those jokes, but it's because we can see the humor in it, but we don't have like the ulterior motive of, oh yeah, we make these jokes, you know, Phil being all ludicrous or whatever. That means we don't want him to make YouTube content anymore. We don't want him to stick around. It's one of those things. It's a very like slippery slope though, because like whenever you make that kind of stuff, people just assume. Like I mean, that's why you got the nickname Flip Flop Lord.
Well, that's the thing. Like, and the funny thing is, like, I live up to the name Flip Flop Lord. And the funny thing is, like, I'm so removed from everything that goes on. Like, I almost don't care. Like, I almost like being called a Flip Flop Lord.
But it's more.
So go ahead and call me.
But it's more. You're not really. You're more the median Lord. You're more like, you know. You have some good DSP stuff,
right?
You know, but you can also like call out the BS. I mean, I do it as well, but I'm not as public about it because, you know, no one really cares. I got a flipping 90 Twitter followers.
Well,
nobody cares about it.
I used to be way more public about it, but even so now, like I tweeted once when people were bringing up the Gout Station thing last week, like, or even when we were on the podcast, I didn't tweet anything just because it served no purpose to do so, and so I was like, and it wasn't really a priority of mine, so I was like, all right, well, the footage is up there. I don't need to comment.
But yeah, I want to like point this question back at you guys, and I want to get like, well, what are some of your guys' perspectives about this whole like being sorry, Avalanche had a pretty good joke there about feeling large Lord. But no, sorry, I got distracted from Tunisia. Yeah, what are your guys like ideologies when it comes to like people that aren't because I mean it seems like everyone's in a group. Sammy, KG, all that people. They're in pro-DSP. You guys, it seems, are in the anti-DSP.
K Gallion is fucking nuts.
He's crazy. So, but anyway, yeah, sorry. Yeah, what about you guys then, in general? Because you guys seem a bit more rational thinking.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually brought this up in the debate because I wanted to ask. This was something that Sammy Samosa actually brought up. He said, "There's no gray area. You're either with him or against him. Make up your minds, people." And I wanted to bring up that's kind of ridiculous to draw that line in the sand.
Yeah, we both kind of looked at each other very confused
there. I don't agree with that.
So yeah, there's room in the middle. And actually, to be honest with you, us providing evidence and being level-headed is so that we can appeal to people in the middle. Because people that are on the fence aren't going to listen to people that are extreme on either end. They're not going to listen to people that are, you know, being overly emotional or overly irrational about things. So we completely understand that there's a middle ground, and we try to cater to that middle ground with the parody and the stuff that we do, you know?
Yeah, it's not like completely malicious or anything. It's more criticism than anything else. It's not just blind hate.
Like our favorite series, which we'll probably watch after this, the DSP. I don't know if you guys ever had him on the Underground Revolution. What's his name?
I think it's something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, he does the DSP isms. Where okay, snort, belch, all that, and like
those videos are outstanding.
That is like I have never laughed so hard at a DSP thing. Like I hope he never stops.
Yeah. If you're watching this, please keep on doing that.
It's like my Walking Dead. Like I watch it every fucking week.
Yeah, that's like the highlight of my Mondays is seeing flipping DSPisms in my inbox. But at the same time, I can non-ironically like enjoy one of DSP's playthroughs. Like recently, he did flipping Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5, and I watched all of that, and I flipping had a blast. But it was because the game sucked, and Phil called it out, and it's sucking. And like story-based games as well. I quite like his playthroughs of those games. Like there's some, and I mean maybe that's just me. Maybe people being like, "Oh, you living idiots! I can't believe you actually like those playthroughs." But hey, what can I say? That's what makes us human. You know, people like different things, I guess. But yeah, like I think we can understand that. Like we can watch, you know, DSP playthroughs the way they're intended, but then we can also watch them when somebody, you know, rips them apart and, you know, throws a load of funny stuff in it. We're kind of like balancing on the tightrope of that. Right. You know, stance when it comes to DSP.
And that's understandable. You can't ask somebody to just be extreme about something. I think that there are people that have strong opinions on either side, but that doesn't mean that there are only two sides, you know?
And it's also a lot more difficult for me than it is Pete because I have...
Yeah, you've met the guy.
I have IRL experience with Phil, and I'm friends with him separate from the YouTube stuff. like I'll just chat with him. Like, he asked me, he's like, oh, good luck abroad. Like he was like, oh, what do you do? Like he asked like just personal questions about what I'm doing with stuff that not YouTube related. And so I almost feel like, that has nothing to do with his mantra, his pay me tons, his his whole, what he's doing with his channel. So it's not worth mentioning. Like it's a separate thing that I deal with on my own. And I know some people might disagree, but that's how it's been for years. That's how it's been since 2012. To be quite honest, I've kept those two things separate. Sometimes they cross over, and that's when Phil wasn't. He wasn't always happy about it or whatever. I think there was that video I made in 2013. My true feelings on DSP, where I kind of crossed it over a little bit because we were trying to hang out and it didn't work. And there's a whole backstory. I won't get into it, but yeah. So basically, that's just something I thought I'd bring up.
I gotcha. So we've got other guest callers. This was sort of a surprise, so we were very happy to have you guys.
On you.
We
didn't think it was going to be at the same time. So we were just like, hey, I know you wanted us on, about a month ago or so. This is like, one of the rare times we could do, IRL, well not IRL, flipping the two of us be, the same mic.
Someone asked me, I don't know who it was. They asked me, oh, can you get on the SoKast? I
can't even speak English.
The SoK, someone asked me to be on the podcast, and it was literally like the week before I was going abroad, and so I was like, I won't be able to until I'm not going to be in America until December. But I guess this somehow worked. So
it was awesome. Yeah, it was a pleasure to have you guys. It was awesome to meet you, Pdaaaawg, and we'll try. If you guys can come on maybe in the future some point, we can try to set that up. But yeah, man, thank you guys very much for coming on. It was awesome to talk with you guys.
I know, Paul. Thanks for having us.
Is there anything else you guys want to? Is there anything else you guys want to address or anything like that before we move on?
I'm just trying to think. I want to plug a few people in, while I'm here, might as well plug a few people in the SoK community. First of all, your Underground Revolution area.
Tevin, gotta take a sip.
Yeah, we saw that Tevin did the reaction video to our Hate Live, and we watched it live. Like his,
who the
it's
fuck
so funny.
is Pdaaaawg? That fucking reaction is the best.
that was amazing.
Tevin is, and then Darkside Ludes. Phil,
I think he was in the chat.
Where's
wasn't
Darkside Lose is absolutely
Mr. Ludicrous. He's another really good guy.
His DSP impressions of the fucking Phil, you just want to sit on your fat ass and play games. His impressions of DSP are pretty.
Yeah, so Lewis is really good. Obviously, I mean, we might as well humble the host here. Fred, obviously you're a great sport. Following on Twitter.
Wait, Fred who? Fred Fox. Yeah.
Yeah, there's always some pretty good videos. So I'll plug you as well. Why not?
Thank you. Appreciate
that. Who else do we have? Do we have any other SoK on? Obviously, TXT does a pretty decent job.
Dragon Killer, the man, Mr. Archives himself.
Man that never sleeps. I want to know who that guy is because he literally never. Anytime DSP tweets something, he's on it. I can't believe it. He is. I'm telling you, he is.
AJ here, the true pioneer, Mr. AJ.
Oh, of course. Wait, isn't he in the chat? Yeah, he's
right here in the call with us.
He's been very quiet. So yeah, the pioneer of it. By the way, congratulations on 1 million views. I'm not sure if you noticed that. That's how you don't play. Metal Gear Solid 5. Yeah, or 3, 5. What? Metal Gear Solid 3. Yeah. So shout out to him. I think not at all. And then I think that's pretty much it in terms of SoK people for now.
Awesome.
But yeah, there you go. So. There's our humbling.
Thank you very much. Plugs on our own podcast. We very much appreciate that.
There you go.
But yeah, you guys. Thank you guys very much for coming on short notice. We appreciate it. And like I said, it was good to meet you, Mr. Pdaaaawg. Also nice to reconnect with you, Mr. TheAireaidLord. And I wish you guys the best of luck. It's awesome that you guys get to meet up and stuff.
All right, thanks very much.
All right, stay ballsy and get gout. Not really. See you later.
Stay DS positive.
DS positive, of course.
Unless you're a mentally ill
bug. I want to see if he does keep up with the Patreon goals. That'll be an interesting thing.
No, someone ratted us out. Someone ratted me out when I was on their podcast. Like TheAireaidLord's on your thing. And Phil's like, well, if that's true, then Chris really needs to Phil actually called me out for being on it. So let's see if that happens here.
Oh, they're definitely going to tell him. Trust me. Maybe Sammy or K. Jillian will tell him.
Oh boy,
so.
I want to see what he says. Sammy.
But then you see, I'll flip flop on Twitter and be like, "No, Phil, it was all for fun," and he'll be like, "Okay," belch and snort and all that. So yeah, it'll be fine.
Well, we very much look forward to that.
All right.
See you guys.
Thanks, guys.
See you guys.
See ya.
Alrighty, so there is a surprise guest call-in, Mr. Pdaaaawg, Mr. TheAireaidLord. Very cool to connect with them. We weren't expecting that. I just sort of got a message. I thought, why not? More the merrier. But all right, let's sort of get our bearings back. Main cast. I'm sorry that we haven't been able to talk very much about different stuff. Different things are popping up. The debate, obviously, being one of them. But it's a good thing that we started an hour early. You know.
Oh boy.
Huh?
Yep.
Yippee.
So what do we even do now? Do we go into topics? What the hell do we even do?
You're asking the wrong person.
I guess we can get the highlights out of there and kind of do our opinions on what just transpired over the past couple hours.
All right. Well, I'll grab the topics. You guys can go ahead. We've been talking enough. We haven't heard enough from you, lovely people.
I thought that was an interesting question they posed on whether there can be a middle ground in this whole thing. I thought that was a good question.
Well, you're acting like this is some war. There ain't no ground. It's just people with opinions.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. I think it's interesting. I see mostly Phil's fans using that argument, and Phil himself, well, you're either with me or against me. I think they call that a false dichotomy.
Yes.
It's a fallacy, a false dichotomy.
That's exactly what it is, yep.
And I don't really see too many people on the quote-unquote anti-DSP side really having that line of thinking. I think it's pretty ridiculous in this situation.
I do. Either with me or get the fuck out.
I see most people as being neutral, which is okay. You know, if you want to just watch them, you know, that's fine. If it's your cup of tea, it's your cup of tea. I'm not here to judge you or anything, but it's like
I only think
just
that
don't be a Sammy.
Yeah,
Don't
don't be Sammy, and you're all good with me.
Well, I think that that you're with me, against me, whatever the hell you want to call that stupid shit. I think that's only applies to like serious things like war and whatever, security, whatever. Not fucking your opinions on some chubby guy playing video games for a living. That only matters in some serious stuff where, it can affect you in a bad way if you don't have that way of thinking. But it's not going to hurt you. I mean, it's not serious. It's all fun.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, even if you're like in a war or something, or you're like in a gang, there's the friendlies, the enemies, and the neutrals. There's usually always some sort of middle ground.
Well, no, I don't think in a war. I think you can have that. You're with me or you're against me. I mean,
and the people that don't have anything to do with it, the neutrals.
Oh, they can stay the fuck out the war then.
Yeah.
They shouldn't be sticking their noses in. If they stick their nose in, then it's got to be with you or against you. I mean, that's serious. That's war. That's something serious. Of course, you got to be with me or against me. And if you're neutral, just get the fuck out.
Mm-hmm.
Not in this shit. It's not serious at all.
It's not. It's, like I told him, it's just for fun. This is all just fun, entertainment, all that good stuff. I don't understand.
But Fred,
that
when are
mindset.
you gonna take down DSP?
Right after I pay you guys. Actually, you know what? Let me change that.
I've been working overtime in the factory.
You guys get paid after DSP is gone. How about that? Once we successfully, quote-unquote, take down Phil, then you guys get paid. All right?
All right, man. I'm going to be like Stewie in that one episode of Family Guy. Where my money?
Yeah.
But Fred, what are you going to do? I'm going to make you an ultimatum, okay? By the end of the year, by 2016, if Phil is still here, you can, stop doing your podcast.
Oh, I can't wait to listen back to that. Like when you're in it, it's different, right? You don't perceive everything as it's happening, but
that's how I am every time that I am on these.
Oh, I can't wait to go back and watch that.
I am gonna go back to that, and I'm just gonna listen to it. I'm gonna get another fucking awful headache trying to follow his convoluted reasoning. It's just all over the place, and when he's not using fucked up reasoning, he just completely avoids the question. Well, I don't care. That doesn't affect me.
Yeah,
I don't care.
It is what it is.
It's an obvious troll.
I think I don't really think it was a troll.
Serious.
I think he's just like that. I think he's.
I think it was 100% troll.
I think it's a bit half and half. It's a bit of column A, bit of column B.
What's up, man?
Said you could be better than Solid Snake. Remember that?
That's right.
You could be a hero, Fred.
You
could be a bigger hero than Solid Snake.
I can't be big boss like AJ, so I'll settle for Solid Snake.
You could be Punished Snake.
Ooh.
Well, we're not gonna get into that. we don't want to mess up anybody. But all right, I think that about puts a bow on the Sammy Samosa thing. I mean, I tried my best to take him seriously, and after a while of the shit that he was spewing, I had to give it to him back a little bit with the juice and the stuff like that. I wanted to take it into the ridiculous because he was just being ridiculous. I asked him how many times to prove or to show me why he thinks that we're trying to, quote, take down Phil and all this shit, and it didn't go anywhere. So, I mean, that's it. I would love, personally, even if it's not on the Sons of Kojima podcast, if it's on whatever, I would love to talk to this guy more. It's ridiculous. I'd love to get his view and opinion on the world and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Gotta watch that Sammy cast.
If he wants to come on again, or if he wants to do, I'd love to go on his podcast. And you're goddamn right, we're probably gonna do a Let's Endure of that shit, even if it's just me, because God, that's ridiculous. I'm looking forward to that podcast. As a matter of fact, he plugged it in front of how many people, but God, I really want to fucking watch that thing.
I hope it gets the least amount of attention because a fucking retard like that does not deserve it.
No, he doesn't deserve it, but like if it's negative attention, if people are watching him be an idiot, that's like, if somebody slips on the ice and they're a jackass, it's kind of good that a lot of people watch them do it, right?
I'd rather have him slip on ice than do a podcast.
I mean, he's going to do the equivalent of slipping on ice.
He was a jackass with his whole fucking demand and shit.
Yeah.
Dude, next time anyone that pulls that shit, I'm not fucking having it. It's the Sons of Kojima. This ain't your little shit to act like Obama and shit, then we're going to lay out a red carpet for you. You can slip on ice with that fucking mentality.
Yeah, I personally just wanted to make it happen because this was the 50th. It was special. It was going to be entertaining. It was entertaining. A bunch of people showed up because they were interested in it. Usually we don't cave to stupid shit like that, and reasonable people don't ask for stuff like that. You knew that he was going to be unreasonable coming in anyway, but yeah, this was a special thing in my opinion. I don't think this is indicative of how we're going to handle things all the time.
Well, two things here. I was glad to see Fred got an opportunity to roll out his Vince McMahon impression, and two, retro games are pretty freaking awesome. The older games, they're pretty great, and I think Sammy is full of shit.
I mean, just look at the game on the screen. Spyro The Dragon, done by not Shay, but me. I don't know how Sammy got that messed up. I don't know how he got that messed up.
He's a troll. And a retard, probably both. But he's doing. He's a troll. It's a fucking work. Come on. I mean, anyone who doesn't see that, you need. I don't know what to tell you. It's obviously a troll with the fake cholo accent and shit like that. And the list of fucking whatever demands, acting like he's some goddamn celebrity. It's a troll. And if he honestly thinks like that, then his parents didn't whoop his ass enough for some shit like that.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry, I'm just saying.
Yeah. Right, hey, why don't you talk to him next time? Tell him how you feel.
Oh no, yeah, I will.
He needs it.
But he gives me a list of demands. I'm telling him to go fuck off.
It'd be some discipline. Would you send him to the factory?
I'll talk to him, but if he gives me a list of demands, I'm telling him to fuck off with that shit. I don't cave into that shit. That's ridiculous.
I feel you. Like I said, this was something special. I wanted to make this happen.
No, it's just no, it's not. It's just of him, just for him to actually say that shit. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I feel you.
Try to get us to. You can't have gameplay. Well, it's hitbox.
The SoKast podcast. How about that?
No, it's about the Sons of Kojima. It ain't about individual members.
I feel you.
No SoKast, SoK.
So we've got a shit ton of topics. Jesus, I don't even know if we can corral back into this. Well, he referenced it. We'll talk about the 1250 or whatever else you want to say. His Patreon, as we mentioned, has sort of settled back down. Let me check it again just to be sure. We are looking at $1,579.90 now. I don't know if I'm not sure. Like, there's no way to know, but it did come down more, so I would assume that reflects the ones that got declined or withdrawn. Mm-hmm. So we're back down to earth, I guess, with that. But it's going to be interesting because, this ties in with another one of our topics. He introduced this concept to people that even if his Patreon says $12.50, that doesn't necessarily mean he made $12.50 and that he's going to do the goal. He's talked about, well, if it says $12.50, they're still going to take fees out and there's still going to be cancellations. So he's sort of trying to tell people that they need to pay him more than $12.50 so that he will actually do the goal. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, it's complete horseshit. Like, you know, if you need more money for it, just put the goal up for more money. Don't fucking tease people saying that you're gonna do it, but then pull out of it saying, oh, fucking Patreon takes fucking money out of my account, man. That's not how Patreon works. Either put the goal up there that everybody can see you raise, or just don't fucking do it. You know, one of the two.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with that, like, Halloween goal. It seems like he really, really doesn't want to do that Halloween shit, even though he's done it for free in the past, man. Just fucking do it. If not, take the fucking goal down. You know?
Yep.
You gotta be truthful with people that are willingly giving you money. It's basics of, well, a donation, you know? It's not even really fundraising, it's just a donation. That's what I think about it.
I'm with you on that. I just think that, God, I just think that it's so weird to then tell people like, oh, even if it says I made $12.50, that doesn't mean like, oh my God. And you know, he's not the type of person where he'll then show you, well, see, this is what I actually made, you know, like,
yeah.
Oh God, easy. So, anything else with the Patreon before we move on to greener pastures?
Work on your goddamn budget. Maybe that'll help out.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. Well, you know, with the help of our friend Sven, we actually did a little bit of math, and it turns out that he's making roughly $75,000 a year, and this is obviously a rough estimate, just based on some data that we have, putting together his Patreon, which there is solid evidence of. And, of course, any sort of ad revenue, yada, yada, yada. So, I don't know how he can't make it work. You know, that also doesn't include the money that he's getting monthly for the injury. It also doesn't include the rent that he's getting from his aunt in the condo. Like, it's so weird for him to then ask for money on Patreon when he appears to be doing quite well, you know, for someone that's self-employed, for someone that doesn't have to get up, for someone that lives by his own schedule. He's doing pretty well. So, all right, let's see. How about some Halloween marathon? We covered that. How about rage quitting Tony Hawk Pro Skater 5?
I saw it coming the moment I saw that game was basically Goat Simulator with skating in it.
Yeah, kind of. Same here.
Well, I'll cut him some slack. The game I hear is really buggy, really glitchy. For some people, it's not even playable. Like, the day one patch was almost twice as large as the game itself. So that has to say, you know, a decent amount. I think, I don't really, if the game was too glitchy, like if you go back through his footage, which I did not watch myself, if it was too glitchy to play the game, then I cut him some slack there and understand why he quit it. He quit it. Yeah, he quit it. No, he's not giving me that.
Quit it.
But yeah, I can understand why he quit it. But if it wasn't like that, then oh my God, DSP quit another fucking game. What's surprising there?
Oh, you see, his views weren't that high. He has to have them views. The views were bugged.
When I was watching it, it's like he was in the pool and he couldn't do like an air trick, and he just kept fucking falling on the ground. He's like, "Oh, this game's fucking bugged. Can't do it." Like, that's all I saw of him playing it. I was like, "Yeah, he's gonna quit it." Like, already, I knew.
He keeps turning like 90 degrees before he hits the ground. I don't know why he keeps doing that.
Yeah,
I have no idea. I don't know if he's trying to do a revert or what the fuck he's trying to do, but every time he goes to land, he'll turn sideways, and then he'll, oh, what the fuck? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. It's a terrible game, so I can see why he would rage quit it, but just the attitude to take in. And then he's apparently going to do, like, he's going to film some rant or something to sort of get a couple more views out of it. I don't know. It's all about the views
Wow.
and stuff like that.
Spyro
Man,
the
you know
Dragon
what?
does better skateboarding than him.
You know, I have to say, I'm so happy that I can just, we can just play games that we want to play, that we actually enjoy, that we didn't turn this hobby into something that just sucks our soul out by being forced to play games we don't want to touch.
Absolutely.
Or replaying games for no good reason at all. Don't understand that either.
So apparently he just filmed 7 parts. Destiny Decade let us know in the viewer submitted topics. 7 parts of Tony Hawk 5 and then he rage quit. So unbelievable.
Did he even make back the money it took to pay for the game?
I don't think so. Not yet, at least. I don't know if he will in total. We'll see. Quick credit to Gmod Caboose 56 who submitted about TheAireaidLord possibly getting banned. We actually did one better, and we talked about him. We talked about that with him, which is kind of cool. Trolls spamming porn in his Patreon comments from Shadow Raptor. We also addressed that, so thank you guys for that. Let's see what else is in the viewer submitted. We'll sort of bounce back and forth between ours and the viewer submitteds. Phil bringing attention to shitting on Tomas. Covered that. Thank you, Anonymous. Let's see. Oh, Phil's hairline. All right, that's something that we had. Also something submitted by Anonymous. Yeah, so he actually, if you guys want to take this one as well, he talked about on his stream the reason why his hairline is why it is, and he also addressed his hair being greasy.
What? Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. His hair being greasy?
Yeah.
What? Wait a minute.
Someone asked him, he did his little impromptu... He did his little impromptu, Q&A when he was looking for matches, I think, on Battlefield, or not Battlefield, Rainbow Six. So he was waiting. He was in matchmaking. He was just sort of like taking questions, which was hilarious.
So he just said his hair is greasy, like it's just natural oily or whatever.
Yes. Somebody asked him why his hair is greasy. He said he doesn't do anything with it. And they asked him, like, why is his hairline going back?
Yeah, but hold on. There's grooming techniques that you can do. Like, I remember that one picture where he took in that Pollo whatever Loco apron.
Pollos Hermanos.
Looking like whatever. I forgot. It was like looking like the hottest mess ever. It's ridiculous. And I know I just sounded like I work in a nail salon or whatever.
He doesn't exfoliate, Shay.
It's ridiculous. I mean, there's a brush, and it only takes 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what people are going to see if you're a businessman, anything like that. Listen, if there's 2 people, appearances matter, especially in business when you're selling goods or what he claims to do. If the first impression, they see a picture of you in a fucking apron looking like a hot mess, or does you see someone else in a nice suit or whatever, anything like that, who are you going to go for, Like, it makes no sense. And especially, but this is the same guy that's coming from a business card with the Sonic hat on.
Yes.
I understand it's gaming, but you have to look a certain way.
He's professional.
When you put yourself out there.
Yeah. And his business card also contains a plug to his Patreon.
Oh, you see, it was a professional Sonic hat.
Beautiful.
That's also a bad thing. I mean, on your business card, why would you have something that's proving that you have to rely on other people since your business is obviously failing? My channel's so popular that I have to beg people on Patreon.
So
I mean,
sorry,
I don't know, but I'm using his terms since he said it's a quote unquote business. I understand it's gaming and it's not all, you can look like whatever you want. People don't care, but from his perspective.
I feel you. Let's see here. Anything else with his hair before? So we didn't even talk about why his hair. So he says that his hairline isn't exactly receding. It's that one side is higher than the other because his mom used to part his hair, and therefore it's his fault, her fault, that his hairline is messed up.
It's always someone else's fault with him.
His parents,
It can't ever be his fault.
Mm-hmm.
It's never his own goddamn fault. Goddamn.
Never. So there you go, hairline. Oh, here we go. Here's a good one. Jason X. If Phil's Patreon would go away tomorrow, what are the chances he would put a support button on his gaming and vlog channels? The same for Pdaaaawg for sales of soap crash. Well, that would mean that they were at all existent to begin with. For sales crashed. How about if they stay the same? But in all seriousness, though, oh man, I don't even know what to say. Yeah,
You'd have to find something to get that money back because just doing gaming alone ain't gonna cut it anymore. Guys getting desperate.
So we'll move on. We've got, how do you all think Phil really treats Leanna when the camera isn't on? Ooh. I don't think they talk to each other. I don't think they talk to each other at all. Like their time together is like either eating food in a restaurant or watching movies. Like there's no.
That's the impression I get. They're just sitting down watching. They're just like sitting down watching a movie, not even talking to each other, but they're like on their phones instead, you know?
Yeah.
Fucking tweeting and shit. Like, damn.
That's got to be a sad life. I would hate to have that sort of relationship with a girlfriend. Full-time girlfriend, might I add.
Full-time, not part-time.
No, of course not.
Not
it
seasonal.
Can never be part-time.
She's not seasonal either. She's full-time.
Oh, no.
He's got her locked into a contract.
Yep. But yeah, I would fucking hate to have that sort of relationship. It would just be pretty abysmal, in my opinion.
To be honest, I pictured her more like a bar where there's like a tab, you know, like just put that on my tab, Leanna, you know?
Mm-hmm. So we'll move on. So thank you, Jason X, for the Pdaaaawg question, how they treats her. Let's go back to our topics and see what we had down. We had the hairline, Halloween. Phil. Oh yeah, we talked about this a little bit with Sammy Samosa, but we'll also bring it up with you guys. Phil giving Tomas shit, and that being the person who actually warned him about those copyright strikes originally and saved Phil. And it basically made Phil aware so he can go take corrective action, sort of gave him a heads up about it. He then went to tell Phil about porn being posted to his Patreon, and he actually went back and said the following to him, gave him shit, says, who cares what trolls are doing during a gameplay stream? Stop stupidly spamming the chat. All you're doing is giving them more attention. And then he responds, so you attack me for informing you. I was just trying to help. Phil responds, how is telling me that during gameplay helping out?
Well, I mean, to point out the obvious, it's kind of alerting to an issue that's happening on one of your sites.
Mm-hmm.
Just pointing out the obvious here.
Well, who the fuck is Tomas?
I know, right?
Who the fuck is Tomas? Oh, honestly, if my feed was being spammed with pornography, something that could probably get him banned on that site. If I don't really know the terms of service, but I'd assume it would get him banned or at least make him look bad. I'd want to know immediately so I could take action. And I think he reacted in a very unprofessional way. Just shows how shitty he is to his fans, how shitty he's been, and how he will continue being shitty to his own fans, the people that support him. And I think that's probably the biggest reason for his decline, and that's just an awesome example of that behavior.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Anything else before we move on?
Dude, he's a fucking jackass.
I agree.
Dude, my phone's going off. Holy shit, dude, you wrecked that debate, man.
Yeah?
I'm loving it.
You really did.
Dude, I gotta give you, I don't know how the hell you could stay so calm. You know what? You would be, listen, if there's a high paying, you could be a counselor to a celebrity. Think about it. You make so much money. All you gotta do is sit there and put up with their bullshit. and nod your head, and you get like $500,000 in like a year. I bet you.
Well, thank
Got to
you.
be smart with that. You got the patience, so make use of it and deal with some fucked up rich people.
I appreciate that, man. I wanted to represent the group. I mean, I feel like that's the thing too. Is like, when we're in this situation, come and fucking do this, that. I feel as though it's a sort of like a referendum, Jay, on the group. I feel as though it is like people are gonna watch it, right? Like 450 people were here to watch it. I'm sure that when we get that high, there's people from the pro Phil side that we're hoping that just like with the DAS debate that we'd get fucked up and stuff. There's people watching, and they're going to judge the group based off of that. They're going to make they're going to draw conclusions based on that, how we talk to people. They're going to reference it later. You know what I mean? Like if he came on and I just completely disrespected him and shit like that, people are going to reference that later, and they're not going to want to come on in the future, and they're going to use that as shit against us. So the way it stands, I treated him with respect until I could no longer, until he completely, made it clear that he was just there to be disrespectful and, to talk shit and just avoid questions. Then at that point, I started to have a little bit more fun with them. But it's frustrating. Trust me. It's not easy. It's not easy to listen to some fucking guy tell you, Freddie boy, I'm coming for you. And that's why I'm so excited to go back and listen to it, because oh man, I'm so happy that this is on record. If this was a private conversation, I'd be kicking myself.
It sounded like he was mentioning me a good majority of the time, considering I'm Freddy, you're Fred.
Maybe he wants to take you out too.
Well, yeah, he's not going to do that.
You guys can have some vegetable juice together.
Fuck that. I'm sticking to my soda. Dr. Pepper for the fucking win.
I saw in the chat people said they were dying when I was talking about the juice.
Watch out, Fred. He's going after your son.
I have to protect my children. Unlike Moon Man. And his fictional children.
God damn it, Dad. Where's the child support?
So much. I think Sammy should ask his dad that.
Oh.
Just had to. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Let's see. How's about, aside from making soap for her business, what do you think Leanna does all day when Phil is streaming? Submitted by Hideo Kojima.
Actually, it's Kojima, because it's Khajiit from, not Skyrim, Oblivion, I think, or the Elder Scrolls games. Got to correct you there, Fred. I'm sorry.
No, and I believe it's shut up. Please continue. Oh, that's it? You just wanted to be sassy about that? That's it? You didn't want to tell us what you think Leanna does all day?
Damn.
Thank you, Alice.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
Alice, what do you think Leanna does all day when Phil is streaming?
Be honest, I think she wastes time. I think she does nothing. I think she's one of those people that tries to kill time. They don't do anything they enjoy. They just try to get through the day doing busy work and doing nothing to just try to kill time. Like, she browses the internet, buys shit for no reason. I think she just tries to kill time because she has nothing to do with her life. That's it. I think, like, when she makes soap, the process of making soap is you make big batches of it. It sits there and it sits. You do, like, all the work at once, and then you're good for, like, a month or two. So I think she kills time in between doing that, since that's her hobby. And I don't think she really does anything, to be honest.
I'm curious. Actually, since I'm looking at the chat, I want to know what the chat thinks. Yo, let me know what you think Panda Lee does all day. I'm really curious about this. I bet you I'm going to find some answers that are going to make me laugh. Let me know, chat, please.
All I can just say is just look at her Twitter. That's all you just got to look at. She tweets nothing but dumb shit every day.
Oh, and she criticizes Phil all day, too.
And she looks up what we do, because she's able to get into arguments with people based on them just mentioning her, but not, like, actually tagging her in the tweet. She'll find people that just say Panda Lee. I believe that she was looking for our videos, flagging videos. She's flagged several people before on YouTube and stuff like that, and on Twitter. She's tracked down Twitter support and, like, tweeted them all day to try to get 2 accounts off of Twitter. So This is what I think she does, all right? She wakes up maybe around noon, unless she's like one of those annoying wake up at the crack of dawn girls that I can't stand that because I like to sleep in just a little bit. But I think that she wakes up maybe noon, maybe something like that. Oh shit, Chef! No.
Oh my God, I'm dying.
No.
That's what you hear before you die.
No.
Jesus.
I swear, listen, I think that's what you hear before you die.
Oh God.
So if you hear that, you might as well just get ready.
I did a sound check with ChaffXGrenade, the maker of various fantastic This Is How You Don't plays.
The one that introduced me to DSP as well, so I'll have to thank him for that at some point.
Yeah, that was terrible. That was the worst thing ever.
That was like Revan 2.0.
Yeah, that was really bad. Sorry about that.
Okay.
We're gonna try to reconnect.
I just had to say something. I'm sorry, this is just totally random, but you know them sex bots on Skype? You won't believe who just tried adding me.
What?
Magical Clit 1474.
Nice.
What the fuck?
I guess it heard the podcast.
Listen, Magical Clit. I don't like the odds of that. That makes it seem like I'm gonna have to go get a test after that, so I'm denying that request. It's creepy.
I think they just heard the podcast, to be honest.
Yeah, Magical Clit heard the Tide podcast. What the hell? What would that even look like? It looked like a fucking clam or some shit like that. A glowing clam.
A clam.
I think it would have like a little wizard hat or something.
Well, I don't know, like, you know. Every time I think of Clit,
Nope. Sorry, Chef. We tried. I don't know what he's doing. I literally talked to him yesterday, and I know he's on his phone, but there was none of that. So yeah, sorry, Chef. We can't. I don't know what the hell that is. How do you do that? Like, I don't know. Anyways, our apologies to Chaff. Great guy. I talked to you. It was fantastic. You make fantastic This Is How You Don't plays. And you're part of the SoK in the group with us and stuff. We'd love to have you around, but not like that. So, all right. Let's move on.
I like how the chat is saying that he probably threw a chaff grenade. That's
what it is. That is what he is, a chaff grenade. He's a chaff grenade to our podcast. That is literally what that was.
That's pretty funny.
Son of a bitch. That is literally what that was. That was a chaff grenade to our podcast.
Nah, he's with Revan in the fucking woods and shit.
Oh my God.
Oh. No disrespect. I'm just saying we're talking about the noise.
Yes. All right. Let's see. What else do we got? Here's a good one. Oh wow, this is actually a really good one. This was submitted by our buddy Fizz. Do you feel like Phil's age is leading towards his decline? If so, what do you believe is the oldest someone should be to put out LPs and remain relevant to a younger demographic?
Damn. Young demographic?
Like how young exactly?
Well, I mean his audience, how old they are.
Well, that again varies, but
he's probably gonna have to put on some clown makeup later on. I don't know, dude. I don't freaking know. I don't know, honestly.
Hey, look, it's Chaff Grenade.
Doesn't seem to be working. Huh.
We can hear you now, and there's not crazy noise.
That's weird.
Can you not hear us?
Like, am I not in the call?
All right. Well, he just like left.
I guess not.
Man. Hey, Chaff, can you hear us now?
Yeah, now I can.
Perfect. Now we've connected.
Finally.
Thank you for stopping your chaff attack at us and rendering all of our electronics useless. How's it going, Mr. Chaff Grenade?
I'm doing all right.
So this is a long time coming. We've been meaning to connect with you and talk with you for the longest time. We've done many of your This Is How You Don't Plays for Let's Endure, so awesome to meet you and talk to you for the first time in SoKast history, especially for the 50th. Thank you for your time.
Hey, it's good to be here.
And I have to say, thank you for making This Is How You Don't Play Sly Cooper. If you hadn't, I would have never found DSP.
Dude, as tiring as it is to make those montages, they're still pretty fun to make. I had a lot of fun, making them all.
Yeah, they're definitely. I love them. If no one has seen Chaff's This Is How You Don't Play, they're definitely worth the watch. Go check them out.
So we've got the fan favorite, Mr. Chaff. Mr. Chaff, do you have any input? I don't know if you were watching the podcast at all before you came on, but we were literally just talking about what Leanna does in the course of a day when Phil is not streaming before we got onto this new topic about Phil's age. Do you have any quick input on that? What do you think that Leanna does in the course of a day?
Nothing! All of the nothing. Like, I don't even know, where she finds the time to, go get her stuff to make her soap. Like, does she even drive? Like, what? Does she just sit around all day? Or
she
what?
does not drive. She does not work. She doesn't have a driver's license because she never even took the driving test, she says.
Ugh. Lazy. Very professional of her.
Mm-hmm. So we're on our next topic, and this is very interesting. Our buddy Fizz suggested for us to talk about if we feel like Phil's age has any sort of factor in his decline, and if it does, what do we believe would be the oldest that someone should be before they sort of quit Let's Plays and, because they can't stay relevant to a younger audience the way they do?
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, what kind of audience Phil is even trying to appeal to, because it's just a lot of crude toilet humor, not even actual humor, but just the toilet itself. It's just shit. It's like there's no substance. He's basically just narrating over the game. He doesn't really have a lot of input, anything interesting to say about the games he plays. He's just, oh, yep, a thing happened, pressing buttons, stuff happening on screen. That's not good commentary, but I think it is. I'm going to upload it, unedited, and make money off of it. But as far as his age, I mean, I don't know. I think Phil's just a bad example because he himself is just not very entertaining. I mean, if you're a good enough comedian or you have enough, experience with gaming to have a lot of things to say about a game when you do a Let's Play of it, I think, your career could last as long as you want it to, but it just depends, I think.
I agree with that. I think that I just feel like if you're going to appeal to a younger audience, you need to make references that are relevant, right? And Phil doesn't keep up with pop culture and stuff like that.
He doesn't even watch TV, as far as I think. Like, just watches old movies all the time.
It would be something. Hold on a second.
So.
Yep.
That's silence.
Dead air. Nothing. Nothing. Please ask again later.
I mean, we could just edit this out, but that would take work. We can't. There's no time to edit things. Just leave this in. Just put it on YouTube, unedited, raw, real. That's what people want to see. They don't want to see all these special effects and gimmicks and
No.
quality.
You see, you gotta be the realest motherfucker on the internet.
No.
No, see, I'm the fakest apparently because, I spend all my time making these deceitful, evil hater montages. So I'm clearly the exact opposite of Phil, someone who is honest and real and a crusader for the common gamer. No, as you can see, I am a troll, pure and simple. That's all I'm ever going to be, because I'm nothing without DSP. I don't have a life, you know. I don't have a job or friends or an education. No, I'm just some guy living under a bridge who apparently has access to a computer and can easily edit stuff in Vegas, but no, I'm just a troll. Don't mind me.
Chaff, what was your first This Is How You Don't Play, and why did you make it?
My first was for Jack and Daxter. And the reason why I made it was, I guess at the time, I kind of started already getting into watching some other montages, like specifically, Sebastopol Queen's death montage for Dark Souls 1. And then later on, Magnu9991 started doing those bugged mechanics videos where you just kind of,
old school.
Yeah, with the good idea, bad idea stuff. And he did one for Jack and Daxter where Phil was fighting that boss Claw, and
bugged lava mechanics.
What? It's instant death if you fall into lava, and that just had me cracking up. And one day I was, on campus, and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to download all of those videos for Jack and Daxter, just go through them, edit it together, edit out the good parts, and just make a montage. And then it just kind of happened, and people loved it, so I just kind of kept going with it.
Nice. All right, that's pretty cool. What was your favorite one? I know my favorite one, but from the director himself, what was your favorite one to make? What was the most fun?
My favorite to make was Oddworld New and Tasty.
Ooh.
Like that's the one where I had the most fun coming up with ideas to edit in, the death counter, all of the audio clips and video clips and musical sections and stuff like that. That was probably my personal favorite. That was the one I put the most effort into.
Nice.
I still haven't watched that one because I'm waiting to actually play the game. I loved the previous Oddworld games, and I still haven't gotten that one. But now that I've got a PS4, I'll be sure to pick that up at some point.
Yep. Do you have any upcoming projects or any games that you're waiting for him to do so that you can make another one? Or
I am holding out for either Jack 3 or God of War 2. Like, those are going to be like my two quote-unquote final montages if those games ever come up.
Oh, nice. That's what's up.
So I'm just kind of holding out until then, if he ever decides to do it.
I don't know. I can't see him playing either of those games, to be honest with you.
I mean, I guess I figure if he has any more, downtime areas of the year, he'll probably play one of those. I mean, there's no point in playing Jack 1 and 2 and then just kind of leaving 3 behind. It's like, come on, you're going to play it eventually. It's right there.
Right. Or Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal. He hasn't played that yet. And I'll be ready for that one, too.
Ratchet and Clank, that was a tough one to sit through, especially for Ratchet and Clank Going Commando. That one was...
Oh, man, that one.
I mean, yeah, the games can be pretty tough, but it's just... You shoot stuff and you jump over stuff. It's not rocket science. It's just rockets.
You see, the thing with him is he didn't take time to upgrade his more advanced weapons, so late game he had more difficulty with it than normal, per usual.
It is what it is, I guess.
Yep.
So we'll move on. Let's see here. Let's see what we have. How's about some gaming topics? What's going on in the world? How about... Let's see what's viewers submitted. I almost sound like Panda Lee there. Sorry. I'm trying to find like general games. Oh, you know what? There was some from last week that we held over. These will be good. So how's about Shadow Raptor submits, if you guys could create a video game, what kind would it be and what kind of story would it have?
Well, studying game design, I've kind of come up with a lot of ideas for my own little games in the past. None that I've actually really, worked on for my own personal projects. But I always kind of had this idea of like a rhythm-based character action game where every single animation and movement has a sound attached to it, and like the speed of the attacks and the animations affects the way the sound plays. And you're basically making the game's soundtrack as you play it, fight enemies, do platforming sections and stuff. And that's just kind of the basic idea. And then like at the end of every level, it would save all your inputs, and then it would create an MP3 of the song you made for that level, and then you could share it with people.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Is there anything like that, or is that the first of its kind?
There's probably something similar like that. Like the idea came to me after playing Sound Shapes. If you've ever played that, it's like this little musical platforming thing. It's pretty neat, but I don't know. I just like just seeing music like synced in time with stuff happening on screen.
You better hurry up and fucking patent that shit, man. You better hurry up and get the copyright on that, because somebody's gonna take that, me included. But no, that's awesome, man. What about the rest of you guys? A game that you would make, and what kind of story? Oh yeah, Chef. What kind of? Is any story to it, or is it just more about the music?
I mean, I guess it's like a metaphorical thing about you the player are a producer, and you're trying to come up with an idea for an album, but you can't because you have a lot of stuff on your mind, and all your negative thoughts and personal demons are being personified as the enemies in the game and the obstacles and the levels, and you're kind of like trying to fight your way through them to come up with ideas for music. That's the kind of the basic premise.
I like it. What about you guys?
If I had to, there's a couple ideas I have for making a game, but one of them would be kind of like a Gmod meets COD Zombies. Like you would build your own sort of fortress or whatever, and when you get done building your fortress, it would send waves of different monsters, and you just try to survive. Like every part of the fortress could be pretty much breakable, and you had to build weapons and such. It would be more like a more customizable COD Zombies. I would think it'd be really.
What were they hiding from you?
Yes. No, zombies, a bunch of different creatures.
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I think that would be cool. And then I think a horror, like a horror video game with no weapons, and I would try to make it as like maybe virtual reality, but try to make it as close to like a bad acid trip inspired horror survival game. A lot of these seem to be survival games seem to be like zombies or such, but I think I'd make it more of a bad acid trip, psychedelic, really warped and fucked up thing. I think that'd be really cool.
That's pretty cool.
You know what? Check this out, all right?
What you got, Jay?
And there's a game called Day of Darkness, and it's a bullshit game, so I can do it better, okay? The dude can travel through time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he comes back with an AK, and he just gets revenge on every fucking society imaginable. Like, think about it. You go through Rome, like, okay, you fucking jackass senators that want to take from the people, you're all getting gunned down. And shit. What is Julius Caesar gonna do? He's gonna pull his fucking broadsword out? Okay, well, I'll shoot that fucking shit out your hands, brother. What the hell's Genghis Khan gonna do? I have a fucking whatever bullshit gun, whatever. Even though I'm not a gunslinger or anything, but just think about it. You go through time and you fuck everyone up from the past. Every imaginable history. Fuck it. Even Abe Lincoln can get it. Fuck you, jackass. I'm the one doing the shooting this time. Everybody. You're just going on a crazy fucking spree. Imagine. Dude, you can have a lightsaber, too.
Somebody typing a novel.
Yeah, you can have a lightsaber, and they're going to swing their fucking bullshit mace at you. You just cut that shit off. You know what? Don't take my idea, and give me credit if you do. No, I want money. Fuck credit. Credit can't pay your bills. And I better be in the credits if you come up with that.
You could pay your bills with a credit card.
Look, you can call it time-traveling jackass or asshole.
Hey, Jay, you got typing, buddy.
My bad. I'm just tweeting something that I just read from fucking Phil.
What's up?
It's
What's going
because
on?
he says that he lost all privacy since he started this as a fucking job. Despite that, he shares every single detail on the fucking internet. Oh my god!
Wow.
What privacy? Like, we know more about him than his family does at this point.
I got nothing. Oh my god! I can't say shit.
Yeah, back on topic. I remember thinking about this a while back. Something similar to Infamous, however, your powers would be somewhat related on the temperature of your surroundings. Like, say, if you were in a colder environment, you would have ice-like powers, and if you were in a relatively hot environment, you would have fire-like powers. And you could find small little oases, if you must, in there that would give you a limited time on the other power to use in that environment, and you would traverse different things with that. I don't know.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
just
like,
off
the
the top
idea
of
of
my head.
having, powers at specific places at specific times to kind of overcome obstacles. That's neat.
Yeah.
I would think some sort of superhero game where you basically you make your own power, like whatever the fuck you want it to be. Teleportation, manipulate fire, ice, like going off from as he was talking about. I think that would be really cool. Just whatever the fuck you want to do in the game, that'd be really cool. As far as superpowers go, or etc. Make it like an X-Men game or something. Or they could make a Watchmen game that doesn't suck.
I'm looking at, sorry, I just got distracted. I'm looking at Dragon Killer's live tweeting of the debate. Like, this is so awesome to me. I love this. Like, oh man, this is great. He tweeted like, I don't know, maybe 50 times about this. That's great. Shout out to Dragon Killer. One of our favorites. That's great. But anyways, I guess we'll move on to anybody else that has a video game idea or a story or anything like that.
Nope.
Cool. How's about all right, here's a good one. Here's a general question for us. Are you guys iPhone users or Android users? Submitted by Hideo. How do you pronounce it, Alice?
Kojima.
There you go.
Android, all the way.
Yeah.
WebOS.
Kojima.
WebOS, really?
Why do you
got
say
a
it like
Palm
that?
Pre?
Yes, I do.
I
Wait,
love
say it
the
again?
Palm Pre.
Oh yes, me too. I love the Palm Pre. It was a great phone, very underrated. But if I have to choose the operating systems that are, more relevant, I'd have to say Android. But I still WebOS. Got my HP touchpad. Got my Palm Pre. Love it.
Wait a minute. Can you say Hideo Kojima again?
Kojima.
What the fuck? Is that like a Khajiit from fucking Elder Scrolls or something?
Yes.
That's
Hideo
exactly what it
Khajiit?
is. Yeah, that's
That's
exactly,
exactly what it is, dude.
Exactly.
Yeah, the guy has a picture of a Khajiit on his Twitter.
That's awesome.
Yeah. What about you, Che? Android or iPhone?
I fucking hate the iPhone. I hate iPods and all that shit. Android.
That's what's
Android
up.
all the way.
That's what's up.
Heck
We,
yeah.
we should make like a half an hour called Che Hates Everything and just have him talk about stuff he hates.
Good,
Alright,
you'll be the first one.
That would be hilarious.
Oh.
Chase
think-
solo podcast just talking shit about everything. Oh man.
I think that would be awesome.
The king of Chate.
You would definitely get more than a half hour on that shit.
That would
I gotta
be
wave my
awesome.
arms and shit.
Yeah, that would be fucking awesome.
You
Well,
gotta
guys,
look like an asshole.
I was at the store today and I ran into a hipster and it makes me think, I fucking hate hipsters. It's just so fucking bullshit, guys? I fucking hate them.
Yeah, and you know what? Dude, I hate them fucking jackasses that don't put their carts in the right way at the store. Because you
Oh my
grab
god,
that shit.
dude, tell me
Come on,
about it.
think
Like,
about
I
it.
work as a courtesy clerk, and the way people put their carts in the corrals, like, they'll mix the big ones and the little ones, and it's like they're sticking out into the row, and it's like, could you people just fucking organize these into 2 rows, little ones and big ones? Like, do y'all not have basic organizational skills that you can't even put carts away without making a fucking mess of the whole parking lot? It's making my job difficult.
Yeah, I've worked at Walmart for a couple of years, and I remember this fucking jackass left a diaper in a fucking
What
car.
the fuck?
And yeah, they expected me to get it, so I said, okay, I get it. I took like a 40-minute bathroom break. Someone else is getting that shit.
Hey,
Hell
Chad.
no, a fucking grown ass diaper. And what the hell was this person doing? He had a diaper and like an empty 6-pack. So, what the hell were you doing?
He was partying hard, my friend.
Hey, well, hopefully he didn't give the baby that shit and he fucking gave it diarrhea or something.
Beer gives
I
you
don't
diarrhea?
understand. I hope the jackass wasn't driving. There's some crazy motherfuckers that go to Walmart, man.
I haven't been to Walmart in years.
Oh, the best couple I seen at Walmart. A fucking 6'11" fucking hillbilly going out with like a 5-foot Vietnamese chick. What? How the hell does that work? But anyways,
That sounds like the plot of a TV show.
Anyways, fucking Android all the way.
Yep. I'm part of the Nexus Master Race. As a matter of fact, bringing that up, I'm actually looking into getting the Nexus 6P. It looks fantastic. I currently have a Nexus 5 back from 2013, so I've actually gotten like 2 years out of this thing, which is like you're usually forced to based on like a cell phone contract, how they used to be until they started like making installment plans. But yeah, I'm actually looking at the Nexus 6P. I also have a Nexus 7, and I have a HP touchpad that was on a fire sale, and I rooted it and put Android on it. And I have a bit of iOS because when I signed my last lease, they gave me a iPad mini, first generation, which I was kind of pissed about because they made it seem like I was going to get like a new one, like brand new. But anyways, I got a first generation iPad mini as a signing bonus for my last lease. So I have it. I use it like primarily just for podcasts, though, because it has really good speakers and stuff like that. So on a daily basis, I use Android, and just for podcasts and stuff like that, I use my iPad mini. All right.
Yeah.
How's about let's look at some more general topics that we can all sort of get in on. How about Alice, you know which one I want to talk about. Water being found on Mars.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking awesome.
Start us out.
Well, NASA confirmed that they've confirmed the existence of liquid water on Mars, which is a pretty big deal. You know, I think I forgot how I'm pretty fucking tired from that long Sammy Samosa debate, but you know, I think they confirmed it through the sediment there, how it's been moved, or the terrain has the way it is. Is that how it is, Fred? I believe that's how it is.
All right, so a paper published in the the journal Nature Geoscience, they identified some waterlogged molecules, salts, of a type known as petrolates on the surface in readings from orbit. So because there is water, or because there's water, you can see the formation of these different salts. And there had to have been liquid water to produce hydrated salt. That's the specific here. It's not just salt, but hydrated salt. They also found these streaks on the surface, and they also indicate the flowing of water. So they're trying to say that in different conditions, you will actually have liquid water on Mars, and this would sort of give credence to theories of panspermia, where there were possible microbial life or something like that may have come to Earth via asteroid impacts and flying off and landing on Earth and thriving under better conditions, stuff like that. So it's really cool to see water on Mars, seeing that there's water in the out there in the universe. It's fantastic. I'm very excited about these different prospects, and you know, they are claiming that there can be ice like liquid or water ice in Pluto. So I'm excited about that.
Yeah, it's pretty excited. I remember looking, now that I think about it, I remember people looking at the pictures and just being like, oh yeah, there's water right there. And, pointing to some darker part of the pictures of Mars. And other people were, I believe they said that the darker streaks in the picture were different minerals like pyroxene or other different minerals that are darker than the rest of the things found on Mars. But I forgot. Yep. So I think it's very interesting. People don't realize how big of a discovery this is. To be honest, they've been theorizing that they're finding. They've theorized for a while that there's been ice on Mars and stuff, but they really haven't necessarily been able to prove that there was liquid water on Mars. So this is pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, as someone who's not really, that interested in space and space exploration, I mean, even I have to admit, this is a pretty big deal. I mean, you're finding some type of water source on a completely different planet. That's like crazy when you think about it in the grand scheme of things. Like, this is a pretty big first step towards, figuring out just what's out there in the universe.
So we'll move on once again. Let us see what we've got in the viewer submitted doc. Which again, thank you guys all so much for all the viewer submitted topics. We've got so many of them. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Hey, Che, you here?
What's up?
All right. We want to get your opinion on Donald Trump, submitted by Bone Thugs.
Oh, snap.
Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. I don't know, man. I think walking a fine line between talking about anything political is kind of a bad thing for, it's just gaming and having
him
fun,
as a person. How about that? How about
him
Trump
as a person?
Yeah.
Trump as a person. Well, everyone is a hypocrite, but I think he's a hypocrite for, shitting on immigrants on one hand, but you don't mind using them to make your shit, right? I mean, come on, right? Immigrants are only cool if they're working in a fucking sweatshop making your shit. With shit like that, you either got to be one way or another. So it's just like most politicians or most people that try to be politics. It's all full of shit. Politics is shit. Mainstream media is shit. And anyone's on there is probably shit. Do your own research and come up with your own conclusions. Use your brain and don't listen to anyone on TV. That's all I have to say.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not no Republican or Democrat. I don't fucking follow one side or the other. That's all bullshit. So, I don't mean to come off trying to sound like Alex Jones or something, but you got to educate yourself, and you can't depend on anyone to educate you,
I completely agree. I think
try to search all sides, research all sides, and come up with the best conclusion you possibly can, because you will get fooled if you don't do that. It's called common sense, and you have to use it, and you can't expect anyone else to do it for you.
My grandma likes him.
Really?
My grandma's voted Democrat for like 65 years. And for whatever reason, she was talking to me and she's like, "Oh, I like Donald Trump because he's the only one that'll tell the truth." And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "Yeah." She says, he tells it like it is, and he's not a coward or shit like that. I'm like, wow. All right. So I guess she's a fan of his apparent honesty, but I was surprised by that. But yeah, my grandma's a G.
Yep, Donald Trump's a fucking hypocrite. And I could go into a fucking 5-hour-long debate on why, but this is the Sons of Kojima podcast and not the Alice Does Politics podcast. So I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say I don't like him and he's a hypocrite.
Perfect. How about...
He's a fucking idiot.
How about...
That's all I got to say about it.
That's weird. I've got an idea. Let's transition to something that we asked the viewers about. We asked them to help us out with their favorite moments in SoKast history, and I figure being the 50th, it'd be good to see like what people enjoyed. 50 episodes, you sort of lose track of stuff. So let's start to reminisce. The first one on here, I swear I didn't write this or have this in mind, but the first thing on here is the Daz bullshit debate. God, man, that was incredible. I was in the zone for that, so like I had to watch it back after a while. I didn't get through all of it. I saw some of it. The thing that sticks out to me, just being a perfectionist, out to me was like when we called to have a sound clip and we couldn't do it right away. It felt like dead air. It was like excruciating for me. But after that, we got everything together, and man, it ended up being great. It ended up being a really good debate. What do you guys think?
I thought it was great on your guys' parts. I just when I listen back to it, I'm just like, oh God, because I really didn't get to say anything. I had to cut myself off halfway through because I had a bunch of shit going on in my house. So I really didn't get to engage in it at all. But listening to it afterwards, you guys, it was pretty good. Both you and Fred, the people who talked, it was pretty great. You guys did great. And
you see, Alice, I didn't get to do anything because I fell asleep midway through.
See, that's why you should fucking actually sleep at normal hours and not fucking stay up all fucking night.
Well, you see, this was over the summer, so.
Yeah.
And also, again, listening back from what I had heard, again, Fred pretty much wrecked him. So yeah, nothing much more could be said, really.
Yeah, like I had to go back and catch the rest of it because I had missed a lot of it, and I don't know. It's like, I mean, Das Bullshit always came across to me as someone who's really on the fence. He's not really against Phil or for him. He only occasionally watches his stuff, but still will kind of call him out every now and then. But like during the debate, he really just seemed to be like, oh no, Phil's not that bad, or he's like covering his own tracks and Phil's to kind of make him seem completely different than what he was making himself out to be up until that point. And it's like, is this even the same guy?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird.
To me, the whole Dassing, just the thing about me is I was completely taken off guard by just his actions, to go out in public like that and on the King 8 forums of all places where we can't come in. We can't come in, like literally, a lot of us can't come in with our names because we'll get banned. I mean, I used every variation of fucking Che. It's okay to be Che. Hey, it's Che. Yo, it's Che. Che is here. Welcome, Che. And I get banned each fucking time. So, we can't not argue, but we can't debate as ourselves. And it's no point coming in with an alt account, because you're not representing yourself the right way. But just, his whole shifty, like kind of like bipolar attitude towards us was just so surprising because I really thought he was a cool guy. And even after the whole Jaha thing, I really had nothing against him, but it transpired from him demanding to be on our podcast when we already had people to just that debate. And boy, he really showed that he didn't know what the hell he was talking about, and interrupting people and all this shit. It just, I don't know what the hell he was thinking of. I kind of thought we were cooler than that. Thought he would respect us more than that.
Yeah. Another one here submitted. Oh man, this was my personal favorite. Well, actually, I take that back. I have a couple, but this is way up there. One of my favorites, the Mod Madness. I mean, and we keep coming back to that one. That one was just incredible.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Man, that was crazy.
That is easily my favorite moment right there. That shit was crazy.
One of my favorite episodes.
I actually felt like CNN with that one. I swear, I felt like a live update.
Yeah. I would say that that's my favorite one of all of them, but now I have to say that the Sammy Samosa debate is the best one. Oh yeah, definitely, dude.
Sammy Samosa.
I wasn't even expecting much. I thought I was just gonna sit there being pissed off and shit, but no, he unintentionally made me laugh because of his stupidity.
You know what's sad is that people are gonna think it's fake. Like, I completely understand. There were people in the chat that were like, "Oh, this has to be fake. That can't actually be him."
Yeah.
But honest to goodness, all right, that is the. I DM'd, and I'll show all this stuff after the fact. His account, the one that is attached to his Patreon, is the one that I was DMing. I gave him my Skype information. He then added me. That was Sammy Samosa. Like, but I completely understand if people think that was fake, because I was surprised. Like, I felt like he was gonna have something, but I mean, that was just, oh my god. But anyways, yeah. If somebody said he posted on his Twitter, is that true? Did he actually post on his Twitter lately?
Did he?
But that's my fear. That's my fear, is that people aren't going to believe that was real. But I swear to you guys, that was real.
But like that's the thing, because like you pretty much wrecked him, and it's like he didn't even have any actual arguments to bring against you or any way to defend himself. You just destroyed him, like completely.
That was his best trolling impression, man. That shit's like 5 years old. They were doing that shit back in 2010, and he's way outdated with his trolling technique.
Yeah, but usually trolls don't get wrecked live on the air in front of everybody.
But yeah, but it's just, I don't know. I still think that was a troll. I mean, it's hard to think someone can actually think like that. You know, it's really hard.
Even if it was a troll, he lost all his credibility.
But,
well, I mean, I don't think trolls care. I don't think trolls care about credibility. I just think they try fucking with you.
If you're a really good troll, you'll try to build up some sort of credibility so that your trolling goes further.
Well, I mean, there's different. I think just trolls like fucking with people. They just want to get a reaction. They just want you to respond to them,
but you can
even
fuck
if it's
people
negative
better.
attention.
You can fuck with people better if you have some sort of credibility.
No, not if you care about just fucking with people. Just wasting people's time and, you know, trying to get negative reactions out of everybody. Some people are like that. You know, maybe they had fucked up childhoods and people don't like them and they're losers and they like that sort of attention.
Yeah, I feel you, man. No, I get what you mean.
It's almost as if he's mentally ill.
Oh.
That's yeah, he is. He definitely is.
Let's see.
But
with that accent, yeah.
You guys, I was in the call. It was Fred and I and Sammy Samosa, and I can tell you it was real. Like it was nobody from the group. No one was trying to do an impression or anything, even though it sounds nothing like any one of us. But it was as real as can get, and it was as headache-inducing as it sounded. It was real.
As someone who saw the shit behind the scenes right before the podcast, I can definitely confirm it was 100% real.
So we'll see if he tweets about it or says something about it, like, I fucked him up or something. Like, he refused to tweet for some reason. I don't know why he did that. He was just being so uncooperative. Like, I told you guys on Twitter that, like, he added me as a friend, and then he wasn't responding to any of my messages. I asked him to do a sound check just to make sure that everything was fine, which we're trying to do now. Alice actually had the suggestion that we should, like, just do a sound check just to make sure everything's good so we don't end up with the Revan situation again or something like that where people have terrible noise. And it was brilliant. I mean, we should. And he refused to do it. Then he unfriended me, and then I messaged him. I told him, like, well, look, we have to be added as contacts so I can add you to the Skype group. Then I added him to the Skype group. He left right away. He messaged me and said, everybody better leave within 30 seconds of me getting in the call or else there's no debate. I told him that's fine. Then I told him that we'll just have everybody just leave the call and it'll just be me and Alice because she has to host the call, but she'll be muted. He said, no host. Why can't you host it? Yeah, just a bunch of bullshit run around, but we got it done. We accomplished having him on. I thought it was entertaining, and yeah, so all's well that ends well, I guess. I don't know. I think that ended up being okay. Let's see. What other moments did people vote or contribute? Mod Madness. Let's see. The success of the water charity. Episode 20. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jay.
No, definitely.
Oh, man, yeah.
One of the best things we ever did. Probably the best.
Oh, yeah. Of course. Episode 20 call-in segment with Mark McCauley. Oh, yeah. We got to get that dude again. He sounded like Jesus. Like booming voice, echoing and shit. That guy's awesome.
I remember. I was right before him, and that's the first time that I did my Crocker impression live on the air.
Well, thank God you didn't go after him, because you would have had a tough act to follow.
Oh, yeah. After that, I was just like, I'm glad I went before this guy. Oh man, I would have been devastated.
Yeah, that guy is awesome. If you're listening to this now or later on YouTube, shout out to Mark. You should come back on sometime. We'd love to have you. It was awesome. I know his time zone is way ahead of ours because he's in Australia, so it might not work as well. I think that was just a special occasion, but yeah, if we can ever get Mark again, absolutely. Let's see. Fred's reaction to Che watching the men's workout videos. That wasn't specifically on the podcast, but I love that too. I almost died actually. As Che
I wish I still had that sound bit. God damn. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was good. I couldn't breathe. I could not breathe, crazy. And I was trying to make another noise, and all I could produce was.
Desperation. He had to breathe.
I love pussy. I love pussy.
That was so good.
I love that.
My favorite is the first time that the shit pops up, and Che has he physically what the fuck was that? Like leans back and shit.
Yeah.
That was so perfect, man. Like that was the only way you were gonna get those kind of reactions. If Che knew it was coming, then you wouldn't have got just the masterpiece that was that. Oh man, Che, that was beautiful. That was so good.
I hope that people donated because that was that was an adventure.
That was the best thing ever. That was the best piece. That was the best single piece of content that I've ever been a part of.
I don't know, man. The Bible Black was pretty cool too.
Bible Black
don't forget the Meme Run 24-hour stream. I personally have that one at a high regard. I was laughing the entire way through that one.
Yeah, a lot of these gamer Nicole Uber fans submitted a lot of these. Loophole calling ketchup candy, Fred winning episode 50's debate. That's funny. Meme Run Marathon is in there. Che reacts. Bible Black stream. Sing Long submitted those.
Where's the link to
what's
the
up,
Google Doc?
Huh?
Where's the Google Doc link?
It's at the top of the chat. There's a link for it, a solid link.
Oh, okay, I got it.
We went so long, we ran out of gaming footage. I guess I'll just start from the top again.
Hey, shit, I knew I should have went longer with that Spyro footage.
That's cool. When I edited, I went to the screen a lot, so I'll just move the gameplay footage off when we're looking at other shit, so it'll extend it out a little bit more. Let's see. Lester beating Loophole in the rap battle. That was fantastic. Lester whipped the shit out of him and fucking sent him back to Malibu.
I had to throw him in the swimming pool.
The Persona streams. Oh, you were too kind. That was a train wreck, the Persona stream. Oh, God, that was bad. For me, at least. Normies reacting to Weebstup is pretty fun. That's cool. The charity fundraising itself was obviously a fantastic achievement. Thank you, Flame. 35th podcast. The water charity got the 5K mark during that podcast by Kaiser Dude, who says that he was also there. That was fucking awesome. Episode 3 of cooking. Episode 3 where we had Cooking with Jack. Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yep.
That was really good. That was actually a big surprise too, because we didn't know what to expect out of the guy. Like,
I think that was like coming up on like literally a year ago.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, yeah, we'll come up to when we get to 52, it'll be exactly a year from then. Or sorry, 54.
Yeah, Cooking with Jack. I've seen him with some other people as well. He seems like he's a really cool, laid-back guy.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. SoK's production of Blue's Clues. Gabies. Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Oh, man.
Fucking Gabies.
Rat rugs.
Thanks to all SoK members, new and old, for being infinitely more entertaining than a certain bloated wine bag could ever be. Sincerely, Gamer Nicole Uberfan. Well, thank you. Thank you, Gamer Nicole Uberfan. That is very nice that you would say that. We do our best.
We appreciate it, but it's nothing without y'all. We wouldn't have made it to 50 without you fucking... You motherfuckers been watching us for 50 podcasts?
A year.
You motherfuckers are watching from the fucking mental asylum or some shit like that. Y'all crazy.
Get out of here with that air guitar video.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah.
50.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. No magic guitar. Looking like a fucking hybrid of a Slipknot member and a dude from Scream.
Oh, man.
What the fuck?
How about this one? Che saying that nuns don't eat, submitted by Splosia.
Throw it at a crow.
When did you say that? You said the nuns don't
eat? Yeah, I said that because they don't. They act like they don't eat. I mean, listen, okay, you gotta
Like
think
they
about
don't
it.
eat.
A lot
I
of
don't remember this.
They act like
you-
they
in
don't
a
eat.
lot. Look, in a lot of monasteries, okay,
Uh-huh.
and you've seen it in documentaries and movies. Maybe it's because they're in third world. I don't know, but they get like a piece of bread and they gotta eat that fucking thing that the priest gives them. Like it's supposed to represent Jesus's fucking.
Communion?
The wafer, yeah.
The wafer. Okay, you have one fucking wafer. Ooh.
That's not all they eat. That's a ritual.
Yeah, I know, but it looks like they eat like a piece of bread because I saw it in one monastery in Nicaragua during the fucking Sandinistas to fight the Contras. Okay, so I know what I'm talking about.
What? I didn't know you were a fucking missionary.
Hell no, I'm not. I'm not going to any other fucking country to get shot at. You can kiss my ass with that shit. You better pay me if I'm taking bullets. But it looks like, I'm telling you, they eat like a slice of bread and some soup. It's like a fucking concentration camp.
Where do you get this information from? What the fuck?
I saw it. Some of them have it. You're telling me that nuns are allowed to eat like a fucking full course meal every day?
They can have whatever they like, I think.
Nah.
Except for meat
Well,
on.
I guess that's why. Okay.
Except
I guess
for meat on Fridays.
Well, I guess it's true. There are some fucking fat nuns out there, so they can eat what they want. You're right. I guess you're right.
What
I
else
mean,
do,
there
what
wouldn't
else
be.
do what else do nuns do? Do they fly or anything else? They have magical powers?
I don't know. They do some boring shit. Okay? They do some boring. At least if you're a monk, you're going to be studying kung fu. I mean, you study. I don't know what the hell you do in a monastery, but no, I'm not living that life. I'm sorry. And if anyone's religious out there, it's nothing against you, but no fucking way am I sticking to bread, a communion, and fucking being in a silent place all day. I'll go nuts. I can't do it, man.
Awesome.
But they do a lot of good work, so you know.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say bless you, but you know, best of luck to you. And please don't go to other countries. You're gonna get fucking shot at, especially during a war.
Oh God.
Oh man, as we get death threats. All right, let's go on. When Chase said she broke the law during the Bible Black second stream. Oh, that was so good. What was it? It was like about something like some female penetrated a dude and you said she broke the law or some shit like that.
Bullshit. No, because you got to think about it, okay? Now, let me explain the situation. Okay? This poor fucking guy is, like, against his will because this bitch has, like, magical powers, so he can't fight back. Okay, so it just happens. He gets fucking violated, and I don't want to say how. It's just in the worst way possible.
She broke the law.
She did break the law. That shit wouldn't fly if I was, we got to fight against that shit because that's ridiculous. I don't know what these Japanese people think, but you can't be violating people like that, especially if you're, I mean, think about it. Some 6 foot fucking blonde crazy ass bitch with magic doing that shit.
Yep, she grows the magical dick.
Yeah, fucking drop a nuke on that son of a bitch.
Breaks the
Airstrike.
law.
She broke the law.
She
did
broke
break
the
the
law
law.
of physics. That's
She
for
broke
sure.
my law. She broke my law. Let's just say that.
So thank you, Zad Lovey. That's perfect. That was a great moment. Let's see. Loop screwing with Phil. That's not SoK SoKast, but yeah, that was good. Destiny Beta, Splatoon. Live Let's Endure of Resident Evil Remastered. That was good.
That was a good one.
That was really good.
Oh man, he messed up a lot.
Che drunk singing on episode 29 by Blue
Oh.
Spade 70226.
Yep.
Was that the birthday sex?
Yes.
Yes, that was
Wait, was
birthday sex.
Wait, was he drunk for that? I don't remember that being a
That's the
thing.
only way I could sing it.
Oh, I didn't even know he was drunk for that. That
Listen.
just makes it even better.
Yeah,
Drunk
That's the only way
Jay
I
is
had,
the
I had
best
the nerve
Jay.
up to sing it. Actually, I was gonna run to my car and bring my laptop in because I didn't want to sing it in front of anyone. There was people in the house, and I didn't want them to know I was singing.
You broke the law.
Think about it. They walk past. Okay, think about it. If look, I had a cousin in the house. If my cousin walks past and he sees me singing into a fucking my birthday sex, what
Just
the
say
fuck
you
are they
were
gonna think I'm
drunk.
doing?
Just say you were drunk, dude.
No, I say I'm a fucking call guy. There you go.
Yeah, Che, what are you doing? Oh, well,
There
I'm
you
just
go.
drunk. Are you singing a
Yeah,
song?
there you
No,
go.
I'm just drunk.
I'm just drunk. Don't worry. I'm just singing at nobody. Yeah, but I did it. So Lupo could do that fucking stupid Perry marathon.
Yeah, you did take one for the team on that one.
Fucking boring.
And speaking of the team, we've got one of our illustrious calling guests, a good friend of ours, Mr. Ravens Dolphin. Can you hear me, Mr. Ravens Dolphin?
Is he known by anything else?
Techland Games on Twitter.
Oh, okay, there you go. I know who you are.
Mr. Ravens, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Sorry.
Awesome. What's up, buddy?
I'm doing pretty well. It's great to be here. Good to be known. Good to be heard.
Absolutely, man. We're going through like the top moments of the SoKast. Off the top of your head, not to put you on the spot. If not, we'll move on. But do you have any off the top of your head, any of your favorite SOK moments?
My favorite SOK moment, I was going to say, I really liked your Project 7 one, but I know some people are like, oh, but it's just the way you were talking about Phil and the way the project was going. I really enjoyed that.
A lot of people like that one a lot.
Yeah, I agree. You know, I actually watched that from a friend's house. Y'all killed it on that because that was hilarious. That's one of my favorite Let's Enders that y'all did.
That was so much fun.
If I have a runner-up, I really enjoy Bully 2. I was laughing my ass off when you guys are like, Canada's not over there. Or, I messed it up, sorry. But, you know what I mean.
Yeah. That was a great one as well.
That one was so painful.
I actually just watched that indoor a few days ago. His geography is like fucking hell, dude. Jesus Christ. And the fact that he had to cheat, oh my god, dude.
When you opened up Stream Chat for the first time, I'm like, okay, where's this? I'm like, you son of a bitch.
That's the only time where I'll actually yell at Phil to actually... I can't believe someone is that stupid.
Yo, AJ, I'm sure you appreciated the fact that he said South Dakota was Arizona.
That was that's what, didn't even know the fucking states. Are you serious?
South Dakota. South Dakota is next to Mexico.
And like, even though we had, cheats and you looking at maps, you still got some of them wrong. It's like, how do you get that wrong when you have a cheat sheet right in front of you?
Yep.
Yeah, that is insane.
Let's see, what else do we got? We got Bible Black, Oh You Wonderful Bitch, submitted by Tyler Hansen. Yeah, that was fucking ridiculous. A lot of Bible Black. I guess I underestimated that one. First episode of the SoKast. The first episode of the SoKast and the old soundboard submitted by Person X. That was pretty good.
Hey, you know what? The first SoKast, that's where we recruited Nomad.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was the one that Che wasn't even supposed to be on.
Yep, and then I fucking came in halfway through, and y'all been fucking dealing with me since.
Yeah, it was funny.
Bless your souls.
It's funny because there's like this notion like, oh, Fred and Che all the time, and I was like, if I suggest that Che comes on the SoKast, that's gonna feed into that. So I actually didn't. I was like, whatever, we'll just go without it. And then somebody else suggested to bring Che on, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, we'll put him on. But yeah, so just so you know, I'm not always like, oh, Che, this, that.
Yeah, Fred McMahon is a character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, again, Evil Table, Che reacting to 80s men's workout videos. Fantastic. And the other videos, what is that? Like the Boko video that Che did?
Is it wrong that I have the Che video on my computer?
Yeah. Maybe just a little.
A little bit.
Okay, I'll delete it.
The public...
Oh, no.
The public shaming of Sammy Samosa submitted by, oh man, what is that? Cantus Monk 619, Rey Mysterio, Gabies by Anonymous.
That was horrible, but it's funny to me.
The Gabies.
Gabies, yeah.
Hey, listen, Gabies. Hey, listen. That might be the way fucking Donald Trump thinks.
Mm-hmm.
He's not all there.
It's funny. I actually have a story about Gabies. That was the time when Loophole was streaming Sly 2, and it was on a Monday, and I had come to realize I actually had school that night, and it was for some weird reason my school doesn't get off on President's Day for whatever reason, like normal schools do. So I was trying my best to stay up and see whatever the hell Loop was going to come up with, but I eventually fell asleep at 1, and then I think it was like a half hour later, Gabies was born, and I just missed it by just a little bit, and I've hated myself since.
Let's see. Mike Pollock, the voice of Dr. Eggman, being a guest caller. That was pretty cool. That was definitely cool. Jaha in the podcast, hashtag bring Mike Watson on the podcast, in the podcast submitted by Bone Thugs. Yeah, that was fucking awesome. That Jaha podcast was pretty cool. I believe that one had the record for the highest attendance, but if I'm not mistaken, I think this one is going to break that. If we reach like 451 or some shit like that.
I think we hit 457.
Yeah, I think we got it up to around 459, 460 at the very most.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Okay, I'll check the thing and see if we can confirm that was a record-breaking thing. Let's Endure of Metal Gear Solid 3, submitted by Cantus Smug 619. That was fantastic. SOK does Garfield. That was fucking fun. Actually, you know, the funny thing is, too, we did that live on the stream, and we did that in one take. And then I just took the audio from that and then put the music under it. So, like, it wasn't like we edited it or did any kind of shit like that. We actually did it all in one take. Let's see. When we first hit the max amount for the check. What's up, Fazzy?
I was just gonna say the Garfield thing is one of my favorite things you guys ever did. I actually do my Crocker impression by reciting that sometimes.
Some people had no fucking idea what that was, and that's completely fine. Like, so many people are like, what the fuck did I just watch? What is this? Yeah, it's an obscure video already. It's like a meme, but that specific video that we, I guess, did a tribute to.
We need a sequel to. When's that coming?
We'd have to get like Torres to draw it, and we'd have to like come up with new dialogue.
Oh, they didn't make another episode or something of the meme?
Not that guy. Not that guy's specific flavor of it.
Damn.
Let's see. When we first hit the max amount for the charity, the reactions of everyone was amazing. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Bully Let's Endure, Doper, YTJE submitted the charity one. That's really cool. SOK plays Mario Party 2 by Prideful Zombie. DSP can't find the UK Evil Table. Loops Charity Stars. Oh, yeah, the Sympathy Stars. Yeah. Sympathy Stars. Episode 2 of the podcast with Drillbit and Timbo Slice, submitted by Nomad. Yeah, the long lost episode. There's like no way we can ever get that back.
Damn.
Unless somebody like somehow recorded it, in which case we'd be really appreciative and we wouldn't even be mad if you did that. In that case, we got to find out if someone did. Kids in a Sandbox. Oh man, do we have a fucking story about that? I don't know if we should tell it. Oh man, let's just say one of our friends, we were talking to one of our friends, and he viewed it randomly while we're just talking, and we hear, "Oh, that's fucking disgusting!" That's great. Sleeping Dogs Let's Endure by P. Tier Griffin. That was pretty good. I enjoyed that one. So that's the list right now as it stands. So thank you guys very much for submitting these. It's sort of nostalgic for us. What about you guys? Any personal favorites? Things that you agree with in this list or whatever?
Yeah, I agree with the Jaha part. Pretty much all of these are pretty great, though. I mean, I think every single SoKast is unique and great for its own. I think it's each and every one is great, and it has its own unique moments that are that sets it apart from each other one. That's one of the things I like, is how every single one is different. There's great moments on every single one, and there's different people, a wide variety of people, of opinions, of points of view. It never gets old. That's one of the reasons why I really like this this podcast. And in fact, I think all the moments were so awesome, and it's such a great podcast that I had to come in here and I had to bring it down a little bit. I had to make it a little less awesome so it balances it out.
Yes, thank you for that. We don't want to be too awesome, so we're glad that you're here for that. You're like the palate cleanser, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the slice of ginger that comes with the
mint.
Sushi. Yeah, the mint.
Oh, can I say something?
Yes.
Sure.
As a listener from this show from the very beginning, I do enjoy you guys' inputs and all that stuff. For me, as being a podcaster of 9 years, you guys have a really nice flow to you how you say things and how you do things. So you guys come off very, very natural. And a lot of other podcasts can't say that because a lot of shows just doesn't have that flow like you guys have. You can bring in people and people just flow off you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Like, the goal of it, like, to start with, the idea was, like, we're always in Skype calls all the time. What if we, like, broadcasted one of those? And, like, it's not like we're business partners or that we only, like, come together for the podcast. You know what I mean? Like, we try to make it so that people that are part of the podcast are people that we talk to all the time. So it is natural because we have a rapport with each other. We talk to each other all the time. And let's say that we have somebody that we haven't talked with in a while, you start to lose that, you know, you start to lose a little bit of like a flow to it. You forget exactly how they end off their sentences. I know I'm probably difficult to flow off of because sometimes I end sentences with "so," which I need to stop doing. I actually noticed that last week. But yeah, I guess we just are so used to each other that there like there is a certain flow to it. I can sort of expect when somebody's going to stop, or I can expect, like, I can, like, count on somebody to say something afterwards. I can almost predict, like, who's going to respond after. So, yeah, it cuts down on dead air. But thank you, man. I had no idea that you watched from the beginning. That's really flattering.
Yeah, you know, I've been watching this community for a while now. I mean, oh, sorry for cutting you off.
Oh, no, that's all you, man. Go ahead. What's up?
Okay, so when I started, you know, with some people, you guys are ex-DSP fans. I was never a fan. I know that sounds weird, but I was never a fan. I was always drawn to this. I was from the other side of, like, the gaming universe, so when the YouTube stuff, like the Retupray stuff, I was always into that. I always knew what I liked, but, you know, when I got into it, when I saw DSP, it was from this guy called Event Status. So one of my listeners gave me this video, and I was looking, I'm like, I can't believe this guy exists. I just couldn't believe it.
Oh man!
And then it snowballed, and then Kojima World Order, and then you guys did Sons of Kojima, and then I went like, wow, a whole podcast just. And then I think people don't get when they're like, oh, with Sammy, he said, oh, it's all about destroying DSP. It was never about that. It was just having fun. He's a very different guy. I mean, I just think if he embraced it more, he wouldn't have this problem. But he is such an ego, and it's just so much fun just to be against him. I mean, we don't want to wish him harm or anything. It's just how he comes off. He's just how he is, and it's frustrating.
You know, it's actually interesting you bring that up too. I didn't want to bring this up with Sammy because he might have interpreted it the wrong way, but. You know, the fact that nothing really bad has happened to Phil is a testament to the fact that groups like this can exist, but nothing really does happen to him. Like a group of coordinated people, a group of people that talk all the time and are always in communication and are friendly with each other and stuff like that could coordinate some really fucked up and malicious shit, you know? But usually what happens to Phil is usually like just some single person, whatever, try to DDoS them or SWAT them or something like that. It's usually like just one person that isn't exactly connected with us, and we usually don't even, you know, hear about these things until after they happen. Whereas like if that was truly the goal, if our goal was let's fuck up Phil, let's do all this shit to him, I think that there would have been more stuff that would have happened, more, you know, malicious and coordinated stuff, you know.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off, but, you know, if you were an actual hate community, you would do things like that. You would go like, okay, this is what we're going to do for Phil. This is what we're going to do here. No, you're just talking like, hey, you guys check out what Phil did.
Mm-hmm.
That was it.
Yeah, it's just for comedy's sake. We all genuinely get a good laugh out of the stuff. And, you know, I don't want to say like we report on stuff because that sounds like we're trying to say we're journalists or some shit, but we just reference things that happen. Maybe that's better. We reference things that actually happen, you know, and we show proof of it and all that kind of stuff. So, but yeah, man, that's
I enjoyed the proof. I enjoy Dragon Killer's little tweets when I'm surfing my iPhone and I see it and I'll go like, oh, that's pretty funny. It's just every day you go like, I look at him like, how is this guy still around? I just don't get it. It's the internet, I guess.
You know, there's a lot of younger viewers that like that kind of stuff. You know, he has the edgiest kid show on the internet.
Sure does.
So, but looks like Chase trying to be called in. I didn't even realize we're like 5 hours away from when we started the pre-stream. That's ridiculous.
That's almost as long as Mod Madness.
Let's go for 5 hours total. Let's do another half hour and then we'll get the fuck out of here. How about that? We'll stretch it one more half hour.
Yeah.
Let's see. So I think that covers the moments. Let's see. Let's look for more viewer submitted topics that we can talk about. Gaming topics. Ooh, AJ, I need your input on this one. Konami saying that they can continue Metal Gear even without Kojima.
Surprised me. If you guys fuck up after that title, don't ever fucking make another game ever again. I'm open-minded to see what they do.
Gameplay-wise?
Yeah, just the whole game in general, you know.
Are you worried, though, that the story can just be completely fucked up if they're not, you know, very mindful of the story? I mean, it's a deep and complex story, like, you know.
It is, yeah.
They can easily fuck something up with just one little thing, you know?
Indeed. I have no faith in Konami. Even if Platinum Games makes a game, that's probably the only studio, because they did announce Revengeance 2. So we don't even know if that's still coming, but don't mess it up.
I mean, like, I'm willing to give them a chance. You know, I'm open-minded for it. But, you know, if it turns out to be a complete disaster, then, yeah, fuck that.
Konami has their head straight up their ass.
Peter Griffin just said, make a 7-hour stream and then charge people for it. That's true. We didn't even take money for this. We're going to do a DSP mini marathon. The 50th episode of mini marathon. That's funny.
I have to do it for the patrons, okay?
Oh, man.
And then complain about your eyes and your thumb.
Mm-hmm.
Where's our goddamn break, man?
Okay, I haven't taken a break, to be honest. I was talking with Sammy the whole time, and I'm still going, man. I don't know what Phil's talking about. I went to go get some water real quick, but I've been here the whole time.
Man, fuck breaks.
I swear, I can remember in Crash 2, he was complaining about his thumb. I'm almost certain that's because he was using the circle button to use the slide move, where it's a lot easier to just simply use R1, but he never tries all of the buttons, so he never did.
When I watch his streams, it just seems like he just wants to rush through the game as quickly as possible, and that's why he's failing so much.
Yes.
Yeah, but then he did
that for years now.
Yeah, but then he went ahead and did a completionist run and that was just out of the blue. No one asked for it. No one told him to do it.
I have a theory on that.
Kind of. Go on.
I think he did that just so he could say he was never going to complete it. He just wanted to do it and just say, I did it, and I was doing a completionist run, so I don't think he was ever going to, I'm going to finish this game. If he was going to finish it, he wouldn't say a completionist run. He would just finish it.
That is true. But yeah, I'm holding out that maybe someday, despite it being left on the back burner like Parasite Eve, someday he'll continue Crash 2 so that I can give the people that subscribe to me what they want for this site. Don't play Crash 2 Part 2.
Please do.
Best case scenario, he probably won't resume that shit till after the hardcore gaming season.
Well, you know, the day he'll finish it is the day we take a vacation to North Sanity Beach.
A staycation?
You!
Damn.
You motherfuck! How?
It's the day you guys get paid.
Are you?
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
I can't believe he spent 30 to 40 minutes on that one part in the plant food level trying to get the gym doing that time challenge. That broke me.
That was terrible.
Yeah, that was painful.
I mean, the lab was a lot worse, but Jesus Christ, plant food was equally as bad. I mean, he didn't just go off and rage quit, but Jesus Christ, that was just terrible. The way that he executed it, the way that he didn't learn from his mistakes whatsoever. classic DSP, never learning from his mistakes, trying to do the game his way. It was
But it's not his fault. The game's random. It was the random whirlpool and the random nitro crates. That wasn't there last time. I got 2 more seconds on the clock. Where'd that come from? The game's being random, man.
Yeah,
Wow.
totally. It's totally not up to the player's controls or anything. Fuck that.
Yeah, DSP didn't play PS1 classic games. He started around like the Wii and around there. So to him, this is all a new concept.
I will say it again. If this guy ever tries to play Spyro 1 or any Spyro games for that matter, I'm going to do that. This I don't play, and I don't care if there's not going to be a thing stopping me from doing that. That guy, if he plans to fuck up my childhood even more so, he's gonna have it coming to him.
It'd
Fuck
be even
him.
worse if you tried to do like a completionist run of that game, because some of the gems in that game are hidden in some crazy places, and unless he has the stream chat telling him where everything is, he's fucked. He'll never get 100% in that game.
Oh yeah.
Of course, stream chats.
I mean, Spyro 2 and 3 had a gem finder, so those can be, found relatively easily, but Spyro 1, I don't know. Go on anyway.
Let's see. So anything else on Metal Gear before we move on? The continuation of it without Kojima's involvement.
No.
I mean, I don't know if they'll necessarily be worse without Kojima. It'll definitely be different. I mean, it would just be like, say, the Metal Gear Acid games on PSP, because Kojima didn't do anything with those. And those were okay games, but I don't know. It's like, I think it's okay for them to just kind of put Metal Gear on the back burner and do other stuff, but it's going to be weird without him.
I agree, man. So thank you, Destiny Decade, for that one. Let's see here. 1 month until Fallout 4. How excited are you guys? Evil Table.
Very.
I'm very excited too. I've actually got the game pre-ordered. Shout out to a friend of mine. I've actually got the game pre-ordered. Fallout 4.
Yeah, I got it pre-ordered as well. Might do one last playthrough of New Vegas before it.
I'm gonna go down the Alice route and buy the Xbox One version, starting at $349.99.
Yes. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, so I'm gonna buy that version.
The game looks pretty cool, but I don't have any of the consoles or a decent PC that can play it, so I'm just like, Fallout 4 looks good. Can't play it.
Let's see. Anybody else? Fallout 4?
I think it looks good. The crafting system, how you can make different weapons and stuff, looks really awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Fallout 4. Huh?
I was gonna say I was actually just gonna say, what do you think, Nomad? Because I know you're a big Fallout fan.
I have to see what they do, but for now, it's pretty much Skyrim with guns, like Person X just said.
Still, Skyrim is an amazing game.
Mm-hmm.
And if you get more Skyrim with guns, that's not a bad thing.
Here's a related question from, I guess that's Matt with 2 7s. Matt the Tin Tan Man. What do you want in Fallout 4 to make it a great game?
Polish.
Man, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's perfect. That's exactly what I was going to say. I mean, that speaks to it. PC version, I hope it has polish.
Yeah, especially that.
Me personally, I want to see a an improved story from Fallout 3. New Vegas excelled in its story. The general narrative is like, oh yeah, if Bethesda does it, it's not gonna have a good story, But yeah, I want to see them, get some good storytelling. I think having a voiced protagonist will allow them to possibly get you more invested in the story. I think there's people of two minds. Either if the protagonist isn't voiced, I can immerse myself more. But I think that if your character has a voice and can sort of give opinions on stuff, I don't know. I can invest a little bit more into it that way. But it's all perception or opinion. That my opinion. I think the voice protagonist will be a good thing, or at least
I do too.
At least it has potential. What do you want from it, Nomad?
It's I don't know. The voice protagonist, doesn't feel like it belongs in like a Fallout game. It's just I don't know. The whole franchise Fallout was always with the silent protagonist.
We kind of said the same thing with Metro.
And it's gonna feel weird playing with the voice protagonist. I don't know. My opinion.
Kind of the same thing with Metroid, the other M, where they let Samus talk. It's gonna be weird, but I think it's gonna be okay. I don't think Bethesda would lead us down some weird path with it. I don't think the guy's gonna be annoying or start like talking about random crap. I have faith in Bethesda.
Let's see. What other topic can we get a little bit of mileage out of? How about... I forgot who wanted to talk about this, but Allison Road Kickstarter funded halfway.
I think that was Miles. I wanted to talk about that.
Oh, okay. Miles couldn't make it. All right. Let's talk more broadly about this topic then. It's an article from Kotaku. I know, right? Kotaku, right? But there's a video game Kickstarter that disappeared with over $30,000 in December 2013. Gamers paid over $30,000 to fund a Kickstarter for a game called Mansion Lord. And a month later, they opened up a PayPal account to accept even more money. Then in August 2014, after announcing that the PayPal funding was over, they simply disappeared. And for over a year now, Golgan Games, who are the creators, have been completely absent. They haven't updated their Kickstarter or their social media. Their website expired. And they have basically tried to... just wash their hands of this. Different backers have said that they're basically out of luck. It's up to you and the creator to work it out. They've given them no way to actually contact them. And, yeah, that's pretty fucking, pretty ridiculous. What do you guys think about that? The dangers of Kickstarter, that they could literally just take your money and give you nothing and just, leave town.
Well, first of all, I submitted that one. Found that one. That's pretty interesting to me. It's becoming all too common now with different crowdsourcing and like Kickstarter like platforms, and it's not just for so-called game developers wanting to develop games, but it's with many type of things. And these people, they didn't just fail; they just took the money and ran. And I think it's really shitty, and I think it's becoming all the more common since Kickstarter refuses to update their protocol and their terms of service for how they deal with people like this. It's just going to happen more and more and more because it works. I think Kickstarter and other crowdsourcing websites need to really adjust their platforms in order to punish people for this, hold them accountable, and return the funds that was stolen. But this is really shitty.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always leery about Kickstarters. Only donated to 2, but I just feel like when you give money to other people, this is just me from my experience, is, there is a very good chance that none of these games will make it, and there's also a very good chance that these games will make it and also be on shelves. For me, when I put like 30 or $5, I don't put like so much money down like, oh, I need this. And there was an anime game too. Even the Oddcast game fell through too, and that was a big YouTubing thing. So we don't know. I say they did take the money and ran, but who knows what the story is.
Well, I mean, the article goes on to talk about how all of the so the registration lookup shows that it was registered by someone named Michael Wong, who lists 2 different addresses, one in California, one in Texas. But he reached out to both and hasn't been able to actually reach anybody. He found some other information but he's going to hold off on that until he can get clear on what actually happened. But when you have a situation where multiple people are trying to reach out to you in the designated areas, and there could have been some sort of tragedy. I mean, maybe the guy isn't with us anymore, but I mean, somebody in some capacity should have been able to field some questions about what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm very happy that all of the projects like Wasteland, Torment, Tides of Numenera, and other games like that, Divinity Original Sin, I'm very happy that they get overfunded to the point that they can reach their goals too, besides the main goal. So I don't have to pay shit for them, and all I have to do is wait for the game to come out. So I'm happy all of the projects that I look forward to get funded, and they're by legit companies. So thank God.
Mm-hmm.
I've never donated to any Kickstarters or any other projects like that myself. And though I do think it's pretty interesting to see all these great games that get funded, at the same time, it just always kind of bothered me that, you're pledging towards something that isn't completely there. It's like you're putting money towards a concept. Now, of course, the people behind it could be very professional and they know what they're doing and can definitely get it done if they have the money. But it's like, it's like, to me, sometimes it feels like it's like a step below pre-ordering a game, because you're pre-ordering while it's not even like, remotely done or even still being made, and it just feels a little weird. And because of that, sometimes people get taken advantage of, and there's not too much that can be done until, more things are in order. And I don't know, it is kind of coming a bit too common these days to see these things happen.
I do research, but that's just me. But some people don't. They look at a game and they go like, I like that. I'll put whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You always have to do research.
Absolutely.
It's like, even if I had, money to spare, to just put towards any Kickstarter that might interest me, I'd probably still wouldn't do it.
Just feel.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just feel like any Kickstarter, it's like eight out of 10 times it might not happen. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
That's just how it seems like to me. But I don't donate to many. I don't go like, oh, whatever. If it gets funded, I'll buy it then.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the appeal is that you'll get some sort of discount or something specific that is like a limited edition, but it's not really worth the risk. Like, say for example, well, if you donate to the Kickstarter, it'll be $100, but if you wait until it releases, it'll be $150. It's like, is that $50 discount worth it if you're getting in a certain sense a beta product, right? Because how many products come out, right, and the first version of it still has some kinks in it? Like, I can point to so many things with smartwatches, smartphones. The version 1 usually has something that needs to be worked out, and that's what version 2 strives to work on, right? The Moto 360, for example, had some problems with the battery, had some problems with the screen, had some problems with the size of it, but it's a really good smartwatch other than that. And it just seems like, if you get in immediately, you're going to be essentially beta testing. You're kind of that's when it kind of reaches the masses, and then they're getting input on what they can improve, what's wrong with this, what's wrong with that. So yeah, I think that it's a risk. It's a risk that I'm not willing to take personally, but I definitely see the appeal for sure. Getting a discount, possibly getting some special color that's only Kickstarter, or some sort of memorabilia or something if it's going to be a big project,
Yeah, it's just, it's a risk, it's a gamble. Anything you do on Kickstarter, you just don't know if it's going to come out. And when it does become a full-fledged product, buy it then.
Mm-hmm. So, let's see, what else we got? We got about 10 minutes left. So let's find something. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Can I say something to Shay?
Sure.
Hey Shay, I'm from New Jersey too. I'm from Atlantic City. Crap.
Atlantic City, really?
Yeah, Atlantic City, born and raised.
That's pretty good. I was born in Camden.
Camden. Ugh, that's.
Yeah, I
How'd
know.
you survive?
Luckily, I had a great family.
Yes, you have.
Good mom. That's the only way, because if not, I'd have been fucking dead.
Yeah, I'll be dead too. I don't even know how I'm still here.
I feel you, man. Jersey's Atlantic City's pretty fun, but you definitely got to watch it over there. I mean,
I
it is
live here.
definitely-
It's crazy.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I've been there a couple times. Also been near Wildwood too. Definitely is a Las Vegas at the East Coast, though. Definitely.
Wildwood with their Maurice Pier. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice
Yep,
pier.
Definitely. Hey, you ever been to the water park in fucking Wildwood?
I did. I
shit.
didn't know how to swim.
Oh,
Not
really?
fun. I was so young. I mean, it was so crazy. My mom put me on that big water slide at the top of it and pushed me. I'm like,
That's pretty crazy.
bye. I'm like, why'd
That's
you
awesome.
do this?
We need more freaking Jersey people in this community. We got a lot of jackasses from Florida and shit. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm sorry. No, I'm just kidding.
I
We
mean,
do.
come on, What about
Alice,
what about
Dragon Killer?
Caesar? Caesar's from.
Of
fucking-
course, Caesar, but
Yeah.
But that's awesome, man. I'm glad to hear that. We need more fucking people from Jersey.
Yeah, representing.
That's right.
And I only live in Florida. Not from
Yeah.
Florida.
Well, same thing.
She's from Wonderland.
There you go.
All right,
cool,
how about
Alice.
this one? Here's a good one. This is maybe something that we'll actually, you know what? We'll do two. We'll do this one and then we'll close with this last one. This one is somewhat interesting to me. Twitter is going to launch a Twitlonger competitor. They're going to drop the 140 character limit in some way, shape, or form. There hasn't been complete details on it right now, but they're indicating that they're going to be able to do long form tweets and that they're looking for a retweet with comment sort of deal. It's from the same leak as the retweet with comment feature. So this is a reliable rumor, and they haven't really said exactly how it's going to work, though. So being that we're all Twitter users, if they're going to make something that drops the 140 character limit, how would you guys want to see it implemented?
I'd want to see it in a way where if you're going to post something that has more than 140 characters, it should at least have some kind of read more thing you can click on or something like that. So you don't have these huge long paragraphs of text on your timeline, because that will get pretty annoying.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think they're going to have a system where it has the 140 characters, and then it's going to have a tab or something. Click to show more or something like that. So it's only going to show the first 140. So I think they're going to implement some sort of system like that, and I think it'd be really good. I think they should stick with the 140 shown, but if there's more, you can add below that like some sort of tab. But I do not think they should force everyone to see more than the 140 characters of the original system. I don't think they should force that on people, because a lot of times more than the 140 characters, it's like a big wall of text. A lot of times, big paragraphs. It's unsightly,
Yeah. Personally, I think they should maybe have this, but also I think they should expand out the normal tweets. Maybe like 160 or 200. I don't know, man. I think 140, they just did that because of SMS, like text messages are 140. And I think that was sort of the inspiration or whatever the fuck. I don't know why they chose 140 specifically, but I don't know, man. I think 160 or 120, or not 120, 200, something like that. I don't know. I think that would work too. I think that would help.
I bet at the time it was the rise of smartphones, or the cell phones could only see so much, so they probably just limited to 140. But they're so powerful now, they don't have to worry about limits. But I still think they should keep it to 140 because that's Twitter.
I don't know, man. It's possible. I just feel like 140 is very limiting. I wish I had more. I don't know how many times I'd do a tweet. I'd write a tweet out, and I'd have to make a bunch of compromises to get it in 140.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, it's it's a really good way of getting your thoughts out without using too many words. And that kind of works for people like me because I don't like to talk that much. So, it's just, if I have something to say, I'll just say it in 140 characters or less and just put it out there. And I think it gets the job done. I don't think it really needs to be a lot more than that. Maybe, 160 or 180, but I don't think it should go too far above that.
I don't want to turn into Facebook where people just write diatribes all day.
Oh, come on. 160 isn't going to turn it into Facebook.
180. How about 180?
180.
All right.
I'll settle for 180.
I mean,
Yeah, so
didn't
you
they remove
can
the
try
DMs?
doing a 180 out of Twitter. Ooh. Anyway, go on, Shay.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of half and half. I'm not a big fan of talking, but I could say some crazy shit. So
I'm not a big fan of talking.
Well, that's what you peeps, There's a difference. Selective talking.
All right, there you go.
If I'm walking down the street, I just like eating my ham sandwich and fucking mean mugging people. No, I'm kidding.
You eat ham sandwiches walking down the street?
Sometimes, if I gotta get somewhere and I can't fucking, I used to do that though. I had to fucking walk to work and shit because my car was busted. So I would always like wake up late and I have to like eat my lunch walking down the street. People look at me like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I have like a meatball sub and I'm trying to fucking eat it and shit while walking. But I got it done.
You're walking like that one dude in the meme. Well,
Yep.
Somebody tell me what that is too. If anyone knows, like people like fucking Blake of all people, or like they keep posting this dude walking down the street all crazy. He's got like a really weird.
That's John Lennon.
That was John Lennon walking like that.
I think with the crazy legs. Yeah, that's John
He's got
Lennon.
like a hat and like he's like
the SpongeBob one.
He's like walking like a pimp like a New York pimp down the street.
Yeah, that's John Lennon.
What? All right. Well, mystery solved. I asked you about that the other day. You said you didn't know what the fuck that was. You said he was a jackass or some shit like that.
Well, yesterday I thought he was a jackass, but I think I found out it was John Lennon. I found out like today, actually.
All right. All right, Shade. Impromptu question I have. This is a personal one. All right.
All right.
All right. I need you to help me out here. Describe the perfect ham sandwich. Exactly what's in it. If you can, brand names. Explain to the people at home if they are craving a ham sandwich. What is the Che approved way to do it? Let us know.
I mean, in all reality, if I could have one right now, because fucking goddamn fucking Alice over here and shit, the fucking Betty fucking White, whatever the hell. Was Betty White that fucking
Betty Crocker?
Chef? Yeah, Betty fucking Crocker over here.
Betty White.
She showed me these
Wow,
Hawaiian.
Bette Midler.
Showed me these Hawaiian rolls and shit, and they look absolutely amazing. But honestly, mostly I just grab shit, whatever. Just get some toast and fucking cheese, and just grab like ham and shit, and just go down.
Raw.
All right, so it's regular white bread, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Any brand in particular that tickles your fancy?
Just if it's fucking bread, who cares?
Hey, there's different.
It's white bread.
Yeah, Wonder
It's the
Bread is
Jersey
different
way.
than like Sara Lee bread. There's different
just
breads.
Wonder Bread, the one with the little
All right,
fucking
all right.
polka dots.
And you toast it, right?
Yeah, sometimes.
All right. Do we get mayonnaise? What kind of condiments are we talking here?
Just put some cheese and fucking mayonnaise and some ham, and you're good to go.
Okay, what kind of cheese?
Just fucking a slice of cheese.
We're
That's
trying
what
to
type
help
of
the
cheese.
people at home. Is what we're trying.
Why?
To do,
You mean like American cheese or
we need to know.
Swiss cheese.
We need to know
Yellow
Che's
cheese. There
specific
you go.
formula. That's what we're trying. We're trying
yellow
to get
cheese?
the secret
American. One American
formula.
slice. There you
all
go.
right, all right. And then the last question, Che, is what kind of ham? Are we using like a honey roasted ham? Are we?
I like
using
honey
just
roasted.
Perfect. All right. So
do.
there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Wonder Bread, mayonnaise, American cheese, and some honey roasted ham. Maybe toast the bread a little bit. Now, do you cut yours in half?
Yeah.
Okay. So you get fancy with that shit.
Yeah.
All right.
Honey roasted.
Alice, you there?
Yeah.
What was that fucking ham sandwich that you showed me? The one with the Hawaiian bread?
It had the Hawaiian sweet rolls. They had some sort of fresh baked ham with some homemade recipe with the herbs and spices and the pineapples and stuff. But they cut it up. They put it on the Hawaiian sweet rolls, and they added some sort of mayonnaise with herbs and that as well. But they brushed it with this garlic fresh cracked pepper mixture when they put it in the oven and baked it.
Jesus.
I don't know everything that was in it, but it was really fancy.
Well, I hope you've written that down because you got some fucking work to do.
No, I actually do have the recipe because I do want to try that sometime. It looks really good.
She showed me a picture of it. I really want to try that shit because I'm tired of the fucking bullshit. I'm just grabbing whatever the fuck I want. And that shit's gonna end.
Yes,
23 years of that shit.
You need a higher class of ham sandwich.
Yep.
You can't find any. It's New Jersey.
Some higher ham. So there you go. And with that, we need to get the fuck out of here tonight. First of all, before we do our sign-offs, I just want to say thank you guys. In all honesty, thank you guys very much for sticking with us. 50 episodes, approximately 1 year, 1 week from now. When we started this, I don't know if we ever would have imagined that we'd go this far and stick with this for this long. It's really been a journey, and a lot of us have grown. A lot of us have sort of matured and grown in front of you guys, grew up with you guys. And I think that this podcast enabled us to do a lot of really cool things. It enabled us to reach out to some really cool people, to make some connections with people that we might not have before. And in all honesty, I think that in a weird way, without getting too hyperbolic here, I think that this podcast changed some of our lives in certain ways for the better. And
it did mine.
It really means a lot. It really means a lot to have you guys here with us each and every week. All the viewer submitted topics, you guys are always excited about that. You guys submit us gameplay footage to use. So yeah, thank you guys very much. As far as this episode goes, thank you guys for coming out for this. Thank you guys for your support on Twitter. I can't even remember how many people reached out to me and said, kill this guy. You got this, Fred. We believe in you. We're counting on you. All that kind of stuff. So thank you guys for your support. I know that you guys supported me. I know that you guys had faith in me. I was hoping for this to be much more difficult, or I was hoping for this to be more of a challenge, but it was what it was. I kept him for as long as I could. I actually sort of tricked him into staying for like another hour. He said he was only going to give us an hour, but I gave you guys another hour. I squeezed it out of the guy, and then he dipped out. So there you go. Anyways, with all that being said,
sign of a good host.
Thank you very much. With all that being said, let's start to sign out. Let's get Mr. Freddy Fastfuck's information.
Well, my Twitter is at TTSBB1, and my Twitter is at Freddy Fastfuck. If you want to see me raging at Super Meat Boy, or anytime that I may be speedrunning Spyro, or even just playing The Binding of Isaac Afterbirth, which comes out in 29 days, and I will be streaming it on release, follow me on Twitter.
Beautiful. Mr. Che. Mr. Che's left.
Remember that I was typing to some people in the chat, scrolling like a motherfucker, dude. Holy shit. Anyways,
that's cool, man.
Yeah, you can find me at Twitter or retrospective capital P capital C, and if you want to keep up with me, just you can find all my shit there. Go ahead.
Hey, you put some flair on that time. Capital P capital C. That's pretty good.
Yep.
Do that You should do that every week. That's pretty tight. How about the delightful Miss Alice, the call host extraordinaire?
You can find me at 7in Context on Twitter. And what I've been up to lately is playing stupid games and making ham sandwiches and drinking Red Mountain Dew.
Beautiful. The man that started it all, Mr. AJ.
You can find me on Twitter. Since Fred is not paying me for my videos, I made a Patreon for all of you. So, yeah. Pledge your money because I'm going to hold these. This is how you don't play at ransom. Yeah.
We're going to edit that out. I just, cleared my throat so I can mark that in the timeline. So don't do any of those things, people.
Yeah, if any of you guys don't actually get money, then yeah, what the fuck is wrong with you guys?
How dare you? Mr. Naughty Nomad.
I guess you can find me on Twitter, which is at the Dark Lurker, for just some random DSP shit and miscellaneous pinups. Also, Lewis, you are a weeb.
Ooh. Very good use of your time. Mr. ChaffXGrenade.
Well, you can find me on Twitter at ChaffXGrenade. You can also find me on YouTube at ChaffXGrenade. And I just really want to say, thanks for having me on the podcast finally. Even though I didn't have much to say, but that's just how I am. I don't really talk that much about news and the like, so I don't really keep up with stuff. But, it's been great, hanging out with the community on Twitter and stuff, all the comments people have posted on my video montages. Like, I love all the feedback that I get. I really appreciate it. It's been great. Like, seriously.
Oh, man, it was an absolute pleasure. It was a long time coming, and we're glad to finally get you on board. Let us know if you can come on in the future if your schedule, allows it, man.
Yeah, definitely.
And last but not least, Mr. Ravens Dolphin, give us your information.
Oh, can I say something about me? I didn't give you any information what I do and what I do. Sorry.
All right, go ahead.
My name is Ravens Dolphin, also Tech and Games on Twitter. I actually have a website, believe it or not, techandgames.com. I do daily Let's Plays on instagib.tv. That's what, I buy just as many games as Phil, but he's whatever. He'll rather complain about it. But I appreciate Fred, Shay, everyone else in this community. You guys have inspired me in many ways in my Let's Plays, in my thing, to not be who he is.
Beautiful.
And
sorry, go ahead. What were you going to say? Oh, yeah.
techandgames.com. That's it.
Perfect. And yours truly, Mr. Frederick Fox. You can find me on Twitter at TIHY DP, the acronym for This Is How You Do Not Prepare Delicious Juice. You can also find me on YouTube, /It's Fred Fucks, or you can type in Fred Fucks in your handy dandy YouTube search bar, and you can find me and my quality content and all that other shenanigans that I may be participating and contributing to the YouTube area. I am currently working on, you can also find me right here, hitbox.tv/Sons of Kojima, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursdays, and you can find us where this video is if you're not here live. Congratulations, you already found it. YouTube, /Sons of Kojima. That's the place to go for the podcast and whatever other group collaborations we do. All right. So here's the deal. I'm working on Being a Man Part 3. No secret about that. It's been very much requested. I might put out a Google Doc within the next couple days so that people can help me with different things that they want to see in it. I'm not going to be like Phil and say, I thought of all these and all that stuff. If you give me ideas, I'll give you credit for it, just like I did with Being a Man Part 2. So that would very much be appreciated. I'll put it all together, and I've already got the songs picked out. So I've already got some ideas, but if you guys want to submit more things that you guys personally want to see in it, I very much appreciate that. And like I said, it'll make it even better. I think that's all there is to say. Again, thank you guys all so much for your viewer-submitted topics, your viewership, your viewer input, your viewer tweets, and whatever else in the chat. Thank you guys very much for viewing and sticking with us and believing in us and contributing to the water charity and being here for giveaways and saying smite and fucking up anything if you did before. Thank you for all your shit in the future, the past, the present, all that stuff. We love you. Go fuck yourselves. Good night.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Smite.
Yep.
Jackasses. This is a weed.
Fuck off.